Chapter 2558. C_T, with the token given by the goddess, Chen could enter and leave the prison of God as he wished. Hence, in the following period of time, he officially learned from Wuji. Author, the storm regarding Chen had come to an end. In other words, something else had happened in the city of gods, causing everyone to forget about Chen and shift their attention to him. That was the 4 spots reserved by the city within the city. They could directly enter the city of God to fight. Once they won, they would be rewarded with a holy weapon. Other than that, if they were lucky enough to gain the goddess' favor, they could even become her personal bodyguard. They could stay in the city within the city for a long time, enjoy many resources, and advance to a higher realm. Once this news was out, it caused a huge commotion. Especially this time, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter. As long as they reached level 5 or 6, they would be qualified to participate. Some of the people who could already eat and wear in the city were tempted. Although there were only 4 spots, this did not stop them from signing up. Therefore, in the city of God, each and every one of these people, who would be able to shake the heavens, would fight to the death for the right to participate in the competition. Of course, most of them were just there to join in the fun. After all, this time, there were both level 5 and level 6 people. Moreover, there were only 4 spots. Naturally, the spots would not fall into the hands of level 5 people. The powers of the city within the city had a large-scale competition. In this competition, more than 99% of the level 5 people lost their qualifications. Some unlucky level 6 people were also eliminated. After that, there was a relatively long competition. The pace of the competition was relatively fast. The goal was to determine the 4 spots in the shortest time possible. While they were fighting for the spots, Chen, who already had a spot, was constantly training with Wuji. He went to look for Wuji almost every day. During the day, he would listen to Wuji's lessons. At night, he would return to his residence and begin to understand the use of yin and yang. It could be said that this was the most systematic learning that Chen had ever done since he grew up. He had made great progress in the use of yin and yang energy. This progress was not limited to this world. Even if Chen returned to the outside world one day, he could still use these techniques. After half a month, he had completely refined the god's essence that Wuji gave him. His physical strength had become a lot stronger. His realm did not increase, but his combat power had a tremendous increase. The battle in the city of God was abnormally intense, but Chen didn't care about it at all. A few days later, Lei Ming told him that the competition was about to start and he could no longer look for Limitless. Chen nodded and waited in the mansion for the person who would come to pick him up. A day later, Lei Ming arrived and told the others that he had arrived. The people who came to receive them did not enter the craftsman ancestor. Instead, they waited outside. It was a carriage driver. His forehead was filled with a unique sense of pride, and his head was almost raised to the sky. He glanced indifferently at Chen and said, "You're so slow. You're the only one left. Let's go." Chen ignored the other party's arrogance and walked towards the carriage. Because he knew how precious the divine ring was, he didn't wear it on his finger in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, the coachman would definitely put away his haughty expression and appear humble. When Chen walked into the carriage, he was surprised to find that there were other people in the carriage. As he raised his head and looked forward, his gaze froze. There were 4 people in the carriage, and he actually recognized 2 of them. Chen, come quickly. One of them was Tu and Huang Tu. When he saw Chen, his face was filled with surprise and joy. As for the other person, his gaze was not so friendly. A cold light surged in his eyes. Chen nodded at Tu and Huang Tu and sat next to him. There were enough seats in the carriage for 5 people. When Chen landed, the others clearly felt that the atmosphere had become a little strange. Their gazes all landed on the young man whose eyes were surging with cold light. Chen looked at the young man and smiled faintly. "Long time no see. I wonder if this is your real body or a clone." The young man snorted coldly. "When you die, you'll know. As I said, I will take back what belongs to me." Chen spread out his hands and said, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Listening to the confrontation between the two, Jiao Tu and Huang Tu curiously asked, Zi Chen, you know him? I was about to introduce him to you. He's Doff Hill from the Doff family. This time, he's the same as me, a 5th rank. I know him. Back then, he was extremely arrogant. I killed one of his clones and collected some good spoils of war that helped me a lot. So I have a deep impression of him. Zi Chen nodded. Since the two of them were already enemies, there was no need to pretend. When Doff Hill heard this, he smiled coldly. That's right, but you seem to have a sense of accomplishment in fighting my clone with your real body. But it doesn't matter. When we enter the inner city, we'll settle our grudges together. I hope that during this period, you can silently pray that you don't meet me so early. Shut up, all of you. Did I say you could speak? At this moment, the coachman's cold voice came from outside. After entering the divine city, all of you better behave yourselves. You're just here to make up the numbers. Don't think you're important. If you want to continue watching after you're eliminated, you can stay there. If you don't want to watch, you can scram. This sentence was not polite at all. It represented the attitude of the divine city. Although the coachman was not a god, he worked for the gods, so he was naturally very proud. It was as if he was a relative of the emperor. This was also why after Xian Jun's defeat in the battle against Zi Chen, no one dared to cause trouble for Zi Chen. There was no need for Xian Jun to say anything. Those people consciously gave up because they couldn't afford to offend him. After that, the cold hostility disappeared, but the whispers were still going on. I saw your battle back then. You're really strong. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked at Zi Chen and said in a low voice, we all obtained the slots at this level, so we'll fight at this level. Of course, I'm just going to watch the process and see. I don't expect to win. Not to mention anything else, even if I meet the person you're fighting, I'm no match for him. If he hadn't met Yi Qian and heard Jiao Tu and Huang Tu's words, Zi Chen might not have understood what they meant. But now he understood. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu wanted to tell him through these words that he would not break through. He would stay at this level. This also proved that the 5th level had a high chance of leaving. Zi Chen nodded and chatted with Jiao Tu and Huang Tu about some unimportant things. Then he closed his eyes. The carriage went straight to the city within the city. For the divine city, this was the most mysterious place. Just like in the mortal world, where the emperor lived, few could enter to take a look. After passing through the outermost area, they arrived at the city within the city. Through the curtains, rays of light shone in. They were full of curiosity about this area, so they opened the curtains and looked outside. What they saw was a colorful glazed world. All kinds of colorful lights became the main style of this world. This place was very big, far bigger than what they saw outside. It should be the use of spatial rules. The tall glazed buildings emitted colorful lights. The decorations on both sides of the road were also changing their luster. Even on the flat ground, there were colorful lights that were changing over a long period of time. All of this looked so beautiful. For cultivators like them, beauty was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the energy of heaven and earth floating here was not only more active than the outside world, but also several grades higher. It was as if they were in a divine crystal mine, containing extremely pure energy. The carriage driver brought them to a square. The decorations here were even more gorgeous. The crystal stones on the ground were neatly arranged according to some kind of changing color. After indicating for the 5 to get down, the carriage driver raised his arrogant head and left without any explanation. The 5 people left behind looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Thus, they could only wait. Just like that, they waited for half an hour before other people arrived. However, these people all had one thing in common: they completely ignored Zi Chen and the other 5. In their eyes, the 5 of them were like air. They were clearly workers of the divine city. They began to make all kinds of preparations before the battle. During this time, Zi Chen saw several people arrive at the center of the square. Then, their hands formed seals. All kinds of energy light appeared between their fingers and fell on the ground of the square. A moment later, the ground rumbled. The center of the square suddenly rose out of thin air. Clearly, The area that rose up was the final battle stage. The others were busy everywhere. During this time, the 5 of them tactfully retreated to the back, trying not to disturb the others. In a place far away, there was a viewing platform. There were only a dozen seats on the viewing platform. Zichen did not know who would come to watch this battle, but he knew that Yi Chen would definitely be among those seats. The spectators did not come. Even the other contestants did not come. The 5 of them were like air, standing there awkwardly. After an unknown amount of time, a noise came from the distance. Then, a group of youths came from afar. Zichen and the other 4 were no longer like air. Because as soon as those people arrived, they looked at them. So it's these 5 guys who wasted the 5 spots that should have belonged to us? A dissatisfied voice sounded. Lin Yen, it's not that they wasted our 5 spots. It's that we took their 11 spots. Originally, both sides should have taken half of the 32 spots. Another voice sounded. Xian Jun, what do you mean? You lost to mortals, and you still speak for them. The person called Lin Yen immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. Chapter 2559. C_T, Xian Jun was the one who had lost to Zichen back then. Hearing Lin Yan's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face as he said, "How am I speaking up for others? It's just the truth." The people who came with them didn't say much, but they looked at Xian Jun with dissatisfaction, because they didn't want to admit that it was the truth. It's a waste for these mortals to take up the spots. Just one meeting and they'll all be eliminated. What's the point of giving them spots? Lin Yan frowned and said unhappily, "You're really shameless. You're clearly the one who stole someone else's item, and now you're blaming someone else for having it." Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to me?" Lin Yan turned around and stared coldly at Doff Hill. Doff Hill replied with the same cold tone, "Who do you think you are? You're just a level 5, and you're so arrogant. People who don't know you might think you're a level 9. Mortal, you're courting death." Lin Yan's eyes flashed coldly. "I'd like to say this to you. You don't know how high the sky is. If we can kill in the next battle, I believe I won't let you off the stage alive." Doff Hill's tone was so arrogant that it made the others feel uncomfortable. One of the level 6 beings said, "You sound so arrogant. People who don't know you won't be able to tell that you're a level 5. So what if I'm a level 5? I'll still kill a level 6 like you." Doff Hill looked at him with dissatisfaction. "You're shameless." The level 6 sneered. At this moment, quite a few youths had arrived, but they were clearly not united. At this moment, there were also some who were standing to the side with their arms crossed as they watched the show. The other 2 level 6 beings besides Zichen deliberately distanced themselves from Doff Hill. At the same time, they also distanced themselves from Zichen and Jiutu Huangtu to show that they weren't familiar with each other. "Let's not talk too much. The battle is about to start," Jiutu Huangtu couldn't help but say. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk to us?" Not only Lin Yan, but the level 6 also looked at Jiutu and Huangtu coldly. At the same time, there were many dissatisfied gazes looking in their direction. In their opinion, the 2 LV6 were sensible enough to stand aside, while the 2 LV5s dared to clamor here. They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "I just don't think it's necessary." Jiutu Huangtu smiled awkwardly. "Scram. You don't have the right to speak here," Lin Yan said again. His words were very rude. Even though Jiutu and Huangtu had a good temper, their expressions changed. "Why? Are you not convinced?" Lin Yan looked at Jiutu mockingly. "I say, can you shut your dog mouth? This was originally a rather quiet place, but you've directly ruined it," said Zichen, who was standing to the side. Finally, he couldn't bear to watch anymore and said indifferently, "Do you want to die?" Lin Yan stared at Zichen. "Whether I want to die or not will be revealed on the stage. As for you, you idiot, you obviously used someone else's spot, but you don't know how to be grateful. You're biting everywhere like a mad dog. You're really disgusting. If you really can't wait to be beaten up, I can fulfill your wish now." Zichen looked at Lin Yan with an indifferent expression, as if he was talking about something trivial. I really didn't expect that mortals nowadays are so arrogant. A mere LV5s don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I say, Lin Yen, as a citizen of the divine city, if you can tolerate this, then we will look down on you. At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. This was obviously a provocation, and Lin Yen was very happy. He looked at Zi Chen and nodded. Good, very good. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he began to release the aura around him. The unique divine law was faintly visible on the surface of his body. Lin Yen, this is the square. Private battles are not allowed, Xian Jun reminded him. So what? He was the one who provoked me first. Besides, we came here to compete. At most, I'll fight him in the first round, Lin Yen said with a face full of anger. Since there's a grudge, we can settle it first. I agree. A voice sounded from the high platform. In the distant spectator stands, more than a dozen figures had appeared at some point. They were all looking over. However, when everyone looked at the platform, they couldn't see their faces clearly. It was as if they were blocked by a mysterious energy. However, Zi Chen could sense that the person sitting in the middle was Goddess Yi Chen. Hehe, your time of death has come. Lin Yen laughed proudly when he heard the voice from above. You're not allowed to kill for no reason. The voice sounded again. Lin Yen bowed in that direction and turned to look at Zi Chen with a sinister smile. Consider yourself lucky. Since I can't kill, I'll just cripple you. Zi Chen's expression was still calm. If his opponent was a level 6, perhaps he would be more serious. However, his opponent was only a level 5. Zi Chen believed that he could defeat his opponent at the same level. Lin Yen, don't be careless. His Zi Chen, Xian Jun reminded him kindly. Shut up. I don't care if he's Zi Chen or Hei Chen. Today, I'll cripple him. Lin Yen turned around and scolded Xian Jun. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Oh, he's the guy who defeated you. Do you think I'm as useless as you? Whatever. Xian Jun's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Yen snorted coldly and faced Zi Chen. The others scattered. It was obvious that the battle would take place on the spot. If you can't win, you might as well kill yourself, Dofhil said indifferently as he walked past Zi Chen. I'll beat him until he can't stand to watch the battle, Zi Chen said indifferently. These people immediately scattered. They were very surprised that the battle would start in such a way, but they were also looking forward to it. God's wrath. Although Lin Yen's words were cold and arrogant, he was very serious when it came to the battle. He even used a powerful divine skill. That godly face appeared in mid-air, bringing with it a vast pressure that landed on Zi Chen's body. At this moment, there were more than a dozen figures sitting in the stands. There were also figures in other places. They were all people who lived in the divine city and came to watch the battle. Lin Yen used God's wrath directly. It's obvious that he's still wary of his opponent. A voice rang out from the spectator stand. It was a handsome man with colorful light circling around his body. He exuded a divine pressure. He was a real god, a real powerful existence, and he was sitting next to Yi Chen. Other than him, the other people who were qualified to sit here were also gods. They were already considered the upper echelons of the divine city. As for Yi Chen's guard, the powerful servant Lotus, he could only stand behind Yi Chen. He was not qualified to sit at all. On the other side of Yi Chen, there was a woman sitting. She looked at the arena and said with a smile, Goddess, who do you think will win this battle? Zi Chen. Yi Chen said without thinking. Oh, Goddess, you're very confident. The woman's face showed a look of surprise. Zi Chen is my friend. I know him very well. He will definitely win. Yi Chen looked down at Zi Chen, who was beginning to surge with energy. When Yi Chen said the word friend, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the other gods. It was unknown whether Yi Chen did not notice it or did not care at all. She continued to say, I also believe that he will be the final winner. At this moment, the light of energy was released from Zi Chen's body. He looked up at God's wrath and said, I've seen this move before. I'm really not interested in fighting with you like this. Let's just end it. After saying that, He tapped his foot and his body soared into the air. He rushed directly toward God's wrath's face. Humph! The God's wrath's face, which had already manifested, snorted coldly. A unique power of rules swept toward Zi Chen. Lightning flashed around Zi Chen's body, forming layers of protective shields. He ignored the power of rules and continued to soar. Seeing that the first attack was so easily resolved, a look of surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. He made another seal with his hands. The face that had completely become clear let out a low roar. Destroy. An extremely strong destructive power, which was accompanied by a unique God's rules, descended from the sky. A crazy pressure swept across the square. An aura so strong that people had to look up to it appeared. Buzz. Around Zi Chen, an even more dazzling light of lightning lit up. This light was like a lightning dragon, protecting Zi Chen in the middle. He went against the heavens. Boom. The terrifying aura fell and the lightning dragon shattered. Zi Chen's body once again closed the distance between him and God's wrath. God's destruction. The seals in Jolson's hands changed rapidly. The mouth on the clear face opened, and a divine sound like a great bell rang out. This divine sound was not only an attack of rules, but also a spiritual attack. It was very terrifying. God's destruction. Zi Chen, who was going against the heavens, had a cold look in his eyes. A sheathed long saber appeared in his left hand. Zi Chen held the scabbard tightly with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand. He pulled the saber out of the scabbard and a cold voice resounded through the sky. The words God's destruction caused the faces of everyone present to change, including those from the God clan in the stands. A flash of saber light was seen heading toward the huge face. After this strike, Zi Chen did not put the saber back into the scabbard. The saber light continued to flash. Another cross saber sign followed by this bright saber light and landed on the face. The broken saber light in his hand flashed again and 3 saber arcs appeared, representing the meanings of heaven, earth, and man. They followed the cross saber sign. In the face of the saber light that came one after another, the God's rules around the face began to surge. Waves of destructive power dissipated, trying to break the saber light. In the blink of an eye, the extreme saber sign and the cross saber sign were shattered. However, the tripartite blade incantation that followed immediately destroyed the remaining power of the rules. It swept past the face of the god and flew dozens of meters away before dissipating. Chapter 2560. C_T. Zi Chen annihilated Shen Nu with just 3 strikes. Such battle prowess also caused the spectators present to be stunned. Read the full article. The careless expressions on those people's faces were already receding, and their expressions gradually became solemn. God's wrath was extremely important in their hearts. Not only did it represent God's laws, but it also represented the God race's rule. Especially in this place, where God's power was added, God's wrath was invincible. However, Zi Chen's 3 strikes had easily destroyed God's wrath in their hearts. At this moment, the expressions of those who had looked down on Lin Feng all changed. After destroying God's wrath, Zi Chen descended from the sky. The broken sword in his hand flashed as it flew towards Lin Yan. Fleet footsteps. Lin Yan tapped his foot and changed his position, dodging this attack. Following this, a long sword appeared in his hand. He poured God's laws into the long sword, and he charged towards Zi Chen with his sword. Clang! Zi Chen blocked with his sword. Sword arcs flashed continuously, and a powerful force spread out in all directions with each clash. Looking at Zi Chen who was fighting, Xian Jun murmured, "He's stronger than before." After fighting Zi Chen personally, he knew very well how powerful Zi Chen was. Looking at Zi Chen now, he found that Zi Chen was stronger than before. Clang! Clanging sounds continuously sounded out on the battlefield. As the 2 sides continued to clash, Lin Yan continuously retreated. This was because Zi Chen's attacks contained too much power. If he did not retreat, he would not be able to completely neutralize those attacks. After facing them head-on, he truly understood how powerful Zi Chen was. Zi Chen's attacks continuously forced him back, which made him feel very uneasy. If this continued, the first one to be unable to hold on would definitely be him. Thus, He took advantage of the confrontation and retreated quickly. He even used the fleet-foot stride to change directions several times to prevent Zichen from catching up. Zichen did not chase after him. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at Lin Yan, who had just appeared. He said faintly, "If you have any tricks up your sleeve, use them quickly. Otherwise, you won't have the chance." Being underestimated like this, a hint of anger appeared on Lin Yan's face. He snorted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. The space above began to distort as colorful lights lingered. Divine seal of annihilation. Following Lin Yan's low shout, a divine seal emitting a colorful light appeared in the distorted void. The divine seal surged with terrifying divine power, spinning in the sky. As Lin Yan pointed, it pressed down on Zichen. Zichen felt as if he was bathed in colorful light, and a vast pressure fell on his body. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. This was obviously a divine skill, and its power was extraordinary. Zichen raised his head and looked at the voice calmly. His black hair danced wildly in the airflow. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken sword was unsheathed again. But this time, the light on the broken sword was no longer a bright sword light, but two. They were the colors of yin and yang, and the surface of the broken sword flashed with the light of thunder. Swoosh! When the divine seal was almost within reach, the two-colored sword light went up against the sky and then turned into a sword light like a waterfall, sweeping through the middle of the divine seal. The falling divine seal was directly split into two. The broken sword went up against the sky for hundreds of meters before dissipating. This time, it was a single strike. Just a single strike. The expressions of the surrounding spectators changed again, from solemn to shocked. As a level 5, Lin Yan was definitely the best among his peers. He was even stronger than Xian Jun. Although Zichen defeated Xian Jun, it was said that the two of them fought for a long time, and Xian Jun won by luck. After that, no one cared about such a mortal. Instead, they mocked Xian Jun for being too weak. But now, from the beginning of the battle, Lin Yan had been passive. That breathtaking saber strike just now made them feel a kind of palpitating feeling. It is indeed the energy of yin and yang. On the high platform, the man sitting at the edge said. His eyes, which occasionally flashed with colorful light, stared closely at Zichen, and his expression changed. "Isn't this the same as Wuji in the past?" On the other side, a voice sounded. There was an indescribable feeling in that voice. There seemed to be some fear, but it seemed that a god should not be afraid. Wuji made the divine city a mess back then. This time, there is the energy of yin and yang. Will it become another Wuji? A worried voice sounded. If they were to ask what had been the most troublesome thing in the past few years, they would definitely say Wuji. They could not kill him, but they could not let him go. Back then, Limitless had almost shaken the entire divine city. Of course, it was not just Wuji alone. There was also the power behind Wuji, the old man that even they were wary of. This was also the main reason why Wuji could survive until now. "No, he can't be the next Wuji," said the man sitting beside Yi Qian. When the other Celestials heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the next Wuji, it was fine. But then, the man said again, because he has the energy of yin and yang. If he grows up, he will be more powerful than Wuji. He will be more terrifying. Ah! When the other Celestials heard this, they were all moved. They could not help but show worry in their eyes. Only Yi Qian was not interested in their conversation. She only looked at the battle below. The smile on her face never disappeared. There was only one figure in her eyes. After interacting with these people for a long time, she also knew that although these people were powerful Celestials, they were paranoid all day long. It was quite boring. If he is more powerful than Wuji in the future, doesn't that mean that he will cause more chaos in the Divine City? "Should we?" one of them asked tentatively. "I want to watch the battle. Can you please keep quiet?" At this moment, Yi Qian frowned and said aloud. The Celestials put away their other expressions and sat up straight. They began to focus on watching the battle. They no longer mentioned Zi Chen's yin and yang energy. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very afraid of the future goddess. In the middle of the battlefield, Zi Chen had broken the divine seal with a single strike. Such a clean and efficient method gave Lin Yen a big fright. I have said before, if you have no other tricks up your sleeve, the battle should end. Zi Chen's indifferent voice suddenly rang in Lin Yen's ears. He saw that Zi Chen, who was standing in front of him, disappeared like a phantom. Damn it! Lin Yen cursed. Without hesitation, he used the fleet-foot stride and quickly moved to the side. He saw a bright arc of a blade slashing across the place where he had been standing. Lin Yen appeared on the other side. He tilted his head and looked at his arm. There was a wound there, and blood was flowing out. You! He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. He did not understand how his opponent could be so fast. It seems that you did not do your homework. Zi Chen shook his head helplessly. His body flashed again, like a bolt of lightning, and went straight for Lin Yen. Lin Yen used the fleet-foot stride again, but this time, he did not escape Zi Chen's pursuit. The light under Zi Chen's feet turned into two colors in an instant. It was still the same as the gold and silver energy just now. His speed increased sharply, and he arrived at the place where Lin Yen appeared first. As a result, Lin Yen, who had just appeared, encountered a flash of a blade arc, which swept toward his neck. His face was full of fear, and he quickly dodged. Puff! The saber landed on his chest, leaving a long gash on his chest. Lin Yen's figure flashed again, trying to increase the distance between the two of them. However, Zi Chen once again reached the position he wanted to reach before him. Puff! Another arc of a blade appeared on his body. His speed is faster than the fleet-foot stride. How is this possible? The fleet-foot stride is the fastest speed in the world. In this world, how can there be a speed that is faster than the fleet-foot stride? The surrounding young spectators were all shocked at this moment. Their faces were full of disbelief, and they could not accept this reality. In their minds, God was the most powerful, and the divine skill was the most powerful. Previously, Zi Chen, as a mortal, easily destroyed the divine skill, which shocked them. Now, even the world's fastest fleet-foot stride was suppressed by a mortal. Listening to the exclamations, Dofil couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he didn't like the two guys on the grandstand, these people were even more annoying. Thus, he sneered, "Are all of you idiots? When did the world's fastest speed become the fleet-foot stride? Did you all call it that? Open your eyes and look carefully. Zi Chen is using the world's fastest speed, and it is recognized as the world's fastest speed. How dare you? The world's fastest speed is the fleet-foot stride." As soon as Dofil's words came out, many people refuted. Dofil just rolled his eyes and muttered that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. He knew where he was. He could be shameless to these fake gods, but he did not dare to express any dissatisfaction with the Protoss. In fact, there was no need for him to explain, because the situation on the battlefield had already explained everything. Zi Chen had already put away his broken blade and switched to using his fists. Obviously, he was afraid that if he could not hold back, he would directly kill his opponent. Using his fists was much more direct, and he could control his strength. Boom! A powerful punch landed on Lin Yen's body. The terrifying power penetrated Lin Yen's body and entered his body. Cracking sounds could be heard as several of Lin Yen's bones were broken. Crack! Immediately after, Zi Chen's figure flashed again and appeared beside Lin Yen. He grabbed Lin Yen's wrist and poured a powerful force into it, breaking Lin Yen's entire arm. "I said that I won't let you stand and watch the whole battle." Zi Chen's cold voice sounded. His figure appeared on the other side and kicked Lin Yen's leg. After that, there was a sound of bones breaking, and Lin Yen's body fell to the ground. Crack! Zi Chen did not show mercy and attacked again. The divine rules around Lin Yen's body could not protect him at this moment, and his other leg bone was broken. In fact, Zi Chen did not want to attack before, but Lin Yen was too arrogant. His attitude towards Jiao Tu and Huang Tu made him very unhappy because Jiao Tu was his friend and had defended him many times. Bang! With the last kick, Lin Yan's body rolled out and landed beside those who had reprimanded Jiao Tu and Huang Tu. Chapter 2561. C_T. The battle ended very quickly, and all the bones in Lin's body were broken. Whether it was the contestants or the spectators outside the square, their faces were full of shock. They were not shocked by Zi Chen's ruthlessness, which broke all the bones in Lin's body. In fact, these injuries were nothing to Lin. He only needed to lie down for a few days to recover. What shocked them was that Zi Chen had defeated Lin. In a battle of the same level, a Protoss was defeated by a mere mortal. And it was a complete defeat. The whole battle did not last long, but from the beginning, Lin was completely in a passive state until the end of the battle. It could be said that Zi Chen had not only defeated Lin completely, but he had also defeated him very easily. Not only was he stronger than Lin, but he was also much stronger. Lin's painful roar awakened the shocked false gods. The previous level 6 looked at Lin's painful appearance, then stared at Zi Chen and said coldly, "You're so vicious. Do you want to die?" Zi Chen looked at him and said indifferently, "If you want to follow in his footsteps, I can also fulfill your wish. A mere level 6 is nothing in my eyes." The level 6 false god was furious. Although he was shocked by Zi Chen's combat strength, he was not afraid. After all, the difference between the two of them was one level, and the difference in combat strength was also great. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." He glanced at Zi Chen indifferently, then turned to the spectator stand in the distance, cupped his fist, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Divine Lady. Greetings, Lords. I, Donyin, formally challenge Zi Chen. I hope Divine Lady and Lords can fulfill my wish." On the spectator stand, several Protoss looked surprised when they saw this scene. Zi Chen's easy victory surprised them, and now Donyin's challenge was also beyond their expectations. Almost subconsciously, these people looked at Yi Qian. The smile on Yi Qian's face had obviously disappeared at this moment, so these people looked at each other and knew what to do. According to the rules, the battle has begun, and Zi Chen has won one round. If you want to challenge him, you have to win a match first. Now, let's start the battle. "We'll start in order of number," said the man sitting next to Yi Qian. After that, he waved his sleeves and beams of light shot out from his sleeves, heading straight for the crowd. Except for Zi Chen and Lin Yan, everyone else took a light ball. Within each light ball, there was a group of numbers. There was no referee for this battle. Everyone who had received a number looked at each other. Quick update: the website is refreshing with few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. I've finished playing on number 1, starting from number 2. As the man's words rang out again, the two young men were stunned. Then, they subconsciously took a few steps forward. Then, the two of them looked at each other, and one of them couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was because one of them was at level 6 while the other was at level 5. Both parties were at the semi-divinity realm, so the battle techniques that they had grasped were more or less the same. With a gap of an entire realm, it would be difficult for the weaker party to emerge victorious. The two of them looked at each other, then flew forward and arrived at the high platform. There was no referee, so the two of them started the battle as soon as they went up. Moreover, the first move they made was the standard God's Wrath. Two gods' faces appeared, competing with each other using God's rules. In a battle of the same level of techniques, the one with a higher level undoubtedly had a great advantage. After holding on for a full quarter of an hour, the level 5 fell from the platform, announcing his defeat. Then, number 2 jumped down from the platform, and soon, two number 3s stepped forward. He didn't know if it was a coincidence, but these two semi-divinities were also at level 5 and level 6. There was no suspense at all in the battle. The level 5 lost, and the level 6 won. It was the same for the third group that went up. These numbers were all issued by the God clan above, and they were assigned in such a way. Zi Chen didn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. But why did he arrange a battle between level 5 and 6? Was he trying to find an expert among them? Or was he trying to eliminate these level 5s as soon as possible? Perhaps both. Soon, it was number 6, and Jiao Tu and Huang Tu walked out. He was holding number 6. Immediately after, the person who walked out from another direction was actually Xian Jun, the person who had been defeated by Zi Chen. This time, it was level 5 against level 5. Before Jiao Tu and Huang Tu went up to the platform, Zi Chen warned them, "Be careful. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. Don't get hurt." Jiao Tu and Huang Tu nodded to show that they understood. The two of them went up to the platform, cupped their fists, and started the battle. As soon as Jiao Tu and Huang Tu came up, they used the powerful technique of the Jiao Tu family. God's wrath. Xian Jun shouted, and the god's face appeared, and a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. The battle started quickly, and it ended quickly. The result was no suspense. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu were defeated. This was a city within the city of God, and the real God clan was watching the battle from above. Under such circumstances, these semi-divinities used divine skills, which were imperceptibly enhanced. Xian Jun didn't go all out, and both sides stopped. When they stepped down, the two of them cupped their fists in a friendly manner. The battle came to an end. Soon, it was the turn of the two level 6 who came with Zi Chen and the others. One of them took number 10, and the other took number 13. Unfortunately, no. 10's opponent was Dong Yin, who had just threatened to challenge Zi Chen. Crack. On the platform, there was the clear sound of bones breaking, and a roar. "I admit defeat. The battle is over." On the platform, a cold voice sounded. It was a God clan member. Dong Yin snorted coldly. He had no choice but to stop. He kicked the LV6 fighter off the high platform. This LV6 fighter's leg was broken. He could barely stand and limped towards Dong Yin. Although he had clearly shown that he wasn't familiar with Zi Chen, and deliberately distanced himself from him, Dong Yin still vented his anger on him. Therefore, when he walked back, he looked at Zi Chen with a venomous gaze. Soon, it was the last level 6 from the outside world. They were the strongest after many rounds of selection, but in the eyes of the false gods, they were nothing. The battle didn't last long, and the level 6 was defeated and eliminated. His opponent, the level 6 false god, didn't go all out. He left the platform. Soon, of the 5 who came, only Doff Hill hadn't joined the battle. Other than Zi Chen, who won one battle, the others were all eliminated. The battles continued. Most of the battles were between level 6 and level 6 false gods. The level 5 was eliminated, and the level 6 was promoted. There were a total of 32 participants, and soon, it was number 16. Doff Hill stepped forward. His opponent was the last level 5. From the start of the battle until now, Xian Jun was the only level 5 false god who had advanced, and Zi Chen was the only level 5 normal god. This battle would decide whether the second false god or the second level 5 normal god would advance. "Mph, I'll teach you a lesson," the level 5 false god said, looking at Doff Hill. "Cut the crap. Let's start." Doff Hill's tone was indifferent, and he seemed to be impatient. His figure flashed, and he flew toward the platform. The level 5 false god followed closely behind. Everyone's attention was on the last battle. Only Dong Yin glanced at Zi Chen coldly before watching the battle. The battle hadn't started yet, but Zi Chen was sure that Doff Hill would win. He couldn't explain why he was so sure. It seemed to be some kind of intuition. When he looked at Doff Hill, he felt that his opponent had an aura that made his heart palpitate. On the platform, the level 5 false god made his move, signaling the start of the battle. Doff Hill punched, and a dazzling fist light appeared, carrying a powerful force. Boom! The level 5 false god blocked the attack, and a powerful force exploded between the two. Using this force, the level 5 false god began to retreat. God's wrath. After that, he smiled mockingly at Doff Hill, and it was his signature attack. The face of the god race appeared. Doff Hill looked up at the face and smiled coldly. With a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. As he moved forward, the god's law surged and fell on Doff Hill, but it didn't affect him at all. In an instant, he was in front of the god race's face, and then he kicked out. Powerful energy surged in the soles of his feet, and the kick landed on the god race's face. Boom! In mid-air, the energy went berserk, and the god race's face was like a mirror, shattered by the kick. Below, the level 5 false god coughed up blood, and his face was full of shock. The spectators were all incomparably shocked. Previously, Zi Chen destroyed God's fury with 3 slashes, which was already unbelievable. But now, this level 5 false god destroyed God's fury with just 1 kick. After destroying God's fury with 1 kick, Dofhil descended from the sky and stomped on the level 5 false god's head. Divine Seal of Annihilation. The level 5 false god changed the seal in his hand, and a huge seal appeared above his head. With a vast aura, it smashed toward Dofhil. Boom! Dofhil stomped on the seal, and it instantly exploded. Dofhil's attack didn't slow down at all as he let the seal's energy wreak havoc. His body rapidly descended, and he kicked at the level 5 false god's chest. The level 5 false god's face changed drastically, and he blocked the attack with his hands, which were surrounded by the god's law. Dofhil's foot landed, and the powerful force caused the level 5 false god to retract his hands and counterattack his chest. Crack! The powerful rebounding force directly shattered the bones in his chest and arms. At the same time, his body flew out of the fighting ring and smashed into the square. The battle was over. Dofhil stood in the middle of the square. From the beginning to the end, he had only kicked and stomped on the level 5 false god, and he had already won. All around them, there was silence, a deathly stillness. Chapter 2562. C_T. This battle brought about an even more intense shock, to the extent that there was a moment of deathly stillness in the surroundings. The website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. Under normal circumstances, they would win against mortals. They were known as the strongest. This could be seen from the previous few battles. But now, Dofhil had ended the battle with just 2 kicks. The battle was over, but the powerful energy fluctuations were still wreaking havoc. Sensing the residual energy fluctuations, even the expressions of the level 6 false gods became unnatural. Dofhil landed on the stage and glanced at Zi Chen indifferently. In his opinion, the only one who was qualified to be his opponent was Zi Chen. Zi Chen was silent. To be honest, Dofhil's strength had shocked him. He felt that his opponent was difficult to deal with, and he also felt that Dofhil would be a strong opponent for him to become the number 1. The battle is over. Tomorrow, the top 8 will be decided. A cold voice came from the high platform. Then, the audience began to leave the stage. In today's 16 battles, 16 people had been eliminated. Tomorrow, 8 people would be eliminated. The coachman who had left earlier appeared again. Without his order, the 5 of them got on the carriage. As mortals in the eyes of these people, Zi Chen and the others were not qualified to spend the night in the Divine City. As if it was on the way, the coachman sent Zi Chen to the Crafts Manor first. When he got off the carriage, Dofhil sneered. I say, don't get eliminated in tomorrow's battle. Otherwise, it will be too boring. You too. Zi Chen replied indifferently. He got off the carriage and walked toward the Crafts Manor. When he walked into the Crafts Manor, Lei Ming was waiting for him. He did not ask him about the result. Obviously, as a heaven-defying challenger on a lifestar, it would be too embarrassing to be eliminated in the first battle. After returning to his residence, Zi Chen lay on his bed, thinking about the battle that had taken place earlier in the day. The fighting styles of the level 6 false gods were similar, and none of them were evenly matched, so it was not easy to evaluate them. However, Zi Chen was more concerned about Dofhil. Dofhil's strength was far beyond his expectations. In fact, when Dofhil attacked, Zi Chen could clearly sense the nervousness and fear in the eyes of those level 6 false gods. How could he possess such great power? Zi Chen frowned, clearly puzzled. The next day, the coachman from yesterday came again. When Zi Chen got into the carriage, he saw that all the contestants were there. We have nothing to do, so we want to go and see the outcome. Jiao Tu and Huang Tu looked at the stunned Zi Chen and said, there are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. Zi Chen nodded with a smile. The contestants from yesterday were all there, especially the one who had been beaten up by Dong Yin because of him. The moment Zi Chen came in, a cold light flashed in his eyes. When he came to the square again, all the contestants were there. Even the false gods who had been eliminated were all there. Joel's son was in the team, but unlike yesterday when he was lying down and watching the battle, he was able to stand up today. When Zi Chen got out of the carriage, Lin Yan's venomous gaze was directed at him. There was also a gloating expression in his eyes. Zi Chen glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, "You've recovered well, haven't you? Are you interested in watching today's battle while lying down? Humph, this is the divine city. Do you have the guts to fight?" Lin Yan snorted coldly, showing no signs of weakness. "We can apply for another battle. For example, in yesterday's battle, you didn't perform well. In this way, won't you have another chance to participate in the battle?" Zi Chen said with a faint smile. The corner of Lin Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he said coldly, "Boring." After that, he turned his head and looked to the side, ignoring Zi Chen. Obviously, he was really timid. "Don't worry, I'll play with you in today's battle," Dongyin said indifferently as he looked at Zi Chen. "Well, I also want to see the strength of a level 6 false god," Zi Chen said. However, as soon as his voice fell, he attracted the attention of many people. Undoubtedly, the words false god were extremely unpleasant to them. Although they were not Protoss, they had always regarded themselves as Protoss. They were the servants of the Protoss and had mastered the real divine skills. Although they were indeed false gods, they could not bear to be called false gods. "I'll teach you a lesson." Dongyin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Zi Chen. His tone also turned cold. "Then I'll see you in the arena." The exchange of words between the two came to an end. The spectators from yesterday appeared today. In addition to the dozens of real Protoss in the stands, many false gods also appeared, standing around the square to watch the battle. The number was much more than yesterday. Obviously, in their opinion, today's battle would be more interesting. Swoosh. At this time, more light balls flew out from the high platform. There were a total of 16 of them, flying toward the 16 people. Catching the light ball, Zi Chen glanced at the number on it. It was number 6. He silently memorized the number and glanced back at Dongyin. If he guessed correctly, Dongyin was also number 6. Coincidentally, Dongyin also looked at Zi Chen coldly. It was obvious that he had the same guess in his heart. "Let the battle begin." On the high platform, an indifferent voice sounded. 2 false gods walked out. They were both level 6 false gods. The two of them stepped onto the platform. The battle between level 6 false gods was undoubtedly very exciting. All kinds of divine skills were used. Zi Chen, who was watching the battle, had a certain understanding of level 6 divine skills. This battle lasted for a very long time. However, there was still a time when victory and defeat would be decided. A level 6 false god named Guan Jiao won, but he was also heavily injured. It could be said that the battle strength of the two was not much different. The two of them stepped down from the platform, and the 2 false gods stepped onto the platform. Then it was number 3, number 4, and number 5. During this time, Doff Hill, Zi Chen, and Dongyin had not been matched with an opponent. Without a doubt, everyone believed that Zi Chen would fight Dongyin because this was arranged yesterday. Dongyin looked at Zi Chen and continued to sneer. Zi Chen looked up at the battlefield. He was not familiar with false gods, so he could take this opportunity to learn more about their skills. The battle ended. One person fell off the platform, and the other won. The winner was naturally happy. After bowing to the upper platform, he turned around and jumped off the platform. Zi Chen looked at number 6 in his hand and a cold smile appeared in his eyes. He turned his head to look at Dongyin and stepped forward. Dongyin, who looked at Zi Chen's sneer, was shocked. He looked down at his light ball number and his face was filled with disbelief. "Come out, number 6. Zi Chen looked at Dongyin and said coldly, "Number 6. You're number 6. Dongyin looked up and stared at Zi Chen. He took out his light ball number and saw that it was number 7. Obviously, their numbers were not correct. While the two of them were still in shock, a bitter voice came from behind Zi Chen. "Number 6 is me." Zi Chen turned around and saw Xian Jun, the only level 5 false god on the platform. He had already been defeated by Zi Chen once. At this moment, the semi-divinity realm experts in the surroundings of the plaza were also astonished. This was completely different from what they had expected. On the high platform, the divine race experts smiled when they saw the change in the expressions of the two people below. Especially when they saw the happy smile on the divine lady's face, the smile on their faces grew wider. Do you think you can fight with whoever you want? What do you think this place is? If you want to fight, wait until you win. There was no doubt that this was a little prank. Or rather, it was a little joke played by the gods. When Yi Chen saw the expression on Zi Chen's face, she smiled happily. It seemed that in her heart, Zi Chen was always full of confidence and always had a unique understanding of things. Occasionally, he would miscalculate and be defeated, which was quite a happy thing. Since the numbers were out, no one dared to exchange numbers in front of so many people. If the two of them wanted to fight, they would have to wait until they both advanced to the semifinals. Therefore, Zi Chen put away his light ball and went up the platform. Xian Jun shook his head with a wry smile and followed him. Looking at Xian Jun in front of him, Zi Chen said, "Do we still need to fight?" Looking back, Xian Jun could only smile bitterly. If he didn't fight, it would be a loss of face for the divine race. But obviously, he couldn't win, so he said with a wry smile, "Let's fight." Zi Chen nodded and said, "All right, then let's do it." After saying that, Zi Chen began to rush forward and punched Xian Jun's chest. The speed of this attack was not fast. It could even be said that it was very slow, so slow that Xian Jun could easily dodge it. Therefore, Xian Jun took 2 steps back to avoid the attack and punched Zi Chen's side. The speed of this attack was also not fast, but the attack was very beautiful. Swoosh! Zi Chen dodged, and an even more dazzling attack appeared, like a rainbow hanging in the sky. Xian Jun chopped forward with his palm, and a beautiful rainbow light appeared, breaking Zi Chen's attack. Zi Chen tapped the ground with his feet, and his body spun in the air. Waves of energy spread out in all directions. This light simulated all kinds of energy, and it was very beautiful. Swoosh! Xian Jun also tapped his foot and his body flew in the air. All kinds of colorful light spots flew out around his body, and those light spots could even be pieced together in mid-air to form all kinds of small beasts. Looking at such a battle, everyone was dumbfounded. This was a battle? Was it really a battle? Was this a joke? In the stands, Yi Chen couldn't stop giggling, and she was already rocking back and forth. She felt that this Zi Chen was really funny. The people around were speechless, but they couldn't say anything when this guy was laughing. The other contestants were dumbfounded. This kind of battle was too perfunctory. It was just acting cute and showing off. The battle was no longer about combat power, but about the degree of brilliance and variability of energy. Go down quickly, go down. Undoubtedly, this kind of battle was not the battle they wanted, so everyone was angry. Swoosh! At this time, a beautiful rainbow light fell on Xian Jun, wrapped around him, and brought him down the platform. Chapter 2563. In front of him was a familiar scene. It was the place where he first came to this world. The only difference was that he appeared in the small village back then, but now he was outside the village. Zi Chen could no longer feel the pressure from this world. He didn't know if it was because he was only left with the heavenly god's bones. Thousands of years had passed, but there were still not many changes here. The buildings were still the same as before, but there were a few wooden houses that seemed to have collapsed because no one had lived in them for too long and no one had repaired them. There was an old senior here whose surname was John Wu. He had helped him a lot back then, so he decided to visit him. A gust of wind blew out of the village, and Zi Chen stopped. The wind was full of the smell of decay, as if the small village in front of him was already an uninhabited village. After a slight hesitation, he walked into the village. The doors of most of the wooden houses were open, and there was a thick layer of dust inside. Occasionally, he could see the divine ants that only appeared at night. If it wasn't for the fact that no one had lived here for a long time, how could this place be occupied by the divine ants? He passed by a few stone houses, but there was no sound inside. For 1000 there was no aura fluctuation. Chen quickly walked to the stone house that he had robbed back then. There was still no one inside. He pushed open the door, and a rotten smell came out. No one had lived here for a long time. Where is he? Chen was very puzzled. Old man Jean Wu had become a hunter long ago, and he was unwilling to go to other towns. He should have stayed here all the time. But now, he was nowhere to be found. The other villagers who lived here were also nowhere to be found. Could something have happened? Walking out of the room, Chen looked around again, but he didn't see any signs of fighting. There were no signs of fighting, which proved that nothing had happened to old man Jean Wu, so he planned to leave this place and go to the nearest town. The closest town to this place was called Mingfei Town. On the way, there was also a nameless inn. Chen's speed was very fast. Before the sky turned dark, he arrived at the former inn. However, the place had long become a mess, and the door was wide open. Chen walked in and saw that there were many spider webs in the entire inn. At the end of the spider webs, there were many divine spiders hiding, waiting for prey to take the bait. Chen turned around and left the inn, heading towards Mingfei Town. As the night came, a strong wind blew, and the divine ants and divine mosquitoes started to appear. Hualala. When these existences were still some distance away from Chen, they naturally scattered and went around Chen. It was obvious that they still possessed intelligence in the wind and were very afraid of this skeleton. When he arrived at Mingfei Town, he discovered that the entire town was still empty. He did not know what had happened here in the past few thousand years, but he was sure that the disappearance of these people was not caused by battle. The entire town was empty, but there were no traces of battle. Where are the hunters? Chen was very puzzled and walked deeper into the cave. Just like that, Chen continued to walk. He passed by 3 small towns, but he didn't see a single person. The hunters of the past seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What happened to this world? Chen was very puzzled and could only helplessly walk towards the city of God. After walking day and night for 3 months, Chen finally saw a small town with hunters, and it was not far from the city of God. The small town was very lively, and hunters were going in and out. It was very busy. Going to the city of God, is there anyone? Is there a team going to the city of God? As he walked closer, he heard the shouts and was very surprised. There were too many people going to the city of God, and there were already many teams outside. From what he could sense, most of these people were at least level 6. One had to know that the lowest level to enter the city of God was level 5, but these people had already reached the lowest level to enter the city of God. Moreover, there were too many level 6 hunters in this place. After walking through those teams, he entered this unknown town. In this town, he sensed too many level 6 and level 5 hunters. As for level 4 hunters, there were very few of them. At this moment, all the hunters in the town were on the move, and it seemed that they were all preparing to enter the city of God. After entering the city of God, he knew very well that level 5 hunters would die if they entered, and level 6 hunters could barely survive. But now, those level 4 hunters were mixed in with level 6 hunters, preparing to enter the city of God. What was going on? He walked towards a team that was not very strong. A level 6 manager saw Chen walking over and said, "What, you want to enter the city of God too?" Chen nodded. 10 Holy Spirit crystals or lift it up, the manager of the 6th rank team said as he pointed at a large boulder not far away from them. Chen did not know what a Saint Spirit crystal was. He only knew about Sacred Origin liquid. The manager was very busy and obviously would not answer his question, so he did not say anything and walked towards the rock. At this moment, there were other people trying to raise the rock, but after a few failed attempts, they stepped back dejectedly and helplessly went to pay the Saint Spirit crystals. Chen walked in front of the rock, but did not raise it. Instead, he punched forward. Boom! The rock shook, and a crack appeared in it. The crack quickly spread, and finally, it fell to the ground with a crash. There was a sudden silence in the noisy surroundings. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the shattered boulder, as well as Chen, who was standing beside it. This rock was a special rock in this world. It was very heavy, and even a level 6 hunter could barely lift it. Even if a level 6 hunter attacked with full force, he would only be able to leave a shallow mark on it. But now, such a hard rock had been shattered with a single punch. In that case, how powerful was the other party? Was he at the peak of level 6? Or level 7? Under everyone's stunned gazes, Chen turned to the level 6 manager and asked, "Is this enough?" "Yes, please." The manager recovered from his shock and hurriedly said, his expression very respectful. Chen walked into the group and purposely stood beside a level 4 hunter. When the latter saw Chen, he quickly bowed respectfully. Chen looked at him and nodded. "Are you going to the Divine City too?" The level 4 hunter obviously did not expect that a level 7 hunter would talk to him. He nodded excitedly. "Yes. But you're only level 4. If I remember correctly, the minimum requirement to go to the Divine City should be level 5, right?" The level 4 hunter sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. If we don't follow them, we'll die. Maybe I'll be able to break through to level 5 by the time we reach the Divine City." Chen nodded and did not say anything. However, he did not believe that the hunter could break through to level 5 in just a few months. Sigh. "I can only say that I'm unlucky. Just as the suppression of the laws of this world was fading, I was seriously injured and had to recuperate. If I knew that the world would become like this, I wouldn't have fought so hard. Now, even those who weren't hunters have advanced to level 5, but I'm still stuck at level 4. The level 4 hunter sighed. Chen was shocked. His soul was sealed, and his perception of the laws of heaven and earth was not obvious. Hence, he did not notice the fundamental changes in heaven and earth. So that's how it is. Before they came to this world, the weakest was a saint king. Naturally, their talents were very strong. When the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth was fading, every one of them could quickly increase their realms. It was not strange that they could reach level 5. As for Old Man John Wu and Old Fart Wei, they were nowhere to be found. Now, it seemed that they had reached level 6 and went to the Divine City directly. These people should be the last batch. If the level 4 hunters did not follow, they could only go alone. The group quickly recruited enough people. There were close to 200 of them, and they walked forward. Following their departure, the other teams also left one after another. Although everyone was in different groups, they were closely connected, like a big group. Even so, everyone was still very nervous during this period, as if they were on guard against something. After leaving the small town and walking for 100 miles, Chen finally understood what they were worried about. They were worried about the pseudo-divine beasts of this world. They appeared in the forest, densely packed. They ranged from level 3 to level 6, and there were many of them. At this moment, Chen was relieved. Humans could increase their strength by killing the pseudo-divine beasts. Similarly, if the pseudo-divine beasts devoured these humans, they would also increase their realms. They wanted to go to the Divine City, and the pseudo-divine beasts also wanted to enter the Divine City. Obviously, everyone was there for the almost non-existent chance of becoming a god. But what he did not understand was that this world had been maintained for so many years. Why did the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth suddenly weaken? What exactly happened that caused the suppression of the laws to weaken? There was no answer to this question. The humans and the pseudo-divine beasts had already started fighting. After both sides suffered casualties, the battle ended quickly. After that, such things happened many times. As time passed, Chen also met other groups that were preparing to enter the Divine City. As a result, the whole group grew larger and larger. At this moment, if one was in the sky of this world, they would be able to see that all the hunters in all directions of the Divine City were heading towards it. Only in the extreme north, where the Moonwolf was, there was no movement. In this way, after a few months, they were finally about to reach the Divine City. During this period, they encountered fewer attacks, and they could even see some groups of pseudo-divine beasts that were in human form heading towards the Divine City. Finally, they were about to pass by Jingbua town. Chen knew someone there. However, everyone had left, but he did not believe that the My family had not left. This group did not plan to enter the town. Chen thought about it and did not plan to go to the My family. He only knew 3 people there, and they might have already left. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise in the distance. Then, the cry continued to rise and fall. Everyone turned their heads and looked in one direction. And in that direction, above the sky, stood a huge door. Chapter 2564. As a former thunder warrior, Chen was very familiar with the door that was emitting lightning. It was the unique technique of the Thunder Clan, the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. It represented an extremely powerful power. When he entered Jingbo town, he felt the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven from the My family. He didn't expect to feel it again this time. Unsurprisingly, there was a battle going on there. Chen didn't know who it was, but he was sure that one of them was from the Thunder Clan. He didn't plan to go to the My family, but now he walked out of the team and ran in the direction of the My family. His speed was very fast, and wherever he passed, smoke and dust billowed. The existence in the team naturally had an impression of this skeleton warrior. Along the way, there were many pseudo-divine beasts attacking, but those who stood with the skeleton warrior had never encountered a sneak attack from a beast. Although no one made a move along the way, they admired this skeleton warrior more and more. But at this moment, the skeleton warrior suddenly left the team, which caught everyone off guard. Is it because of the lightning door? Everyone couldn't help but guess, but they were not far from the city of God, so they didn't choose to wait, but continued to move forward. Chen ran all the way and went straight to the My family. When he arrived at the door of the My family, he found that the door had been completely smashed. At the same time, from the direction of the My family, there was also an explosive aura. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of thunder that had been going on for a long time also sounded continuously. From the thunder door, thunder beasts rushed out one after another. The thunder beasts rushed out 9 times, which proved that the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven had opened the 9th door. There was no doubt that this Thunder Clan warrior had met an extremely difficult opponent. Boom. When Chen walked into the My family, the thunder was completely violent. Thunder rippled in all directions, and the My family's buildings collapsed in the shaking. Endless smoke and dust rolled up like tornadoes, wreaking havoc in the My family. In Chen's perception, familiar figures appeared one after another. Among them were Molt's father, and the butler. In fact, he could clearly sense that the figure emitting lightning was none other than Lei Yiming. The first time he saw the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, he met Lei Yiming. He was the one who had resolved the My family's crisis and brought her into the city of God. He didn't expect to encounter the same situation again this time, but the situation today was not very optimistic. This was because other than the 4 of them, there were many strangers present. These strangers were emitting powerful auras. Chen was not familiar with the highest realms, but he could sense that these people were at least at level 8, even if they did not have a level 9 sacred body. At this moment, there were quite a number of people like this, and they were teaming up to fight Lei Yiming. Even though Lei Yiming possessed a powerful battle prowess, he was still unable to fend off the overwhelming number of opponents. He carried the stone saber on his back and walked toward the battlefield. Lei Yiming, just surrender. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He was the most powerful person in the team, and he was only 1 step away from a level 9 sacred body. It was because of his existence that Lei Yiming was unable to take down his opponents. In your dreams. Lei Yiming snorted coldly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The lightning on his body continued to shine and became unusually violent. Not far away, Mai Chun was protecting Molt and the others. He had also reached level 8, but he was severely injured at this moment. There were less than 10 of the My family's practitioners left. The beast tamer prince, Chang Feng, was in the team. Around him, there were several pseudo-divine beasts that had lost their vitality. In addition, there were some corpses on the ground. The battle looked unusually fierce. Compared to the few people from the My family, the number of enemies was much more. There were nearly 30 of them, and 8 of them were level 8 existences. The rest were level 7 experts. Although the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth had gradually faded, making it easier for all hunters to advance, level 6 was still a watershed. Very few people could reach level 7. As for level 8 and level 9 existences, they were still very rare in the city of God. The middle-aged man looked at Lei Ming and said indifferently, "If you insist on not cooperating, then we can only seriously injure you and take you back to the city of God. I want to see how many God spiritual crystals your life can be exchanged for. If that's the case, then you can only take my corpse back," Lei Ming said coldly. At the same time, the space above his head was distorted, and the power of lightning revolved. A large seal emitting the light of lightning appeared above his head. "Brother Chang, this has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and take everyone away. This is between us," Lei Ming said. "Brother Ming, what are you saying? I was the one who asked you for help. How can I just leave now? Besides, this person killed so many people from my family. How can I let him go?" Mai Chun turned around and said, "Chang Feng, take Malt and leave. The rest of you, follow me. We will fight to the death with these people." "Yes." Clanging sounds came from behind. Everyone's expression became resolute. "I won't go," Malt said resolutely. "If we have to die, we will die together." "How dare you? Hurry up and leave," Mai Chun shouted and began to mobilize the powerful force in his body. He could die in battle, but he didn't want Malt to be hurt. Chang Feng pulled Malt and retreated. "You can't leave." At this moment, two people came forward and stopped Chang Feng and Malt. Chang Feng pointed forward. The space distorted, and two pseudo-divine beasts rushed out. These two pseudo-divine beasts were only at level 6. As soon as they rushed forward, they were killed by the two level 7 experts. "It's useless. None of you can leave today." The two level 7 experts approached them. Chang Feng protected Malt behind him and looked at them with a cold and resolute expression. He was a beastmaster who was only good at dealing with pseudo-divine beasts. However, his battle strength was almost exhausted in the previous battle. Facing the two level 7 experts, he was helpless. As the two approached, Chang Feng felt more and more pressure. So, he shouted and rushed toward them. This charge was clearly a situation of certain death. The two of them looked at the charging gale, and a mocking smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Puff, puff. At this moment, two soft sounds came. Chang Feng, who was rushing forward, stopped. He stood there and looked ahead in a daze. The two powerful rank 7 powerhouses had already fallen to the ground. In front of him, there was a skeleton standing. The skeleton was holding a stone saber. "What's this?" Chang Feng was stunned when he saw the skeleton killed the two level 7 skeletons. His first thought was that these were not pseudo-divine beasts under his control. But when was there a skeleton here? Did it come from another space-time? Looking at the soul fire flickering in the skeleton's eye sockets, he felt a chill in his heart. So, he stepped back subconsciously. However, he still didn't forget to protect Malt when he retreated. Malt, who was in despair, looked at the skeleton curiously. She felt that the skeleton was familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. So, she stepped forward subconsciously. "Be careful. It might have come from another space-time." Chang Feng stopped Malt and said warily. "Another space-time?" Malt didn't understand, but she also stopped. The familiar feeling just now disappeared as she stopped. It was like an illusion. She felt a little scared and thought that she was in an illusion. The death of two level 7 experts alarmed the others. At this moment, everyone was looking at the skeleton that suddenly appeared. "What the hell is this?" The middle-aged man frowned at the skeleton. Zi Chen turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered. He didn't say anything. Instead, he walked toward the other party. The tense atmosphere of the battle stopped because of the skeleton's arrival. "Kill him," the middle-aged man said coldly. The level 7 experts from before immediately rushed toward the skeleton. Seeing how strange the skeleton was, they obviously wouldn't fight alone. Instead, they ganged up on it. In the eyes of Malt and the others, the skeleton didn't react at all. It just walked toward them as if it didn't have intelligence. Poof! When it reached the front, the stone saber in its hand slashed down. A level 7 expert fell to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, more attacks landed on its body. Then, There were clanging sounds. What? Seeing that the level 7 attacks didn't break the skeleton's bones, everyone was shocked. Pu. 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 While they were shocked, the stone saber was still flashing. Every time it slashed down, a level 7 expert would fall. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the level 7 experts had fallen. Damn it. Retreat. The level 7 experts were horrified. They all retreated. The skeleton's bones were extraordinarily hard. They couldn't break them at all. Moreover, the skeleton's attacks were extraordinarily powerful. One of them would die with each slash. When they retreated, the skeleton didn't pursue them. Instead, it walked toward the level 8 experts. Let's join forces and destroy the skeleton first. Destroy his soul first, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Then, he and the other level 8 experts rushed forward and besieged the skeleton. Poof! The stone saber slashed down. A level 8 expert's defense was broken. His head flew up high. Poof! The stone saber slashed down again. Another level 8 expert died. This seemingly mindless skeleton displayed unimaginably powerful combat strength at this moment. The level 8 expert's attacks couldn't do anything to it. Instead, it killed them with each slash. It could be said that it didn't put up any defense. It just kept slashing. Every slash killed a level 8 expert. Seeing the level 8 experts fall one by one, both Lei Yiming and Mai Chun were stunned. Who are you? The middle-aged man retreated in horror. With just one charge, the level 8 experts beside him were all killed. Swoosh. Chapter 2565. The last level 8 powerhouse retreated in horror. The skeleton leaped up and slashed down with its saber. Puff. The stone saber swept past, and the level 8 powerhouse fell dead. Logically speaking, he was a powerful level 8 powerhouse. He shouldn't have been so weak. However, when he faced the stone saber, he felt a strong pressure. Under this pressure, every movement of his became very difficult and his movements became very slow. And the power of this saber strike was so strong. In a face-to-face confrontation, all the level 8 powerhouses were killed, and the remaining level 7 powerhouses fled without a trace in an instant. The crisis here was resolved by the skeleton just like that. Lei Yiming and the others stood there, their faces full of shock. This skeleton that appeared out of nowhere was too powerful. The enemies were either dead or had fled. The crisis had been resolved. However, they didn't let down their guard because this skeleton looked even more dangerous. Perhaps it would become a new danger. Therefore, they stood there motionless and stared at the skeleton vigilantly. After killing the other existences, Zi Chen was ready to leave. He didn't intend to recognize these people, but he suddenly felt an abnormal energy aura. He stopped beside the level 8 powerhouse's corpse, then bent down and searched the corpse for a while. After a while, he found some crystals that emitted colorful light. If his perception wasn't wrong, at this moment, these crystals contained the power of divinity. Although it was very faint, he could feel it. Zi Chen had paid a great price to walk out of the abyss. The heart of the god had consumed all the energy, and only the god's bone was left. As time passed, he couldn't absorb energy from the outside world to replenish himself, so he was constantly consuming the energy in the god's bone. One day, the energy in the god's bone would be exhausted. At that time, Zi Chen would become an unkillable skeleton. He would have an immortal defense, but he wouldn't have any means to kill his enemies. At this moment, when he saw these crystals, some other ideas sprouted in his mind. He held the crystals in his hand, and with a thought, a trace of the power of divinity in the crystals appeared from the crystals and entered his arm. However, this divine power was simply too scarce, and it was extremely heterogeneous. Only a tiny bit of it was absorbed by his physical body. But this little bit was already good enough for Zi Chen. It proved that he could really absorb the power of God in his current state. He knew that this was the God crystal of the City of God. If that was the case, he would have to enter the City of God. 4,000-inch these divine crystals all fell to the ground, and the divine power within them was completely absorbed. Mai Chun and the others looked at this scene in shock. This skeleton was actually able to absorb the divine energy within the divine crystals. It seemed that this was a technique that only the god race had, right? However, at this moment, the fear in their hearts lessened a little. Through this point, they no longer thought that the other party was just a cruel skeleton, and should be intelligent. Sure enough, the skeleton searched through the other corpses and finally took out all the divine crystals. Soon, the divine energy within these divine crystals was completely absorbed. After doing all this, Zichen prepared to leave. Try this. At this moment, Lei Ming's voice rang out. A palm-sized crystal appeared in his hand, and he threw it over. Zichen subconsciously caught it. This was a crystal that shone with colorful light, but it was different from the previous divine crystals. It contained more powerful and heterogeneous divine energy. Zichen caught it in his hand, and then quickly absorbed the divine energy within it. This divine power quickly entered his body and bones. After being naturally refined by the heaven god's bones, some of it actually entered the heart of the heaven god. The heart of the god, which had been close to withering, seemed to show signs of recovery. Zichen was very surprised by this scene. Obviously, the crystal that Lei Ming took out was indeed extraordinary. Although this energy couldn't be compared to the divine energy, it was still divine energy. For the current him, it was definitely what he needed the most. If he wanted to maintain his current powerful combat strength, this kind of thing was indispensable. So he turned around, looked at Lei Ming, and said, "Do you have more?" Lei Ming took out another crystal and threw it to Zichen, and then said, "I don't have the last one on me, but there are still some in the city of God. If you don't have any other purpose, you can come with me to the city of God to get some." "You have a lot of this kind of thing?" Zichen asked. "This is called divine spiritual crystal. It's the latest product of this world. Recently, we found a vein full of this kind of crystal. The people you killed just now were the people who fought with us for the vein," Lei Ming said. "This divine spiritual crystal is also useful to you." Lei Ming shook his head and said, "It's useless to me for the time being, but it's useful to the 9th rank." Zichen asked, "What's its use?" Lei Ming hesitated slightly, and then said, "This is no longer a secret, so it's fine to tell you. After refining this divine spiritual crystal, if you're lucky enough, you can advance to the half-martial ancestor level." Half-martial ancestor? This was an unfamiliar realm, and Zichen had never heard of it. Lei Ming said, "This is a very old realm, and it's very difficult for current cultivators to reach this realm, so it's gradually forgotten by people. This realm corresponds to the false god level of the god race." Zichen was shocked when he heard this. He had always had doubts in his heart. The highest realm of humans was the Great Sage, and it was so easy for false gods to kill great sages. How did the powerhouses of the past resist the god race? Then how did the 4 ancient ancestors trap and kill a heavenly deity? How did the craftsman ancestor make the god race in the city of God fear him? Now, he understood. Since there was the half-martial ancestor realm, there was naturally the ancestor realm. Obviously, the craftsman ancestor or the 4 ancient ancestors of the past was not just a name, but a realm. After refining the divine spiritual crystal, a 9th rank could advance to the half-martial ancestor level and contend against a false god. Was this related to the change in the laws of this place? Or could it be that the rumors that had been circulating in this world were true this time? At this moment, Zichen had all kinds of doubts in his heart. All of these doubts could only be solved after entering the city of God. Thus, he nodded, indicating that he was willing to follow Lei Ming. "May I know this brother's name?" Lei Ming asked with cupped fists. "Skeleton," Zichen said. This was a name he had thought of long ago. Currently, he was neither human nor ghost, so he could only use this name. If he used Zichen's name, it would only attract trouble. Lei Ming was stunned, but in the end, he did not ask any questions. After the My family members dealt with the corpses, the group walked in the direction of the city of God. Along the way, My Ya and Changfeng came forward to express their thanks. The feeling of familiarity My Ya had with Skeleton completely disappeared, no longer appearing in her mind. "It's nothing," Zichen said indifferently to the two who thanked him. During this time, he refined the second piece of God Spirit crystal and stored some more God Spirit energy in his heart. The heavenly God energy in his heart had been completely consumed, so now he was only replenishing it with divine energy. However, this was already a pleasant surprise for Zi Chen. After arriving outside the city of God, Zi Chen once again saw the door that blocked all the level 4 cultivators outside. Around the door, there were many level 4 cultivators hanging their heads dejectedly. They were only one step away from level 5, but they could not enter. The only result of forcefully entering was death. During this time, there was a level 4 cultivator who had been traveling with Zi Chen, but he was unable to break through. Looking at the door, Zi Chen felt a bit emotional. He vaguely remembered that when he left last time, he had gone out with Yi Chen. However, he never would have thought that when he came back, he would become like this. I wonder how Yi Chen is doing. He walked into the city of God. This place was still so huge, like a real, massive world. However, compared to last time, there were more cultivators in this world. This was because almost all the level 5 cultivators in the outside world had come to this world. However, those who had come here in the past had all met with tragic fates. At this moment, they could find a relatively stable job and even have a chance to become a god. And this job was to mine. In this world, not only was there a mine that produced god crystals, but there were also other mines that had appeared. Now, there was an urgent need for miners. This was because most of the miners would die in the process of mining when they were involved in the fight for the mines. This was a high-risk industry, but it was also an industry that was full of opportunities. Follow me to the crafts house. After arriving at the city of God, Lei Ming looked at Mai Chun and said, "Sai, this is the only way." Mai Chun sighed softly. The Mai family used to be a big family. They even had a certain amount of power in the city of God. However, as the God Crystal's mine was discovered, various fights broke out, and the Mai family was destroyed. In these years, there were many families that were destroyed like the Mai family. It could be said that the world of gods was now facing a reshuffle. Under all kinds of crises, even the once powerful Crafts Manor was in imminent danger. After flagging down a carriage and paying some god crystals, the group headed towards the Crafts house. Along the way, Zi Chen realized that the originally leisurely pace of the city had disappeared. Everyone quickened their pace and walked in a hurry, revealing the tense atmosphere in the city. When they arrived at the Crafts house, Zi Chen, who had alighted from the carriage, realized that the 2 beast ancestors who used to guard the door were gone. After entering the Crafts house, the beast ancestors who used to guard the place also disappeared. They were all first-generation battle beasts or ancient beasts. However, Zi Chen was not sure if they were in the ancestor realm. Is the craftsman ancestor in the crafts house? After entering the crafts house, Lei Ming asked a middle-aged man who was walking towards him. No, the craftsman ancestor went to the city within the city. He hasn't appeared yet. After saying that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. Where are you going? Something happened at the mine. I have to go and take a look. Is it very urgent? If you don't go, the mine discovered by the Mai family will change owners. After saying that, the middle-aged man left quickly. Chapter 2566. Mai Chun said, "Then I'll go with you." Lei Ming shook his head and said, "You're seriously injured. You should stay here and heal first." As for Changfeng and Mai Chun, they naturally couldn't go with him because they were too weak. Seeing that Mai Chun was about to say something, Zi Chen said, "I'll go. I want to see what the god spiritual crystal mine is like." After seeing the skeleton's power, Mai Chun didn't insist. Soon, someone came to arrange a place for Mai Chun and the others while Lei Ming and Zi Chen walked out. None of the beast ancestors who were guarding this place were in the mansion. After walking out of the crafts mansion, Lei Ming had to stop a carriage and the two went straight to the mine. The mine was outside the city. It was a place Zi Chen had never been since he came to this world. However, this city was the most prosperous place in this world. Outside the city, it was a desolate place where the lowest level of cultivators lived. It was ironic. After all, they were all famous experts in the outside world. After walking out of the city and walking for hundreds of miles, Zi Chen saw mountains. These mountains were lofty and steep. They were connected like a mountain range that surrounded the entire city. There were all kinds of big rocks in front of them. There was no way out. The two jumped off the carriage and sped up. In this world, other than God's, no one could fly. The rest of the journey was full of abandoned huge rocks. The two stepped on the rocks and flew forward. They could faintly feel the energy waves from afar. In this abandoned stone forest, there was a small mine. This was the most important God spiritual crystal mine in the entire city of gods. This was the first mine discovered by the My family. However, after many battles, the My family was completely destroyed. On the eve of their destruction, the My family had no choice but to ask for help from the Crafts Mansion. They even sacrificed the God spiritual crystal mine to protect the last of the My family's bloodline. Hence, the scene of Lei Ming heading to the My family once again occurred. His original intention was to save the My family and bring them back to this world, but he did not expect to fall into a trap. The powerful My family was destroyed, and only My Chun and her people were left. At this time, the miners in the mine had all run out and retreated far away. There was no fear on their faces, only stupefied expressions. They had seen too many of such scenes. Although they were only level 5 or level 6, they were used to seeing level 7 or level 8 powerhouses die, and even level 9 powerhouses get injured. The only thing they could guarantee was that they would not be affected by the battle. No matter who won, they would not do anything to the miners. At this moment, on the open land outside the mine, two forces were confronting each other. One of them was from the Life Star, while the other was from the alien tribes. Before the appearance of the half-martial ancestor, this was the world's publicly acknowledged peak combat power. The rest were level 8 and level 7. All of them belonged to the side of the outsiders. However, the Life Star didn't have any experts at this level. Because of the reincarnation war on the Life Star, there were no new cultivators coming here. Lei Ming's figure leaped up and landed behind the rank 9 expert, his gaze fixed in front of him. How was it? The level 9 expert turned around to look at Lei Ming. We were almost schemed against. We only brought a few people back, said Lei Ming. The level 9 expert nodded, then looked at Skeleton with surprise. Skeleton, it's thanks to him that I could come out alive this time, said Lei Ming. The level 9 expert looked at Zi Chen and nodded. Zi Chen nodded in response. He could sense the other's identity from his aura. Sky-devouring wolf. Level 9 Sky-devouring wolf. Standing in front of Sky-devouring wolf, the level 9 alien said, Sky-devouring wolf, today, you have to give up this mine, even if you don't want to. Sky-devouring wolf's response was a cold snort. The level 9 alien continued, your hands are too long. You dare to interfere with our business. Now, your enemies are no longer those families, but all the forces in the city of God. Do you think you can protect this mine all by yourself? Before Sky-devouring wolf could say anything, another sharp howl came from the horizon. A powerful aura came from the horizon. It was the aura of a level 9 expert. Under normal circumstances, level 9 experts rarely appeared. Just like the Crafts Manor, level 9 experts all stayed in the Crafts Manor and never went out. However, it was different now. Level 9 experts had the possibility of breaking through to the next realm. They had the strength to fight against false gods. Naturally, they couldn't sit still and came out one after another. As a result, a strange phenomenon occurred. Level 9 experts, who were invisible in the past, could be seen everywhere now. Not to mention other places, just take the Crafts Manor as an example. Almost all the experts who came out were level 9 experts. Level 8 existences like Lei Ming were few and far between. 2 level 9 experts came. This is troublesome. When will our reinforcements arrive? Lei Ming looked at the figure in the sky and said, they won't come. Longhu and the others are also in trouble. It's good enough that they can send me, a level 9 expert. Sky-devouring wolf said in a deep voice. He came here to protect the mine as much as possible. If it really didn't work, he would have to give up. Because compared to this mineral vein, the mineral vein found on the Life Star was a real big mineral vein. Once it was fully developed, it would be enough for these people to break through to the half-martial ancestor realm. It was said that the craftsman ancestor was summoned to the divine city because of this mine. It was said that the god race had their eyes on this mine. The level 9 alien said coldly, "Sky-devouring wolf, if you retreat now, you can still save your lives." The situation was very clear. The enemy had a lot of people, and the level 9 expert had an absolute advantage. If they really fought, even if he could escape, what about the others here? Although there were only a few people from the Lifestar, the others had always been working for the Lifestar. Should we just give up? Sky-devouring wolf was hesitant, but he already had the thought of retreating. This was also what Longhu and the others wanted when they came. It was important to maintain their own fighting strength. If they really couldn't, they would give up on this mine and wait for the craftsman ancestor to come back. After all, the mine here was very difficult to dig. They couldn't dig out much in a short time. Just as Sky-devouring wolf decided to retreat, Lei Ming turned his head to look at the silent skeleton and asked, "Is there any way?" Zichen nodded and said, "Of course there is a way. But what about the price?" "Price?" Lei Ming was stunned. "There are level 8 and level 9 here. The price can't be the same, right?" Zichen said, "I need god crystals, and I need a lot of them." Sky-devouring wolf looked at the skeleton in surprise and said, "You have a way to resolve this crisis?" Zichen said, "If there are enough god crystals, I believe it can be done." Sky-devouring wolf turned to look at Lei Ming. Lei Ming also nodded, half believing and half doubting. He believed that the skeleton could deal with these level 7 and level 8 existences. As for the level 9 saint body, he couldn't be sure. Sky-devouring wolf nodded and said, "1 level 8 crystal, 10 level 9 crystals, and as for level 7. Before he could finish, he was interrupted, "I'll give you level 7 crystals for free." After he finished speaking, he took out the stone knife from his back and walked forward. At this moment, the alien race didn't know that they had been valued by Zichen. In Zichen's eyes, they had become pieces of god crystals. Just as the level 9 foreign being arrived, Zichen had already walked forward with his stone saber in hand. Astonishment appeared on the faces of the 2 9th-grade outsiders. At this moment, even the level 9 sky-devouring wolf had the intention to retreat. Why did the skeleton suddenly come forward? Zichen rushed forward, but as he moved forward, he changed his direction slightly. It seemed that he was afraid of the 2 level 9 experts. One of them waved his hand, and a level 8 expert rushed out from behind. After he appeared, he quickly rushed towards Zichen. Behind them, Lei Ming saw this scene, and a look of pity appeared on his face. At this moment, he was finally sure that the skeleton had extremely high intelligence. Previously, he deliberately avoided the level 9 not because he was afraid, but because he was worried that his harvest would be reduced. Clang! The level 8 expert arrived in front of Zichen, and his energy sword slashed towards Zichen. Zichen blocked with his knife, and a powerful shock wave shook the air. Clang! Clang! After that, the sound of weapons colliding rang out continuously. The two of them were evenly matched. The 2 level 9 experts frowned, not understanding the skeleton's purpose. Behind them, the sky-devouring wolf was also very confused. If the skeleton only had a few moves, how could he deal with the level 9 expert? He turned to look at Lei Ming, who said confidently, "Let's wait and see." In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged more than 10 blows. The skeleton found a flaw in the level 8 expert, and the stone knife swept over. Pu. With a flash of the knife, the level 8 expert's body was split into 2, and he fell to the ground as a corpse. One dead. The outcome of the battle was decided so quickly that it was very surprising. Even the expressionless miners had a surprised look on their faces at this moment. The level 9 alien race expert waved his hand again, and another level 8 expert rushed forward. This time, it wasn't just one. Speaking of which, even he didn't notice how that person had been killed. The two of them were evenly matched, so why was the level 8 expert killed all of a sudden? This time, as it was 2 against 1, they also observed the battle carefully. When the two sides exchanged blows, the skeleton was very careful. The skeleton's body was very agile, and he didn't let the 2 level 8 experts touch him, so as not to reveal the illusion that his bones were weak. While dodging, he was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Just like that, after hundreds of blows, the skeleton knocked away a level 8 expert with his knife. Just as the level 8 expert staggered backward, the skeleton suddenly sped up and slashed down with his knife. It was another slash. At the same time, while the second level 8 expert was stunned, the long knife in his hand left his hand at a tricky angle and pierced into the chest of the level 8 expert. The level 8 expert with the stone saber in his chest fell backward. He was already dead. 3 pieces. Zi Chen calculated in his heart, and then quickly went forward to pick up the stone knife. That stone knife is strange. Kill him. The level 9 expert immediately said in a deep voice when he saw the clues. In an instant, the remaining level 7 and level 8 experts all rushed towards Zi Chen. Chapter 2567. The skeleton used this slightly difficult method to kill because he was worried that everyone would run away. He didn't expect that the level 9 would make everyone rush forward at his command. If Lei Yiming's prediction was correct, this skeleton would definitely start a massacre. As expected, as these people rushed forward, the skeleton stood there motionless as if he was scared out of his wits. When these people came close, the stone saber in the skeleton's hand moved. The stone saber drew a perfect saber circle in front of him. These people who rushed forward were all enveloped by the saber circle. The moment the saber circle disappeared, the skeleton stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, rushing toward the 2 level 9 people in front of him. In this world, level 9 people were known as saintly beings. They were real masters. However, there was still a gap between them and half-ancestors or false gods. Back then, Zi Chen was able to kill false gods almost instantly. He was even able to suppress the joint forces of several god race members. Now, although he had lost his physical body, his most powerful heavenly god bone still existed. Moreover, he had this unknown stone saber from the abyss. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. As he landed, he slashed at the level 9 people below him with his saber. "You're courting death." At this moment, the 2 level 9 people shouted angrily. Facing Zi Chen's attack, they clenched their fists without hesitation and punched upward. Although their fists couldn't be compared to those refined holy weapons, they could definitely take a holy weapon with their bare hands. At this moment, in their minds, even if the skeleton had a holy weapon, so what? They could still block it if they worked together. Puff! The stone saber fell, and a shining fist was cut in half. At the same time, the saber light didn't slow down and slashed at one of the level 9 people. His body was split diagonally along the edge of the saber. As for the other level 9 person, his fist hit Zi Chen at this moment. The powerful vibration directly sent Zi Chen flying. He flew for dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. However, the skeleton that he deliberately pretended to be weak was intact at this moment. Looking at the 2 level 9 people in front of him, one was standing and the other was on the ground. The one on the ground had a long saber mark on his body, which almost split his body. At this moment, this level 9 expert had already lost his life force. What? Such a scene shocked everyone present. This included the miners who were used to seeing life and death. 4001 had to know that ever since the discovery of the God's Crystal till now, they had seen too many life and death battles. During this period of time, level 7 and level 8 experts would often die, and they had even seen the destruction of a powerful family. However, not a single level 9 expert had died during this period of time. Even if they fought fiercely, they would only be injured. Because they were already at level 9, they were already at the pinnacle of this world. Their bodies and bones had all reached the saint level and could be used to refine saint weapons. How could such an existence die? But now, that level 9 expert was dead. Not only did he die, he was hacked to death by a single slash. Just one slash. The sky-devouring wolf, who initially couldn't understand how Skeleton had won the battle, was now filled with shock as he looked at the dead level 9 fighter. Lei Yiming was equally shocked. He had only vaguely felt that this skeleton had the ability to deal with a level 9 expert, but he definitely didn't expect that he was so strong that he could kill a level 9 expert with a single slash, just like how he had killed a level 8 expert. Compared to the level 9 expert being killed with a single slash, The deaths of all the level 7 and level 8 experts in the previous round of Slash didn't shock everyone as much. Opposite Zi Chen, the level 9 expert who had sent him flying with a single punch looked at his dead comrade next to him, his face filled with horror at this moment. After meeting the gaze of the soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets, he felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't say anything and turned to run. Swoosh! Zi Chen tapped his foot, and his figure rose into the air again, rushing toward the level 9 expert. Go to hell! However, the level 9 expert who was rushing forward turned back in an instant. His hands were surrounded by powerful energy, and he went straight for the skeleton's mind. His target was very clear, and that was the soul fire of the skeleton. As long as he extinguished the other party's soul, he believed that this skeleton wouldn't be able to do much, no matter how strong he was. Bang! This powerful energy didn't enter the skeleton's sea of consciousness. When it reached the outside of the sea of consciousness, it was blocked by a mysterious energy. This was the seal of the heaven-deceiving technique set up by several heaven-defying cultivators. When it blocked Zi Chen's soul from contacting the outside world, it also blocked the probing of souls from the outside world. This wasn't a defense, but a mysterious technique. It was like being in two different spaces, so no matter how powerful the opponent's attack was, it couldn't cross space and enter Zi Chen's soul. Unless the opponent's attack was comparable to the hurricane in the abyss. However, this was obviously impossible. Even celestial gods were afraid of that hurricane. His attack did not have any effect. Zi Chen's stone knife had already fallen, and just like that, it stabbed into his chest. The level 9 expert's movements stopped. He looked at the skeleton in front of him in shock, and his face was filled with horror. Poof! After pulling the stone saber out of his chest, Zi Chen carried the bloodless stone saber on his back, turned around, and walked toward the sky-devouring wolf in front of him. When he came closer, he said to the sky-devouring wolf, a total of 26 pieces. 2 level 9 experts were worth 20 pieces, 6 level 8 experts were worth 6 pieces, and the remaining level 7 experts were free. The shocked sky-devouring wolf came to his senses. He looked at the skeleton in fear. Under such circumstances, he naturally didn't dare to break the contract. Moreover, with such a powerful existence by his side, only a fool would break the contract. He looked behind him and saw a person coming forward quickly. He was carrying a cloth bag, and the bag was filled with divine spiritual crystals. There are 30 pieces in here. You can also buy the bodies of the 2 level 9 experts. If you think it's not enough, Zi Chen took the cloth bag and said, "Deal." He knew the use of a level 9 sacred body. It could be used to refine sacred weapons. In this world, other than the celestial race, the craftsman ancestor was the only human who could refine sacred weapons. The sky-devouring wolf was surprised by the other party's open-mindedness. He could have increased the price, and with the other party's intelligence, he should be able to see that. The rest of the non-humans had already run away when they saw the situation was not good. Zi Chen was too lazy to kill them. To be honest, killing these level 7, level 8, and level 9 experts was already considered bullying the weak. He took out a piece of divine spiritual crystal from the cloth bag and started refining it without any hesitation. After a while, the divine spiritual crystal shattered. Zi Chen took out a second piece to refine. The sky-devouring wolf, who was dealing with other things, subconsciously turned around. When he saw that there were more than a dozen pieces of divine spiritual crystal under the skeleton's feet, he was shocked. He looked at Lei Yiming and asked, "Where did you bring the skeleton back?" "I didn't bring it back. It's..." Lei Yiming explained what happened. The sky-devouring wolf was shocked. He could only start refining divine spiritual crystals after reaching level 9, but he still hadn't broken through. He didn't expect this skeleton to be able to refine divine spiritual crystals. Divine spiritual crystals were the common currency in the City of God. They contained some divine power, but it seemed that no one could refine the divine power in them. Even if it was a divine spiritual crystal, it would take a long time for them to refine one piece. He didn't expect this skeleton to refine more than a dozen divine spiritual crystals in such a short time. From the looks of it, it wouldn't take long for the 30 divine spiritual crystals to be used up. But he had used up so many divine spiritual crystals. Where was the divine power in them? It seemed that there was no place in his body that could store divine power. Chen quickly refined the energy in the 30 divine spiritual crystals. The energy was indeed abundant, but after refining it, it was only equivalent to 30 more streams of energy in his heart. Compared to the energy in his heart of the God, it was like heaven and earth. It's not enough. It's not enough. At this moment, Chen's heart was filled with a strong desire for divine spiritual crystals. This was because divine spiritual crystals could not only ensure that he could continue fighting, but he also wanted to use the energy in the divine spiritual crystals to reconstruct his body. 2 level 9 experts had died. This was definitely a heavy loss in the city of God. For existences like this, the death of one was a permanent loss of one. Using 10 pieces of divine spirit crystals to exchange for a life, to the heaven-devouring wolf, it was truly a huge profit. At the same time, the corpses of these 2 level 9 experts could be used to refine divine weapons in the hands of the craftsman ancestor. Alright, the situation here has stabilized. Everyone, continue mining. Sky-devouring wolf looked at the miners and said, no matter which faction occupied this place, these miners were as valuable as the mine. No one would kill them unless they were willing to mine for themselves. These miners walked into the mine one after another, but their gazes couldn't help but fall on the skeleton. With such a powerful opponent, this mine should be safe from now on. Although they were miners, they still hoped for the mine to be safe. If there were frequent battles in the mine, their lives would be in danger. After making arrangements for these miners, Sky-devouring wolf turned to Lei Yiming and said, you'll be in charge of this place from now on. Lei Yiming said, why? You want to go there? Sky-devouring wolf nodded. I have to. The situation there isn't much better than here. Lei Yiming glanced at the skeleton. Sky-devouring wolf naturally understood what he meant. It would be a waste to not use such a powerful opponent. Therefore, he walked to Chen and said, Brother Skeleton, I wonder if you're still interested in divine spiritual crystals? Chen said indifferently, the more the better. Sky-devouring wolf said, alright, follow me. Kill a level 9 expert and you'll get 20 divine spiritual crystals. Chen asked, isn't it 10? Sky-devouring wolf said, I don't want to scam you, but you have to give us the level 9 corpse. Chen nodded. What about level 8 experts? Sky-devouring wolf smiled bitterly. We won't trouble you with that. We can do it too. What Sky-devouring wolf really meant was that they didn't have many divine spiritual crystals. Chapter 2568. Lei Yiming remained where he was, leaving him to guard the mine. Chen followed the Sky-devouring wolf and headed to the next mine. Ever since the laws of this world changed, more and more God spiritual crystal mines were discovered. However, at the beginning, no one recognized the God spiritual crystals and no one cared about them. It wasn't until these crystals were delivered to the hands of the level 9 experts that it caused a commotion. After that, all kinds of battles over the God spiritual crystals broke out. The experts in the upper echelons of this world began to die on a large scale. The mine that was discovered on the Lifestar was very large and the quality of the God spiritual crystals mined was also very high. It was the largest mine that had been discovered so far. After the news spread, this mine was coveted by other forces. After that, the Craftsman Manor displayed their strength to the world. The existences that walked out of the Craftsman Manor were known as the strongest level 9 experts in Divine City. Other than these powerful level 9 existences, the craftsman ancestor was personally overseeing the mine. As a result, the other forces could only covet the craftsman manor's mine. However, it was impossible for them to do anything about it. The craftsman manor's overall strength made all the forces fearful. However, it was impossible for them to give up on the mine. During this period, many lobbyists came and expressed their willingness to contribute manpower and effort. Everyone would work together to mine the mine. The craftsman ancestor naturally wouldn't agree to this condition because he was prepared to let all the level 9 experts in the craftsman manor advance to the half-martial ancestor realm. Only after reaching this realm would they be able to advance further. Therefore, this mine was the key. How could it be lost? However, this time, the god clan in Divine City rashly came to invite the craftsman ancestor. After the craftsman ancestor entered the city within the city, those forces couldn't help but become restless. When Zi Chen arrived at the mine that belonged to the Life Star, there was an intense battle erupting. Boom! Surging energy vibrated, forming intense waves that spread out in all directions. Rocks rolled down and smashed onto the ground, splashing up endless smoke and dust. The roars of dragons and tigers resounded unceasingly, deafening everyone. Zi Chen saw from afar that there was a flying divine tiger in the sky, soaring and diving from time to time. His body shone with intense and glaring light, and his powerful aura could be felt even from afar. The endless smoke and dust was instantly reduced to nothingness by this terrifying aura. During this period of time, one sword light after another soared into the sky. These sword lights contained the aura of saint weapons. This was an attack from a saint weapon. These attacks landed on the flying divine tiger's body. Some were neutralized by him, while others broke through his defenses. Saint blood splattered onto the ground. The great battle has already begun. It seems that they can't wait any longer. When the devouring sky wolf saw this from afar, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a huge devouring sky wolf. He looked back at Zi Chen and said, "Brother Skeleton, let's go." With a tap of his foot, Zi Chen leaped into the air and landed on the sky-devouring wolf's back. After that, the devouring sky wolf sped up and charged forward. Zi Chen, who was standing on the back of the sky-devouring wolf and looking into the distance, also saw the Longhu supremacy. In front of him were two level 9 opponents. Faced with the attacks of two 9th grade experts, he was charging around recklessly, appearing very powerful. However, he didn't retreat quickly, as his opponents all had saint weapons on them. Before arriving at the battlefield, Zi Chen had already seen the attacks of 3 saint weapons. He also sensed that there were many more saint weapons present. Most of the people from the Life Star were beast ancestors. On the other hand, most of the people from the foreign tribes were humans. At this moment, the battle was taking place outside a huge mineral vein. There were many miners gathered around the periphery of the mineral vein. They were watching the battle on the battlefield in horror. It could be said that this battle was the strongest battle that had erupted since the Divine Spirit Crystal had been taken seriously. There were more than a dozen level 9 powerhouses participating in this battle. Furthermore, this was a true battle to the death. Neither side held back. Roar. With a deafening roar, the devouring sky wolf joined the battle. Right away, he displayed the unique ability of the devouring sky wolf. The devouring sky technique. All of a sudden, a wolf head appeared in the sky. Above the wolf head, a pair of cold eyes stared at a level 9 expert. Along with a howl, the wolf head that occupied half of the sky opened its mouth. As if the giant mouth of the abyss had opened, a terrifying devouring force appeared, dashing toward the level 9 expert. Ha! The level 9 expert shouted, holding the saint weapon with both hands. Using the human weapon fusion technique, he dashed toward the abyss above. At the moment when the level 9 expert was about to enter the giant mouth of the abyss, his body suddenly burst out with dazzling light. Then, he forcefully passed through the abyss. Puff! The level 9 expert passed through the wolf head in the sky, only to see the wolf head in the sky disappear. The devouring sky wolf's face paled, and his body couldn't help but tremble. This technique was broken, and he suffered a backlash. Looking at his opponent, he also coughed up blood when he landed. Apparently, he was wounded. Zi Chen had already jumped down from the devouring sky wolf's back. According to the devouring sky wolf's words, he chose to wait and see. He didn't take action yet. At this moment, the battlefield was already in chaos. The level 9 experts were constantly attacking, and powerful energy was constantly fluctuating. Looking at the scene before him, Zi Chen could already confirm that the experts from the Craftsman Manor had all gathered here today. Those existences among them were the ancestors of various creatures. They had been in this world for many years, and had been stuck at level 9 for many years. Now that they finally had the resources to break through, how could they allow others to snatch them away? Is that mineral vein lost? Longhu Sovereign asked on the battlefield. It's still in our hands. The devouring sky wolf, who was fighting, replied, It's a long story. I'll tell you after this is over. If the craftsman ancestor doesn't return, I'm afraid this place will be in imminent danger. Longhu Sovereign's voice became very solemn. I suspect that this incident is related to the god clan. Perhaps a false god will appear this time. False god. The devouring sky wolf's face turned ugly. A false god was equivalent to the half-ancestor realm. However, on this lifestar, other than the powerful craftsman ancestor, the others had yet to break through to the half-ancestor realm. They weren't the only ones. In the periphery, battles were breaking out frequently. Currently, not a single level 9 expert had broken through to the half-ancestor realm. At this moment, the two sides could still fight to a draw, but it would be very difficult to cause casualties. However, if the other side had a false god, then it would be dangerous. Further away, 4,000 at this moment, even more experts had gathered. Although they hadn't reached level 9, they were still level 7 or level 8 existences. They were waiting for the level 9 experts on this lifestar to be defeated. Then, they would forcibly occupy this mineral vein. The craftsman ancestor was summoned to the divine city. Although he had stayed in this world for many years, he hadn't entered the divine city many times. It was common knowledge that he had some conflicts with the god clan. After entering the divine city, a person led him forward. However, as he walked forward, the craftsman ancestor's expression slowly changed. He looked at the person leading the way and said, This isn't the way to the goddess manor. The person leading the way was a false god. He looked back at the craftsman ancestor and said politely, This time, you're not summoned by the goddess, but by the divine envoy. Divine envoy? The craftsman ancestor frowned. Yes, please follow me. The false god nodded. False god was a title, but at the same time, it was also a realm. All existences in the divine city were called false gods. However, this was only a title. Their realms hadn't truly reached the false god realm. For example, when Chen fought here, the false god's realms were very low. They were just humans who had been bestowed with divine skills. The limit they could reach was the false god realm. If they wanted to become a member of the god clan, then they would have to encounter some kind of opportunity to purify their bloodline and awaken their divine bloodline. The craftsman ancestor was brought to a place far away from the goddess manor. However, this was also where the god clan lived. After entering a large hall, the false god indicated for the craftsman ancestor to sit for a moment. Then, he turned and left. The craftsman ancestor sat there, waiting for 2 hours. Despite his usual calm demeanor, he still felt a sense of anxiety in his heart. At this crucial moment, he couldn't allow any accidents to happen. After another 2 hours, the divine envoy still hadn't appeared. The craftsman ancestor stood up decisively and turned to leave. At this moment, a young man walked in. He looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Craftsman ancestor, are you in a hurry to leave? Are you looking for me? The craftsman ancestor looked at the young man. Unlike the usually handsome god clan members, this young man's facial features were very regular. However, at this moment, there were several scars on his face. They looked like centipedes crawling on his face, making his facial features look even more ferocious. He smiled slightly, and the scars moved like centipedes. That's me. The young man walked in and sat down on a chair. He said, I called the craftsman ancestor here because I have something to discuss with you. What is it? The craftsman ancestor asked indifferently. The young man said, It's about the god spiritual crystal mine. I heard that a god spiritual crystal mine appeared outside the divine city. The quality is very high. For the time being, you guys will be maintaining order. The craftsman ancestor said, According to the rules of this world, the mine belongs to whoever discovers it. Now that the mine is ours, it's permanent, not temporary. The young man smiled and said, That's true under normal circumstances. However, that mine is also useful to us. Therefore, you should know that everything in the divine city belongs to the god clan. The craftsman ancestor looked at the young man and said, I've already reported this to the divine maiden. She has no objections. The young man's eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, Oh. Are you using the Divine Maiden to pressure me? Do you think that there's only one Divine Maiden in the God clan? That everything here is also decided by the Divine Maiden? The craftsman ancestor, who had been calm all this time, looked at the young man again. He knew the Divine Maiden's identity best. She was the daughter of a heavenly god. In this world, who would dare to go against the Divine Maiden? After discovering the mine, he dared to forcibly occupy it and fight against all the other factions because he believed that the God clan would take into account the Divine Maiden's identity and her relationship with them. They wouldn't dare to brazenly interfere. However, things were different now. Chapter 2569. This was a name that the craftsman ancestor had never heard of, and it wasn't that famous either. However, the craftsman ancestor didn't underestimate the other party. This was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to talk about the goddess like this, and whose tone was filled with hostility. The youth named Chi Wei said, "You definitely haven't heard of my name, because I'm not of the god race." "Oh, or rather, I wasn't of the god race in the past. In the past, I was just a foreign race in your eyes. It was only recently that I refined the bloodline of the god race and became one of the god race." The craftsman ancestor didn't say anything and just listened quietly. "Before I became one of the god race, I had another identity, and that was a heaven-defying one." The craftsman ancestor's expression changed slightly. He also knew a heaven-defying one. Chi Wei smiled, and the scar on his face looked even more sinister. "Back then, I was known as the strongest heaven-defying one. Then, I led an army of heaven-defying ones into your life star. At that time, the goddess wasn't a goddess. She was just a heaven-defying one." The craftsman ancestor's expression changed. He had heard about goddess Yi Qian's past from Zi Qian. "It seems you've guessed a bit." "That's right, I was from the same generation as the heaven-defying one who was known as the most likely heaven-defying one. And I also had an irreconcilable enmity with that heaven-defying one." Chi Wei paused, then continued, "Unfortunately, I've already become a god race, a god envoy, and reached the deity realm." "But he's dead." "What did you say?" The craftsman ancestor looked at Chi Wei, his eyes flashing with shock. "He's dead. He walked on the path of reincarnation that heaven-defying ones should accept. Unfortunately, he wasn't the one who could change his fate, so he's dead." The craftsman ancestor didn't know this, because after Zi Chen left, he hadn't seen the goddess again. The goddess had disappeared for a long time, and it hadn't been long since she returned to the god city. It was said that she didn't want to see anyone after returning. As the craftsman ancestor, he naturally knew about the reincarnation of heaven-defying ones, but he had only heard about it. He had never seen it with his own eyes. Even the mysterious lightning god temple's outer perimeter, and he had never gone deep inside. If Zi Chen died, it would mean the end of a reincarnation cycle. The life star would welcome a new reincarnation. As for those who were trapped in this world, they were given another chance to reincarnate. Seeing the craftsman ancestor's expression change, Wag Wei smiled and said, "Look, we were talking about the mine. Why are we talking about the heaven-defying ones now?" "You." 4,000. As the people on the life star could still manage the mineral loads under the pressure, their competence wasn't bad. But this is also because many forces are still in a wait-and-see mode. If they come out of this phase, do you think you can continue to manage this mineral vein? Back then, Zi Chen's incident had spread like wildfire in the Divine City. Everyone knew about the relationship between Zi Chen and the goddess. As such, due to this relationship, many factions did not join in and chose to wait and see. For example, the Jiu family and some other families that were afraid of them. But this time, Wag Wei had come with the intention to fight against the goddess. Once the news spread, it was another matter whether the other factions would change their attitude. This was something the craftsman ancestor did not expect. He did not expect that in this world, there would be a faction that could challenge the goddess. Of course, the craftsman ancestor had lived for countless years. He would not be scared off by a mere sentence. He said, "I believe we have the strength to protect our own mineral vein." "You are indeed very confident. But you are only at the 9th level. That's enough to deal with the 9th level outside. That's not wrong. But this mineral vein is very important. Since you don't want to cooperate, I can only send someone to take over. Wag Wei said, to be honest, before you came, I already sent out 2 false gods. I believe they will handle this matter well. The craftsman ancestor's expression changed. You broke the rules and sent out false gods. Are you trying to fight against the goddess? Wag Wei waved his hand. Taking over a mineral vein should not be serious enough to fight against the goddess, right? Perhaps it was possible when Zi Chen was still alive, but as for now, let me ask, does she even know who you are? The craftsman ancestor stood up and was about to leave. At that moment, 2 people appeared at the door. They were from the god race, with colorful light flowing around them. They were from the god race, stronger than false gods. Wag Wei said, our goal is simple. I believe you know what to do. I will give you some time to think. I believe you will make the right choice. Wag Wei walked outside. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, next, I will have to trouble you to think about it here. If you want to fight in the God City, you should know the rules. If there are no accidents, my people should have already arrived at the mine. If you were a little slower, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see anyone alive. The craftsman ancestor was infuriated to be threatened by a junior, but he was well aware of the current situation. The only thing he could rely on was the goddess. It was also because of the goddess that the other factions of the god race did not dare to rashly interfere. However, apparently, when this support was gone, the gap between the Life Stars and the God Clan was revealed. If the other party insisted on fighting, the loss of the mineral vein was a small matter. The lives of others might also be in danger. As someone who had lived for countless years, he naturally knew that the other party was doing this because of his grudge with Zi Chen. Wait. Before Wag Wei left, the craftsman ancestor called out. He had already made the choice to retreat. Wag Wei turned back and looked at the craftsman ancestor mockingly. What? You came to a conclusion so quickly? Don't worry. I heard those people around you are very good at fighting. I believe they won't die for a while. Even if they die, they won't all die. After saying this, Wag Wei turned and left without listening, leaving the craftsman ancestor alone. At this moment, the craftsman ancestor was even more certain of his guess. The other party had placed the blame for his grudge with Zi Chen on them. There were rules in Divine City that forbade fighting. Moreover, the 2 in front of him were true God Race members. Once they fought, the commotion would be huge. The craftsman ancestor, who had not expected such an unforeseen event, could only passively wait here. He had no idea what the situation in the mineral vein was like. However, if the false god really went, then with their 9th rank experts, they would not be a match. Moreover, he could also predict that those factions who had long since intended to be enemies would also be there. Helpless, the craftsman ancestor could only choose to deduce their chances of survival. The mineral vein was very large, and it was an inanimate object. He could not deduce it, so he could only deduce others. However, the craftsman ancestor soon discovered a strange result. This result was daunting but not dangerous. Could it be that all this is just a scam? He was somewhat puzzled. After some more deduction, he still came to this conclusion. Thus, he sat down and waited patiently, waiting to see what Wag Wei was up to. The craftsman ancestor did not know that the battle was still ongoing. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. At this moment, all the 9th rank experts from the Life Stars were participating in the battle. In the distance, there were even more 8th rank and 7th rank experts, preparing to invade this mineral vein. Among the crowd, 2 people stood there indifferently. They had been standing there for a long time. As soon as the order came, it would be time for them to act. While waiting, they finally received the order from the top. One of them sneered, "Our Lord said that it would be good if only half of them died. If too many of them died, he would not be able to account for it. Then let half of them die. As for the other half, although they can survive, they will be seriously injured. You should stop dreaming if you want to become half-martial ancestors." The 2 of them walked forward. As they walked, their robes began to flutter. Then, beams of energy circulated around them. Soon, their bodies were surrounded by colorful lights. Within these colorful lights, the aura of God surged. The powerful aura of God suddenly swept through heaven and earth. Many people turned their heads, looking at the two false gods in astonishment. At this moment, the ninth-rank experts fighting on the battlefield stopped and turned their heads in fright. Although ninth-rank experts could call the wind and summon the rain in this world, it was only limited to outside the God City. Everyone knew that this was the world of gods, a city ruled by gods. They were the masters of this place. At this moment, the two auras of God surged with undisguised murderous intent. Which force was this murderous intent aimed at? The two sides of the battle instantly separated. The ninth-rank experts from the life stars retreated and gathered. This was because they felt that the two auras of God had locked onto them. They're aiming at us. How is that possible? Longhu Sovereign, who had transformed into his human form, paled. With the goddess here, how could the God clan ignore the rules and attack us? Even if they covet this mineral vein, they could only play some tricks in the dark, right? No one could explain why these two false gods were aiming at them. As the two false gods stepped forward, one of them said, "Ants from the life stars, we'll give you all a chance to attack. Don't worry. This time, we'll only kill half of you. Let's see which one of you is unlucky enough to die first." The false god's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. His voice was full of arrogance and disdain. The existences on the life stars changed their countenances. As for their opponents, after a short moment of astonishment, they all showed a mocking face. Apparently, these stubborn fellows had finally angered the existences in the God City, making them want to kill them. It was easy for the false gods to kill the ninth-rank experts like them. Indeed. Standing there, Zi Chen could feel the murderous intent of the false gods. Although he didn't know what was going on, why would the false gods attack the people on the life stars where Yi Chen was? Since he had come, these two fellows were courting death. Chapter 2570. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the life star. Facing the two fake gods and the god clan behind them, they naturally had no chance of winning. At this moment, everyone was waiting to see what they would do. Should they kneel and beg for mercy? Or should they just retreat? Or should they just fight to the death? The result would be as the fake gods had said, the battle would end when half of them died. In short, this time, these existences from the life star had finally provoked existences they shouldn't have provoked. They could only blame themselves for being too selfish and greedy, refusing the god clan's goodwill time and time again. However, some people didn't understand. Normally, the god clan would do little things behind their backs. Why would they suddenly attack so brazenly this time? Could it be that the goddess no longer protected them? Or was it the goddess's intention all along? It was unknown whether they were scared silly or not, but they didn't react immediately. They just stared blankly at the two fake gods approaching them. However, at this moment, a skeleton suddenly walked out. There was no flesh on his body, and his skeleton looked thin and small. He was holding a stone knife in his hand, looking neither fish nor fowl. Not only did he walk out, but he also walked directly toward the two fake gods. For a moment, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Isn't that a skeleton? Why did he come out? A great battle is about to break out, but this guy suddenly walked out. Is he here to make fun of us? Is he scared silly by the god's aura? Can't he tell the direction now? Sounds of discussion and laughter could be heard from all around. Compared to the other two beings who were radiating the aura of gods, this skeleton was simply too different. He didn't have the aura of an expert. He looked too weak. Who is that? Longhu Supreme turned his head to look at sky-devouring wolf. He knew the latter had come with him. Looking at the skeleton's back, sky-devouring wolf's expression changed. However, when he saw that the skeleton didn't intend to stop, he became excited again. It's all because of him that I can come here. Perhaps our problem will be solved soon. Because of him? The other level 9s all looked surprised. How could this seemingly weak skeleton fight against two fake gods? Sky-devouring wolf nodded and said, "That's right. I saw with my own eyes that he could kill a level 9 expert with a single slash. Maybe he really can fight two false divinities at once. What? He killed a level 9 with a single slash? Shock was written all over their faces. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Even if he can't defeat the two of you, I'm sure he can hold out until the craftsman ancestor returns. While heaven-devouring wolf was speaking, the skeleton was already closing in on the two quasi-divinities. There was still no strong aura erupting from his body, but his target was very clear. The two false gods stared at each other with great interest. The one on the left said, "Could it be a fellow without any consciousness?" The other person smiled faintly. "Who knows?" At this moment, the skeletons were already within 50 meters of them. The two of them did not attack. Instead, they looked at each other with ridicule. They both wanted to see what the skeleton was going to do. The skeleton didn't stop. It was still 40 meters away from the fake god. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. It still didn't stop, nor did it change direction. There were only 5 meters between them. The ridicule on the faces of the two false gods didn't lessen. The others were also curious about what the skeleton was going to do. The skeleton didn't change direction. Obviously, his target was the two false gods. When there were only 3 meters between them, the skeleton raised the long saber in his hand. At this moment, his goal was very clear. He was going to attack the false god, and the one on the right. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they burst into laughter. An unassuming skeleton had raised his weapon against the god clan at this moment. Wasn't this a joke? Could it be that he wanted to kill a god? Even if he just stood there and let him attack, he shouldn't be able to break through the god's defense, right? Similar laughter rang out continuously, and it was getting louder and louder. At this moment, they were finally sure that the skeleton was here to make fun of them. Longhu Sovereign and the others were puzzled. They didn't think that the skeleton could display much power at this moment. Sky-devouring wolf didn't laugh. On the contrary, he looked very nervous. After witnessing the previous battle, he knew that the skeleton was very good at killing people. It was obvious that he was deliberately showing weakness by doing this. Sure enough, the god's vanity was satisfied by the laughter, and he didn't do anything to the skeleton. At this moment, the skeleton was only 1 meter away from the false god on the right. This distance was enough for the stone saber to fall. Thus, the stone saber fell. There was no sound of the saber breaking through the air, nor was there any light. It was just a pure saber that didn't seem to contain any energy. The ridicule on the false god's face became more intense. When he saw the saber falling, colorful light surrounded his body, forming a layer of defense. He stood in the middle of the defense and smiled. "I'm standing right here. Let's see how long it will take you to break through my defense." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone saber fell. Just like before, it didn't seem to contain much energy. However, when the stone saber fell on the god's light shield, the shield split in half like an illusion. The stone saber slashed down, going straight for the false god's face. The ridicule on the false god's face froze in an instant, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Divine light flickered on his body, and he quickly retreated with a tap of his foot. Kai. His figure left his original spot, and the original light shield shattered and dissipated in an instant. He stood dozens of meters away, and there was a saber mark on his chest. Bright red blood with specks of colorful light dripped from the wound. The surrounding laughter came to an abrupt end. Everyone looked in front of them in shock, and some people's faces were full of horror. The skeleton, who was ridiculed by everyone, had broken through the god's defense with a seemingly powerless saber strike. From afar, it looked as if the light shield was fake. If they hadn't seen that the god was injured, they would have thought that the two were putting on a show and cooperating to make fun of each other. Sky-devouring wolf, who had been watching this scene, almost jumped up in excitement when he saw that the god's defense was broken and that the skeleton was injured. Obviously, his guess was right. The skeleton did have the strength to deal with a false god. It was a pity that the skeleton's weak attack didn't kill the careless false god. Longhu Sovereign and the others were completely stunned when they saw this scene. It seemed that the scene in front of them didn't make any sense. The false god on the left of the skeleton was also stunned. His face was full of astonishment. He clearly didn't feel any power from the saber strike just now. How did it break through his companion's defense? He didn't understand and couldn't figure it out. But at this moment, the skeleton took a step forward, turned sideways, and slashed horizontally with the stone saber in his hand. Just like before, there was no light on the saber, and it looked as if there was no energy. Fart! The stone saber swept past, and the false god's defense disappeared in a flash. His body appeared dozens of meters away. A saber mark appeared on his abdomen, and it almost cut open his stomach. The defense that had disappeared in a flash was broken by the saber strike just like that. He looked at the skeleton with a face full of shock, and he didn't understand what was going on. At this moment, the skeleton's leg bones bent slightly, and then his legs suddenly exerted force. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and a deep crack appeared on the ground. The skeleton's body used this huge force to soar into the air and go straight for the false god in front of it. The false god's face changed drastically, and he retreated. The skeleton jumped and chased after him. Divine fist of destruction. A furious roar sounded out as a fist giving off a dazzling rainbow light, and a powerful divine aura appeared in the air and shot towards the skeleton. The skeleton in front of it slashed down with the stone saber. Fart! The divine fist was split in two, and the divine power was instantly destroyed. There was no power at all. During this time, the skeleton's speed slowed down, and there was an ear-piercing sound in the air as he rushed forward. The surroundings had become quiet. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. They were almost petrified. The false god was using the fleet-foot stride to retreat, but his speed was slower than the skeleton's. The skeleton was completely rampaging, and there was no footwork to speak of. However, its speed suppressed the famous fleet-foot stride of the god clan. Its power, the power of the physical body. Fire Chalene, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "The skeleton's speed has surpassed the fleet-foot stride of the false god. How strong is his physical strength?" During this time, the false god was still retreating, and he used all kinds of divine skills. However, no matter how powerful the divine skills were, in front of the skeleton, it was only a matter of time before the skeleton's saber. Wherever the stone saber passed, all the divine skills were destroyed. Previously, everyone thought that the skeleton was just a joke, but now he was chasing after a false god. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Finally, the skeleton arrived in front of the false god. He held the stone saber tightly in his hand and stabbed forward. Divine light shield. At this moment, the false god, who had nowhere to run, shouted loudly. He formed a seal with both hands, and the divine power in his body surged wildly, forming a defensive light shield on the surface of his body. This was the light shield defense of the god clan. It might not be as strong as the defense of the divine bell of destruction, but it was one of the strongest defenses of the god clan. This was the only choice he could make in the face of the skeleton in front of him. At this moment, his face was full of horror, and there was no trace of arrogance or disdain. Now, in his heart, he was thinking of blocking the skeleton's attack, and then the two of them would work together to think of other ways to decide whether to fight or to run. He thought of many things, but they were all unnecessary. Poof! The stone saber instantly broke through his defense, and then the tip of the saber went straight into his chest, and then it completely penetrated. Chapter 2571. The stone saber pierced through the chest of the fake deity, and the tip of the saber came out from the back. The fake deity's shocked expression froze, and his pupils suddenly widened. At this moment, he could feel that the stone saber contained an extremely violent and destructive power. This power was much more violent than the impure divine power in his body. If one were to use an analogy, then the power of the false god in his body was merely a small lake, while the destructive power contained in the stone saber was a boundless ocean. Facing such a violent power, the last trace of luck in his body disappeared. The stone saber released a light of energy for the first time. This light directly crushed his heart and then went straight into his sea of consciousness, destroying it. After entering the sea of consciousness, this destructive power rushed to the fire of life of the fake deity. After that, the fire of life was extinguished. The life of the fake deity dissipated. All of this took a long time to describe, But in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. After the stone saber broke the defense of the fake deity and went straight into his chest, there was a destructive power that went straight into his sea of consciousness and destroyed his soul. Therefore, when the second fake deity was about to rush in front of Chen, the first fake deity was already killed. Puff! The stone saber was pulled out, and divine blood splattered. Chen turned around and looked at the fake deity who was rushing forward. The fake deity's body that was rushing forward stopped in an instant. His face was full of fear, and he turned around to escape. He could feel that his companion had died. In fact, it was not only him. At this moment, everyone around, including the miners, could feel that a fake deity had lost his life. They were still petrified and could not wake up at all. The reason for that was because this scene was simply too inconceivable. It was simply too unbelievable. A powerful fake deity of the God clan was killed with a single saber strike just like that. Looking at the escaping fake deity, Chen did not chase after him. In his hand, the stone saber began to glow, and a suffocating aura emerged from the stone saber. After that, he grabbed the stone saber and threw it forward. The stone saber cut through the sky, shining brightly, and followed the fake deity. At this moment, the false divinity's face was filled with fear. Sensing the stone saber behind him, he wanted to change direction and dodge. But in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be locked by an indescribable force. Other than moving in a straight line, he could not move left or right at all. It was as if the surrounding space had become solid. He didn't understand what was going on, but he didn't need to understand because the stone blade quickly arrived and pierced through his back. Another complete penetration. After that, he felt a destructive force enter his sea of consciousness. After that, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The second false divinity had died. These two powerful existences were still so insufferably arrogant earlier, but in an instant, they turned into corpses. At this moment, all the spectators felt as if they were dreaming. However, Chen was clear-headed. He would not forget what his purpose was. Therefore, when he knew that he could not catch up with the fake god, he started to charge forward when he threw the stone knife. When the fake god fell to the ground and died, he had already rushed to the front of the fake god. Then, he grabbed the stone saber and pulled it out. After that, he exerted force with his feet, and the ground rumbled again. As smoke and dust filled the air, he shot into the air like a cannonball and rushed toward the place where the alien race's level 9 experts were. When these level 9 experts reacted, Chen's figure had already reached the air and was quickly landing. Boom! His figure landed heavily with a strong vibration of energy. The level 9 experts who did not have time to escape also swayed in an instant. Some of them were directly hit by the impact of the energy and fell to the ground. The place where Chen landed was filled with endless smoke and dust at this moment. No one could see what was happening in the smoke and dust. But they could vaguely see that a bright light was flashing. As the light flashed, there were occasional popping sounds. Energy swept out, and the smoke and dust quickly dispersed. The skeleton's figure appeared, standing in the middle, holding a stone saber that was not stained with blood. Around him, there were corpses lying on the ground. Of the more than 10 level 9 experts who had previously fought with Longhu Sovereign and the others, only 4 had rushed out alive and disappeared at the end of the line of sight in the blink of an eye. As for the others, they had all turned into corpses. In addition to the corpses, there were also holy weapons on the ground. But at this moment, even though they had spiritual intelligence, they could only tremble on the ground, buzz, and tremble. They did not dare to break through the air and leave. This creeper-looking skeleton was like a god of death. Even though they were the spiritual bodies of the sacred weapons, they still felt fear when facing it. They were also weapons, but they also felt a strong threat from the stone saber. The battle was over, and the crisis was averted. Chen bent down and picked up the holy weapons on the ground. These were all holy weapons, and there were a total of 4 of them. There were spirits among them. If he did not pick them up, there was probably no one here who could suppress them. As long as he left, these holy weapons would quickly escape. The surroundings were quiet. This was clearly a place full of people, but at this moment, it was as if there was no one. Everyone's gazes followed the skeleton's movements. The previous ridicule could not be heard at this moment. Chen walked in front of Longhu Sovereign and the others, and casually threw the weapons in his hand to them. He looked at Sky-Devouring Wolf and said, "Remember, we have an agreement." Sky-Devouring Wolf subconsciously nodded. He had already expected that this skeleton might be able to resolve this crisis. But he never imagined that this skeleton would actually use this method to resolve the crisis. Those two were false gods, which was equivalent to humans' half-ancestors. It was a realm that they yearned for even in their dreams, and also a realm that they constantly pursued. But in front of this skeleton, it was only a matter of two sabers. After tossing the sacred weapons to the others, he turned back and returned. The level 9 corpses were useless to him. This time, he went straight for the false god's corpse. Once a cultivator reached the heaven realm, they would become a pure spirit, let alone a false god. When he had killed the other party earlier, Chen had sensed that the other party's body contained surging divine power. When he arrived in front of the false god, a ball of flame appeared in Chen's palm. The flame landed on the false god's body, and it started to burn. During the burning process, the false god's body started to change and gradually turned into an energy crystal. This crystal was emitting a colorful light. It should be a divine crystal, or a divine spiritual crystal. However, the energy contained in it was many times denser than the divine spiritual crystals he had obtained. Its volume was also many times larger. After putting away the divine spiritual crystals of the two false gods, he turned to the dumbfounded level 9 experts and said, "Remember to call me if there is such a good thing in the future." Compared to obtaining divine spiritual crystals from ore veins, this method of killing false gods was much faster. If a false god and a divine spiritual crystal were to be converted into an equivalent value, then the crystal of a false god should be equivalent to hundreds of divine spiritual crystals. It would take a lot of effort to obtain hundreds of divine spiritual crystals. However, if he wanted to obtain a piece of false god crystal, Chen could do it with a single slash. The Sky-Devouring Wolf quickly collected some divine spiritual crystals and sent them to Chen. It was still the agreed price of 20 divine spiritual crystals per level 9 expert. Chen did not stand on ceremony. He took the divine spiritual crystals and placed them on the ground. Although he had shocked everyone with his powerful attack just now, he had actually consumed a lot of energy. If he had not refined some divine spiritual crystals and divine spiritual crystals along the way, Chen would have completely exhausted the energy in the heavenly god's bone after this battle. He sat on the ground and started to absorb the divine power contained in these divine spiritual crystals. The divine power in the divine spiritual crystals was rapidly draining away. The people with ulterior motives in the distance had already left. They were worried that they would be slaughtered by these level 9 experts if they stayed any longer. The energy in these divine spiritual crystals was rapidly being consumed. Soon, these divine spiritual crystals, which were said to be a huge number, were all consumed. After that, these level 9 experts did not leave after seeing the skeletons. Instead, they took out the false god crystals and started to refine them. At this moment, although they were shocked by the speed of the other party's refinement, they were also somewhat moved. The other party's actions were not purely to refine the divine spiritual crystals. It was more to protect this mine and protect them. Because two of the god race's false gods had died, this matter clearly would not end so easily. The two dead false divinities were not a title, but a realm. In the city of God, their status was second only to that of the god race. Naturally, their deaths would attract attention. This was because in this world that seemed to be controlled by the god race, most of the inhabitants were false gods. This matter immediately caused great waves. Calculating the time, Yang Wei entered the hall again. However, when he saw the craftsman ancestor sitting there calmly, he was somewhat surprised. At the same time, he admired the other party's feigned calmness. Yang Wei looked at the craftsman ancestor and asked, "How is it?" After several calculations and exhausting mental strength, the craftsman ancestor confirmed that nothing had happened to these people. He said, "What do you want?" Yang Wei smiled. "It's not what I want. But what do you want?" The craftsman ancestor shook his head. I don't quite understand. Yang Wei indifferently said, since you don't understand, I'll tell you. You'll be in charge of mining that mine, but 90% of the divine spiritual crystals will be ours. The remaining 10% will be yours. The craftsman ancestor shook his head again. Mining the mine requires costs, and transporting it also requires costs. If we calculate it this way, we won't benefit at all. Rather than taking that 10%, I'd rather give it all to you. Yang Wei said, you have to take it even if you don't want it. This attitude was extremely firm, because he had already guessed that something had happened to the mine. With such disastrous losses, the craftsman ancestor had no choice but to agree. Thus, he said again, you can go back now. Think about it carefully. I'm sure you'll agree. At this time, a false god hastily walked to the door and stood there. Chapter 2572. The fake god, who had not spoken, chose to transmit his voice. Yang Wei cried out involuntarily. Something unexpected must have happened, or it could be said that something unexpected had happened. The craftsman ancestor had lived for countless eras. The moment Yang Wei's expression changed, he guessed that it had something to do with the mine. Or rather, it had exceeded his expectations. Send someone else. Yang Wei said coldly. The fake god outside still did not speak. He chose to transmit his voice again, but he shook his head. Yang Wei's expression changed again. He said coldly, follow me. He ignored the craftsman ancestor and turned to leave. Behind him, the two god race experts who had been blocking the craftsman ancestor also left. Originally, Yang Wei only wanted to be a behind-the-scenes existence. Everything was under his control. However, he did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur. A skeleton had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his plan. Humph. Yang Wei snorted coldly. He could not help but recall the time when he had controlled the situation on the Life Star. At that time, he had a group of heaven-defying experts under his command. Even the experts on the Life Star had listened to his orders. However, he did not expect that those trash could not stop a heaven-defying expert, and he had to do it himself. This time, it seemed to be the same. He had controlled the situation, but something unexpected had happened. He was annoyed and decided to go personally. However, he did not forget to send people to delay the craftsman ancestor. After becoming the personal bodyguard of the goddess, Shilian's status rose. Even though the goddess had not been in the city of God, she was still a fake god with some weight. Moreover, because of her status, she received more resources. Thus, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had long since become a real fake god. This time, when the goddess returned, she had personally accompanied her. However, the goddess seemed to be in a bad mood. She did not talk to her anymore, and the two of them rarely met. Every day, the goddess would shut herself in her room, sulking all day long. She did not cultivate. Apart from her, there was also a fly who seemed to be very important to Shilian. This fly was called Sina. It was said that he was the son of a god and had a very noble status. He had come here a few days after the goddess returned. After that, he came to find the goddess every day. However, each time, he was blocked outside the door. But he came every day. However, in Shilian's opinion, this kind of behavior was not to move the goddess with persistence. It was more like a kind of challenge to keep trying to get what he couldn't get. This made her very unhappy. Moreover, the confidence on his face every time made Shilian a little unhappy. Today, she hurriedly made her way to the goddess' residence. Outside, she saw Sina, who was still blocked outside. Seeing Shilian arrive, he glanced at her indifferently and then remained silent as usual. Goddess, something has happened. Shilian came to the door and said aloud without knocking. She knew that the goddess would not open the door even if she knocked. What's the matter? Yi Qian's voice came from the room. Shilian said, 2 divine servants just died in the city. God's servants were fake gods. In the eyes of the world, they were members of the god race, but they knew that they were not real gods. They were servants of God. What does this have to do with me? Yi Qian's voice was still calm. They were killed outside the city. The one who killed them was a skeleton. Their original goal was to kill the people of the Craftsman Manor and then steal the mineral vein that belonged to them. Shilian said simply. Yi Qian knew about the mineral vein of the Life Star. Although Zi Chen was already dead, Yi Qian had no ill intentions toward the Life Star. She was very happy to help. Because of her existence, no matter how much the other factions coveted that mineral vein, they did not dare to steal it openly. They only dared to do some small tricks behind the scenes. As for these small tricks, the Craftsman Manor could handle them. Aren't they just 2 servants? So what if they died? What's the fuss about? Sina said disdainfully. Which faction? Yi Qian's voice came again. Clearly, this was not just about the 2 dead people. A faction that just arrived in the God City recently. We didn't get any specific information. However, the 2 dead divine servants came from their manor. I just received news that 3 lords of the God race are heading out of the city. It seems that they are here to denounce us. Oh, I also received news that the craftsman ancestor is in that manor. It seems that he is trapped. This was why Shilian had come. Although she had no feelings toward the people of the Life Star, she had to let the goddess know about such a big event. Squeak. The closed door suddenly opened. Yi Qian, wearing a colorful dress, appeared. Seeing Yi Qian, Sina's eyes brightened. He was about to step forward. Yi Qian did not look at Sina. Her beautiful face looked haggard. As long as she calmed down, she would still remember what had happened that year. If she had not been careless, if she had been more vigilant, he would not have fallen into the abyss. Yi Qian ordered, "You go find the craftsman ancestor. I'm going outside to check." Yes. Shilian bowed and then turned to leave. Yi Qian walked outside. Sina, who was ignored, followed her. His face was still confident. He had a faint smile on his face. He didn't look embarrassed at all. The more he couldn't get something, the better it was for him. The God race had a long lifespan. He had plenty of time to waste. Only this kind of person would be interesting to conquer. Yi Qian had just walked out of the courtyard when she saw rays of light appear. These people were from the God clan, the real God clan. The leader of the group, a male god, said, "The gods who came this time have some background. We'll go with the goddess." Yi Qian shook her head. "No need. I can go by myself." Given her current status in the God race, no one would dare do anything to her unless they were gods. Sina waved his hand and said, "You can all disperse. I'll take care of such a small matter." The gods cupped their fists at Sina and then left. Ji Wei left, but the craftsman ancestor still couldn't leave the room. A fake god had come and used the laws of the city to suppress him, making it impossible for him to leave. This city was extraordinary. It had an extremely powerful formation. If he dared to make a move here, he would be obliterated by the formation. Just as he was waiting anxiously, he saw Shilian's figure. "The goddess has already gone to the mine." "Craftsman ancestor, come with me," Shilian said at the door. The craftsman ancestor nodded and quickly walked out. Then he asked, "What happened?" The fake gods here naturally didn't dare to stop Shilian. As Shilian walked, she said, "2 fake gods went to the mine, but they were killed by a skeleton that appeared out of nowhere. Now, there are 3 celestial races rushing over, and the goddess is also there." Shilian gave a simple explanation of what had happened. The craftsman ancestor's expression became unsightly. He was also very anxious. He had deduced that the others wouldn't have any problems and thought it was Ji Wei's trick. He didn't expect that the real reason was that skeleton that appeared out of nowhere. If he hadn't appeared and killed those 2 fake gods, the Life Star would have suffered disastrous losses. He was very anxious, so he subconsciously sped up. As long as he left the city and went to the outside world, it would be his world. Even a member of the divine race would have to treat the craftsman ancestor with respect in the outside world. Without the killing formation in the city, the craftsman ancestor feared no one. Time passed as the refinement continued. Zi Chen waited while he was refining. Obviously, this matter wouldn't end so easily. With 2 fake gods dead, the god race definitely wouldn't let it go. Next, should they send more fake gods? This was the result that Zi Chen wanted the most, as he was currently lacking in divine spiritual crystals. Even after killing a false god, his heart had only accumulated a small amount of divine energy. Compared to the energy in the heart of the god, it was pitifully little. Therefore, if more fake gods came, he would be very happy to harvest them. However, the possibility of that wasn't high. In front of an existence that could instantly kill fake gods, no one would be stupid enough to send fake gods to their deaths, unless they were enemies. As he waited, his opponents came. As expected, they weren't fake gods. God auras surged in the sky as three figures quickly flew over. In this world, only the god race could fly. The god race really came. Zichen raised his head and looked at the sky. Without eyes, he couldn't see or sense what was in the distance. At this moment, he was still very confused. Because the craftsman manor was protected by the goddess, why would the god race dare to openly attack the people on the Life Star? Moreover, he had clearly heard that the goddess was in the city. During this period, even if some god race people coveted this mineral vein, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only play some tricks behind the scenes. However, today, it seemed that the god race had walked to the front from behind. The god race gradually approached this place. Their auras filled the world. Devouring Sky Wolf and the others' faces changed. In the distant sky, those existences that had disappeared earlier appeared again. Obviously, they hadn't given up yet. However, the rank 9 that had fled earlier didn't come back. It was unknown if he was scared stiff. Zichen stood up, grabbed the stone saber next to him, and looked at the three god race people. As the two sides got closer, Zichen saw them clearly. The other two were ignored by him. His gaze landed on the leader of the group, and his spirit flame fluctuated. Although the leader's face was full of hideous scars and looked extremely ugly, Zichen recognized him at first glance. Wag Wei. This existence should have been killed by many forces on the star path. However, he appeared in front of Shi Yang in perfect condition. Not only was he not dead, but he had also become a member of the god race. While Zichen's mind was shaken, Wag Wei hovered in the air and said indifferently, "You're the one who disrupted my plan?" Chapter 2573. The three Protoss arrived, and the leader asked first. Unexpectedly, the skeleton raised his sword and slashed without saying a word. Shaky, who was full of confidence, was ignored just like that. Looking at the bright sword light, Shaky's expression did not change. He clenched his fist and punched forward. Above his fist, divine power lingered, and the aura of a god surged. This punch was full of momentum and power. Although it was not the Armageddon punch, it was much more powerful than the attack of a pseudo-god. Boom! The fist hit the sword light, producing a violent energy shock. After that, under everyone's stunned gaze, Shaker's figure was pushed back dozens of meters in the air. His previous indifferent expression changed, and the scar on his face moved like a centipede. What a strong power! It was unknown whether this was a compliment or a surprise. Zichen still did not respond. He stomped his foot, and the earth suddenly trembled. His figure rose into the air with the force of the rebound and went straight toward the two Protoss. He was now only a skeleton with no energy in his body, and the skeleton was the bone of a heavenly god, which contained extremely strong power. So even now, he did not know what was going on with the current situation. And what was his current realm? To be able to kill a pseudo-god with one strike, this realm should be equivalent to that of a Protoss. However, the Protoss could fly, but he could not. Zichen, who was in the air, slashed down with his sword, and the bright sword light continued to flash. One of the Protoss formed a seal with both hands, and a light shield appeared in front of him. After seeing Shaky fall back, he was naturally prepared. The other Protoss took the opportunity to attack Zichen. Boom! Zichen's sword slashed on the light shield, and the light shield shattered, and the Protoss inside flew backward. Peng! At the same time, the attack of the Protoss beside him also hit his body and sent him flying dozens of meters. His body landed on the ground while flying backward, and he was unharmed. Then he exerted his strength again, bounced up, and went toward the third Protoss. Another saber slashed down. Boom! The energy shock, and the divine power collapsed. This Protoss was also sent flying backward. At that moment, the powers that had returned were all stunned when they saw the scene before them. This skeleton did not look like one of the god race at all. He did not know where it came from, but it was actually fighting against 3 of the god race. One had to know that those 3 were not fake gods, but real gods. However, the skeletons, who clearly could not fly, were jumping around and attacking. Every time the stone knife in their hands landed, the god would be sent flying. Although the Protoss were unharmed, this kind of attack was still extremely shocking. Who is he? At the back, the Longhu Supremacy's side was dumbfounded when he saw the ferocious skeleton. I don't know. It said that when Lei Ming was attacked, this skeleton suddenly appeared and followed him here. Devouring Sky Wolf said. At this moment, he was also very shocked. On the battlefield, Zi Chen, who couldn't fly, was still jumping around and fighting. Damn it! Shouted Yong Wei furiously. He formed a hand seal with both hands. A palm print descended from the sky, carrying with it a powerful aura. Pu. The skeleton suddenly jumped up and split the palm print with one knife. At the same time, it swept through the air toward Yong Wei. Boom! Yong Wei threw a punch. Energy rippled, and Zi Chen fell to the ground, retreating through the air. In everyone's eyes, the only advantage the 3 god race had was that they could fly. If they couldn't, they would definitely be at a disadvantage against this skeleton of unknown origin. Yi Qian had already arrived, but she did not immediately step forward. At this moment, her gaze fell on the skeleton. For some reason, when she first saw it, a familiar feeling rose in her heart. It was like seeing an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. However, as soon as she stopped and tried to figure out where she had seen similar skeletons, the familiar feeling disappeared. The more she looked at the skeleton, the more unfamiliar it seemed. Everything just now was like an illusion. She was already a member of the god race. It was impossible for her to be hallucinating. She stood there, puzzled, trying to guess the skeleton's identity. Beside her, Sina watched the battle in front of him, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He also felt that the skeleton was strange. Moreover, it was clearly not at the deity realm, but it could actually fight 1 against 3. Subconsciously, he thought back to the battle in Lightning God Palace. That could be said to be the most humiliating battle in his entire history of battle. They couldn't even win 5 against 1. Moreover, he was almost sent into the abyss. If not for the appearance of his heavenly godfather, he would probably have died long ago. If he didn't know that that guy had already been killed by their schemes, he would definitely believe that this skeleton was that extremely loathsome guy. Boom! Suddenly, a berserk aura came from the horizon. The void suddenly distorted, and an enormous hammer appeared from the void. Then, it flew through the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. The instant the hammer arrived, everyone felt a suffocating aura. Even the goddess and Sina's expressions changed greatly. The hammer whistled as it flew over their heads and headed straight for the battlefield in front of them. Boom! The advancing hammer exploded in the sky, forming a berserk energy. This energy instantly engulfed Ya Wei and the other 2. The 3 of them were sent flying, and as they flew, divine blood splattered. During this time, the skeleton did not suffer any damage. It was only pushed back by the energy. You dare scheme against my people? You're courting death. An angry voice came from the horizon. Then, a figure flew over. It was an old figure. The aura on his body was not that of a deity, but it was even more powerful. The one who came was the craftsman ancestor. This existence who had lived for who knows how many years was thoroughly enraged after learning of everything. After leaving the divine city, he flew at top speed and finally caught up. The craftsman ancestor appeared in the distance. He stared at Ya Wei, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Die. He pointed a finger. The void distorted again, and the giant hammer appeared again. It was like a weapon used to forge iron. It descended from the sky, heading straight for Ya Wei's head. Damn it! Ya Wei cursed. His hands quickly formed a seal. Above his head, a giant bell surging with divine aura appeared, covering his body. This was the incarnation of the divine weapon world destroyer bell. Boom! However, the giant hammer fell, and the incarnation of the divine bell shattered instantly. Wei, who was inside, coughed out blood and was sent flying. The other two divine tribe members saw that the situation was not good. They went up to protect Wei. The giant hammer did not dissipate after the attack. It rose into the sky again, and then came down again. The void seemed to be shattered by this attack, and the three of them were sent flying again. The craftsman ancestor's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. He was in a state of complete suppression against three divine tribe members. At this moment, the craftsman ancestor was completely enraged. Wei used the divine city's rules to stop him, making him wary. But here, he had no scruples. The three of them almost destroyed the craftsman manor. At this moment, he could not let them live. The giant hammer rose up again, and then with an even more violent aura, it went straight for Wei. This attack was full of killing intent. It was obviously fatal. If you kill me, all of you will die tomorrow. Can you withstand the fury of a divine god? Just as the giant hammer came down from the sky, Wei shouted. The giant hammer stopped above Wei's head, and the powerful aura was still surging. Wei's robe kept shaking under the aura, and his black hair kept dancing. His scarred face was covered in cold sweat. But fortunately, he made the right bet. The giant hammer was still above his head, and the oppressive aura made him very uncomfortable. But as long as it did not fall, he was confident that he could face the craftsman ancestor. You should know that I dare to attack you under such circumstances. I must have something to rely on. In this world, all the divine tribe members were afraid of Goddess Yi Qian's identity, so they did not dare to do anything to the people of the craftsman manor. But Wei dared. Not only did he dare, but he also dared to attack personally. Naturally, he had something to rely on. Just as the craftsman ancestor was frowning, Wei turned around and looked in another direction. Yi Qian, long time no see. Yi Qian, who had been observing the entire time, shuddered when she heard that. For a very long time, this person was the person she was most wary of, and also the person she feared the most. He was like a nightmare in her heart, and also a fear in her heart. You're not dead yet. She forced herself to calm down and looked at Wei. Wei touched the scars on his face and said ruefully, I almost died. It's only because my life was not meant to end that I was able to achieve what I have today. But you, on the other hand, haven't changed at all. You're still so beautiful and moving. Wei's tone made Sina very unhappy. He said coldly, Hey, who are you? Which heavenly god are you related to? Wei looked at Sina and said, You're young Master Sina, right? I heard that you've been chasing after Goddess Yi Qian recently, but there hasn't been any progress. That's none of your business. Others might care about your identity, but I don't. Killing you is just a matter of seconds, Sina said with a gloomy expression. Even if your father is a heavenly god, I still dare to cripple you. Young Master Sina has such a big temper. But don't misunderstand. I don't have a father as good as a heavenly god. I've known Goddess Yi Qian for many years. Even when she was still a mortal, we were very familiar with each other. Also, the two of us. Haha, if young Master Sina wants to know the truth and ask for some help, as long as you come to find me, I think I'll help you. Wei laughed, and his smile was very sinister. Enough, Wei. Yi Qian looked coldly at Wei and said, The past is the past. Now, this place is under my jurisdiction. I don't care which heavenly god you are, but you shouldn't have come to my place and meddled in my affairs. Everything is in the past. You make it sound so easy. I narrowly escaped death to achieve what I have today. Why do you think I did that? Wei pointed at his face and said, The reason why I left these scars until now is to tell myself that I must remember what happened in the past. When I first found out about your identity, I was already in despair. But I didn't expect that things would take a turn for the better. Didn't you want to know who the heavenly god behind me is? He is. Chapter 2574. Swish. The blade light soared into the sky. This attack was stronger than all the previous attacks. It carried a cold and merciless killing intent. This attack came from the skeleton and was aimed at Yang Wei. Even though he was a god, he could not ignore this attack at this moment. How dare you offend a celestial god? Yang Wei turned around and stared coldly at the skeleton. He wanted to use the celestial god to suppress Zi Chen. Unfortunately, Zi Chen was not the craftsman ancestor. In other words, he was no one now. He was just a skeleton that fell from the sky. He had no identity. He had no family and no friends. No one knew his origin. Naturally, they would not care about Yang Wei's threat. The power of the blade light did not decrease at all. It went straight for Yang Wei. Yang Wei's expression changed. He formed a seal with both hands and struck out with his palm. Boom! The blade light destroyed the palm print. The powerful energy shook and Yang Wei's body flew backward. There was a knife wound on his chest as he flew backward. Divine blood was dripping from the wound. Damn you, do you know who I am and where I come from? Seeing the wound on his body, Yang Wei's face showed a hint of anger. Zi Chen still did not respond. He tapped his foot and soared into the air. He rushed toward Yang Wei again. Boom! Energy shook. Yang Wei's body flew backward again. There was another blade mark on his body. The skeleton landed on the ground. Then, he jumped up again and went straight for Yang Wei. This was a shocking scene. The skeletons that couldn't fly kept jumping around and attacking the god race, but the god race couldn't do anything to them. Yang Wei kept retreating. His expression was very ugly. In the end, he could not say who he was. It was useless to say it. This skeleton obviously did not understand. Looking at skeleton's unreasonable behavior, the other two Protoss couldn't sit still. If Yang Wei was killed, they wouldn't be able to report back to their superiors. Thus, the two of them dashed forward, heading straight for the skeleton that had just leaped into the air. They knew that the skeleton's weakness was that he could not fly, so they took advantage of this. Sure enough, with the help of the two of them, the flying skeleton's advantage began to disappear. Although he wasn't injured, he wasn't able to suppress shaky as he had been before. Damned thing, do you even have a brain? Divine light swirled around Qi Wei's body, covering his wounds. At the same time, his robe became brand new, and his sorry state was swept away. Two gods were fighting against the skeletons. Him. 4,000. It was time to get down to business. All these years of forbearance, wasn't it all for today? Looking at Yi Qian's forced calm expression, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. She had been afraid of him for many years, and now, not only had this fear not disappeared, it had even intensified. He looked at Yi Qian and snorted coldly. You didn't expect that I would reach this point, did you? I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain. He wanted to say the name of the god of heaven again, but he didn't say it out loud. The skeleton broke free from the two of them and leaped high into the air. It held the blade with both hands and fiercely slashed towards him. The aura of this slash was even more powerful. Faintly, Jiao Wei felt the threat of death. Boom! As the saber slashed down, a powerful shockwave rippled out, and the swaying body directly smashed into the ground. After landing, it rolled into the distance, and smoke and dust filled the air. The skeleton's body also landed on the ground. Step by step, the ground shook as if a giant was walking forward. A powerful aura surged wildly. What a powerful aura, what intense killing intent. After sensing all this, the craftsman ancestor's expression also changed. Swoosh, swoosh. The two gods rushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen turned around and slashed with the stone saber in his hand. A streak of saber light like a waterfall fell on the two gods, sending them flying backwards. As they flew backwards, the two of them coughed up blood. Swoosh. With this block, the retreating Jiao Wei flipped over and was about to soar into the air again. Boom. The skeleton bent its legs and instantly exerted force. Like a cannonball, it shot straight towards Jiao Wei. Damn it! Jiao Wei cursed. He pointed his right hand forward, and a light shield appeared in front of him. This light shield surged with the aura of a sacred weapon. This was a circular light shield with ancient patterns on it. It exuded the aura of a sacred weapon. The moment he saw the light shield, the craftsman ancestor cried out, "It's a shield." The word shield was just like the word saber in the past. It was known as the strongest defense in the world. This was a sacred weapon, a unique shield on the Life Star. Zichen recognized this shield. Compared to the past, this shield was more complete. However, it was missing the most important part. From his heart of the god, a surge of energy surged. This energy passed through his body and entered the stone saber. In an instant, the already terrifying stone saber erupted with an even more powerful and terrifying aura. Boom! The stone saber slashed, and the shield defended. The two powerful forces clashed, but it only lasted for 2 breaths of time before the shield shattered. Then, the saber light swept past. PFFF. Jiao Wei's body disappeared on the spot, and a god's arm fell down. The shield that had been shattered by the saber was like a hidden weapon, flying in all directions with the sound of air being torn apart. This time, Jiao Wei retreated several hundred meters. His face was full of shock. If the shield hadn't blocked so many of the attacks, he probably would have died under that saber. Who was this idiot skeleton? Did it not know the significance of the god behind him? He was angry, but from the looks of it, there was no way he could reason with this skeleton. Moreover, when he saw his opponent land on the ground and get ready to charge again, Jiao Wei cursed his bad luck and turned around to leave. Just as his figure retreated, the fragments of the shield that had already flown in all directions followed him. Young Master Sina, if you want to win the favor of Goddess Yi Qian, this method won't work. If you come to my residence, I'll help you think of the best method. I guarantee that you'll get the beauty. As he fled, Jiao Wei's voice rang out. Sina snorted coldly. However, his eyes showed that he had changed. When he saw Jiao Wei running away, Zichen didn't chase after him. He bent down and picked up his severed arm. Then, a ball of flame surged out of his palm and burned the severed arm into a divine crystal. This was a real divine crystal. It contained a vast amount of divine power. For the current Zichen, it couldn't be any better. Thus, he refined the divine crystal with his left hand and gripped the stone saber with his right. Then, he raised his head slightly, revealing an intoxicated expression. Everyone was dumbfounded. They watched as the divine power in the divine crystal drained away at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before he absorbed all of the divine crystal's energy. What kind of person was this skeleton? How could he absorb the divine crystal's energy? Was he a god? There was obviously no answer to this question. At that moment, the skeleton discovered that the divine crystal's energy was pitifully small. It would soon be used up. Then, he raised his head and looked in front of him. There were 2 gods and 1 false god. Now that the skeleton was staring at them, both Sina and Shilian felt a chill in their hearts. As for Yi Qian, when she met the skeleton's gaze, an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Then, she saw the skeleton charge in her direction and raise his stone saber. Then, the skeleton exerted his strength and charged in her direction. This charge was the same as when he'd dealt with Jiao Wei. However, Yi Qian couldn't sense any killing intent from him. Instead, it was Shilian and Sina who were both shocked. Shilian subconsciously moved in front of Yi Qian to protect her, while Sina was filled with vigilance. Swish! The skeleton swept past the divine maiden and charged at Sina. Boom! Waves of energy collided. Sina's body was sent flying. As he flew, Sina coughed up blood. The skeleton's body landed on the ground after that attack. This was his weakness. He couldn't fly, so he could only attack once in midair. After that, he had to charge up again. After landing, he jumped up again. His target was still Sina. You damned thing. Sina cursed, then turned to leave. He didn't want to be like Jiao Wei, who'd lost an arm before leaving. That would be too humiliating. He turned and left decisively. Of course, leaving just like that wasn't the style of the Son of God. Otherwise, if word got out, people would naturally say that the Son of God had been scared away by a skeleton. Sina's voice rang out. You stinking skeleton, I won't lower myself to your level. If there's a next time, whether you're really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, I won't let you off. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Sina fled, while Shilian looked nervously at the skeleton who'd just turned around. At that moment, the skeleton was still refining the divine crystal. He still held the stone saber in his hand, but he didn't immediately attack the two. The craftsman ancestor took several steps forward. Divine Maiden Yi Qian was their greatest backer. Nothing could happen to her. Sky-devouring wolf, however, wasn't worried at all. He'd communicated with the skeleton before and knew that it was extremely intelligent. Its previous unreasonable behavior was just a facade. Zi Chen continued to refine the divine crystal while looking at Yi Qian. He didn't say a word. The people in the distance saw that the situation was bad and quietly left. Yi Qian hadn't sensed any killing intent from the skeleton. Instead, she felt a trace of familiarity from the skeleton. However, she wasn't sure if that familiarity was just an illusion. Just as Shi Lian was getting more and more nervous, Zi Chen finally spoke. He looked at Yi Qian and said, "You need a guard now." Yi Qian looked at him without saying anything. However, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She'd once had a guard, but that guard had died. "I need divine crystals. You need a guard to protect you. Those two are very difficult to deal with," Zi Chen said again. After witnessing the skeleton's power and hearing his words, Shi Lian was somewhat tempted. She didn't know where Jiao Wei came from, but she knew that Sina had evil intentions. If such a person frequently followed the Divine Maiden, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would happen. Moreover, from what Jiao Wei had said earlier, it was clear that he knew the Divine Maiden very well. Perhaps he'd collude with Sina. Shi Lian looked at Yi Qian, somewhat tempted. Chapter 2575. Zi Chen threw away the empty crystal in his hand and bowed to Yi Qian. "I'm very happy to be your guard." Yi Qian nodded and didn't say anything. Her heart was still filled with sadness. She really needed a guard, especially after seeing Ji Wei. That person had once been a huge threat to her. Meeting him again, even after becoming a goddess, she still felt fear. Since he dared to appear so brazenly, he shouldn't be afraid of her backer. This made her feel even more helpless. However, the guard she wanted wasn't this skeleton. Even though this skeleton looked as strong as her, she only wanted him to return and become her guard. Then, he would continue to protect her until the end of time. Zi Chen didn't know what Yi Qian was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't reveal his identity to her. A heaven-defying person who hadn't died, or rather, a heaven-defying person who had defied fate, was still alive. This was a big deal. It was so big that even her father, the heavenly god, couldn't protect him. Moreover, he still had a trace of doubt in his heart. He wondered if the heavenly god pagoda battle really wanted to protect him. After all, it was very difficult to play tricks in front of a heavenly god. Even if there was another heavenly god eyeing him covetously. Zi Chen didn't immediately follow Yi Qian back to the divine city. He turned around and walked toward the heaven-devouring wolf. "Do you have the information of those people? What do you want information for?" The heaven-devouring wolf didn't understand. "I want to get some divine spiritual crystals," said Zi Chen. The heaven-devouring wolf nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand and an energy jade slip appeared in his hand. "The information of those people is in here." Zi Chen took the energy jade slip and turned around to leave. "Many thanks." The heaven-devouring wolf's voice came from behind him. This skeleton had already become Goddess Yi Qian's guard. Naturally, he wouldn't be lacking divine spiritual crystals. However, he still used this excuse to ask for the information of those divine spiritual crystals. Clearly, he was helping them a lot. The Longhu sovereign and the others were visibly moved when they saw this. They looked at the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor stared at the skeleton's back without saying anything. After a long time, he let out a low sigh. In this world, only the existences from the life stars could help the life stars like that. However, although the life star had the skeleton clan, they were good at soul attacks, which this skeleton in front of him wasn't good at. Furthermore, the craftsman ancestor was able to tell that there was something wrong with the skeleton's soul. In that case, there was only one explanation. This man came from the life star, but no one knew what had happened to him that made him look like this. They couldn't sense the other's aura, but perhaps this was someone they were familiar with. The craftsman ancestors' Sai had a lot of meanings, but Longhu Supreme and the others had been around for a long time. They immediately understood what he meant. Therefore, when they looked at the skeleton's back, other than having a complicated expression, there was more admiration and respect. "Hey, are you leaving just like that?" Shilian couldn't help but shout when she saw Skeleton turn around and leave without even saying goodbye. Didn't he say that he would be the goddess's guard? If he left, what would happen to the goddess? "You guys go back first. After I'm done with everything, I'll come find you." Zichen's hoarse voice rang out as he disappeared from everyone's sight. "You." Shilian stomped her foot in anger. If she had the strength to deal with the two of them, she definitely wouldn't have let the goddess keep this guard. He was even more arrogant than the employer. What did she want him for? "Let's go," Yi Chen said. "But, they..." Shilian said anxiously as she recalled the change in the goddess's expression. "Release. 4,000. Okay, they won't dare to do anything to me in the divine city." Yi Chen nodded at the craftsman ancestor, then turned around and left. "If the goddess doesn't mind, our craftsman manor can help at any time," the craftsman ancestor said. "Craftsman ancestor is considerate. I will take care of this matter." Yi Chen left the mine and walked toward the divine city. However, as soon as she entered the inner city, she learned that Sina had gone to find Yang Wei. This caused her expression to become even more unnatural. "This guy. Truly shameless," Shilian said with a cold expression. Zichen obtained the information and addresses of the escaped level 9 experts from the sky-devouring wolf. Other than that, he also obtained information about the other factions that were targeting the craftsman ancestor. The jade slip was imprinted at the last minute, but the information recorded within was sufficiently detailed. Zichen entered the divine city and went straight to the first family. It was the Mars family. In the City of God, they were considered an old faction. They were very active in the operation against the craftsman manor. Among the 4 level 9 experts that escaped this time, one of them was from the Mars family. With such a big incident happening outside the City of God, it naturally caused a commotion in the city. After Skeleton entered the City of God, his every move was under the surveillance of various factions. Zichen stood outside the Mars family. At this moment, there were 4 level 7 guards standing guard outside. Zichen walked forward. "Who dares to barge into the Mars family?" Following a cold shout, the 4 level 7 guards blocked Zichen's path. However, looking at their twitching eyes, it was obvious that they knew how powerful Skeleton was. They must be under some kind of pressure to stop him. Hence, when Zichen raised the stone knife in his hand, the 4 level 7 guards quickly retreated. Kai. A bright knife light shot forward. The 4 level 7 guards dodged in time. The knife light swept past them and hit the closed door behind them. Boom. The energy vibrated, and the door exploded with a loud bang. The guards behind the door were all sent flying by the energy. Their faces were filled with shock. They didn't expect Skeleton to actually dare to attack. Zichen held the stone saber in his hand and walked forward. "How dare you break the rules of the City of God? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the God race?" A cold voice sounded. An old man walked out from the crowd and stared coldly at Zichen. Zichen knew him. Or rather, he had seen him before. Just a moment ago, outside the mineral vein that belonged to the Life Star. His answer was a knife. Puff. This sudden knife swept past the old man's body. His cold expression froze as he stared at Zichen in disbelief. His body fell backward. In the City of God, all the rules were set by the God race. Here, no one dared to break the rules of the God race. Whoever broke the rules would be punished. The most serious incident was when Wuji broke in and caused havoc in the City of God. Because of that, the God race was alarmed. In that battle, the God race fought against the Crafts Manor head-on and almost destroyed the Crafts Manor. At the same time, Wuji was also punished. He was imprisoned for life with no possibility of getting out. Since then, no one dared to fight in the City of God. Even though the incident regarding the God Crystal was a hot topic, all the battles took place outside the City of God. But today, this skeleton of unknown origin had broken this rule. He broke the rules set by the god race. The old man died. Other than fear in the hearts of the others, they were mostly rejoicing. This was because the knife was not only aimed at the Mars family, but also went against the rules of the god race. He was challenging the authority of the god race. How dare you break the rules set by the god race? You're dead meat. Another cold voice rang out. Another streak of cold saber light appeared. The others did not know whether the skeleton was dead meat. However, they knew that the one who spoke just now was dead. You broke the rules of the god race. Another old man spoke. He extended his finger and pointed at Zi Chen with a trembling finger. He seemed to be shocked, angry, and sorrowful. Puff! The knife gleam flashed again and the old man fell. Zi Chen carried the stone knife and walked into the depths. After killing 3 people in a row, the others finally understood why he was able to slash people without saying a word. He really broke the rules of the god race. He did not care about the rules of the god race. He was here to kill. No matter how they acted, it would be useless. That would only invite death. Hence, they sensibly stepped aside and Zi Chen walked in. During this time, anyone who spoke would definitely invite death. As long as they kept their mouths shut and watched silently, Zi Chen would not attack. Quick, inform the god race. After Zi Chen went in, someone waved his hand and said. A monk immediately ran out. It was much safer to go out and inform the god race than to stay here. Actually, it was unnecessary to inform the god race. Every movement in the city of God was under the god race's observation. Someone had broken the rules. Naturally, they would know. Zi Chen went in without saying a word. He was trying to sense the location of the level 9. During this time, the level 9 kept changing his position. It was obvious that he was trying to avoid him. A strange scene was happening in the powerful Mars family. Not only did a skeleton kill his way in, but he was also moving forward without any hindrance. During this time, the strong fighters of the Mars family saw all this. Not only did they not stop him, they even pretended not to see him. They turned around and retreated. Just like that, Zi Chen finally caught up with the powerful level 9 martialist as he tried to escape again and again. Boom! With a swing of his hand, a building exploded. The level 9 appeared from within. His face was full of shock. You! The level 9 looked at him. He was so frightened that he could not say a word. Zi Chen raised his stone knife. The knife light was about to fall. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard. The aura of a god surged. A god race member appeared in mid-air. This was a false god. He could not fly. He could only fly for a short time. He looked coldly at Zi Chen and said, "How dare you kill in the city of God? You broke the rules of the city of God. I will betray you and die." As soon as the false god finished speaking, a ray of knife light shot into the sky and went straight for the opponent. The false god, who was full of confidence, would never have thought that this skeleton would attack without saying a word. However, he, who was widely recognized as a strong existence, could not block this attack. Fart. Chapter 2576. Dead. The existence that had come to protect the God Clan's rules had died just like that. This was really a case of killing someone with a knife just because of a disagreement. The level 9 expert from before was pleasantly surprised when he saw the appearance of the God Clan. He knew that even though it was a fake god, it still represented the powerful God Clan and the God Clan's rules that the City of Gods could not shake. Behind him stood the God Clan. They were his strongest backing. But at this moment, the God Clan's rules were useless. Or rather, they were useless against this skeleton. This was because this guy would kill without warning. After killing the fake god, the skeleton stared at the level 9 expert again and raised the stone knife in his hand. "Why do you want to kill me?" Finally, because of the death of the fake god, his fear was buffered, and he was able to speak now. "Because you are a god crystal." The skeleton spoke for the first time. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. But to the level 9 expert, this was the most beautiful voice in the world. So, he shouted, "Don't kill me. I am not a god crystal. I have a god crystal." The skeleton's raised stone knife stopped in mid-air. The level 9 expert's forehead was full of cold sweat. His body was almost drenched, but his eyes were filled with joy. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Is there anyone alive? Hurry up and give me the God crystal." Of course, there were people who saw what happened here. When they heard that the level 9 expert had a chance to live, they immediately ran into the depths of the clan. That was where the level 9 expert lived. All the God crystals were placed there. Soon, almost 100 pieces of God crystals were placed in front of Zi Chen. Looking at these God crystals, Zi Chen was expressionless, but the level 9 expert felt a little pained. These damned bastards had actually taken out all the divine spiritual crystals of their clans. Didn't they know how to keep some for themselves? Zi Chen wrapped the God crystals in a bag and walked out of the Mars family's residence. During this time, the God clan's supervisor did not appear. Of course, Zi Chen had to take the quasi-divinity crystal of the dead quasi-divinity. After walking out of the first house, Zi Chen turned around and walked towards the second house. With the Mars family as an example, the other families had already prepared their divine crystals before Zi Chen had even arrived. The number of divine crystals they had was comparable to that of the Mars family. It could be seen that their intelligence work was very good. Regarding this, Zi Chen did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it directly. 4,000. Then, he left. This was the price they had to pay after failing to cooperate with Gao Wei. He believed that after today, they would no longer dare to have any ideas about the Craftsman Manor's mine. They even had to be on tenterhooks to prevent the people from the Craftsman Manor from having designs on their mines. After all, the Craftsman ancestor's strength was something everyone had witnessed with their own eyes. He had almost killed 3 true gods. Compared to this unprincipled skeleton, the Craftsman ancestor's battle prowess was undoubtedly more terrifying. Those clans and forces who had no choice but to hand over the divine spiritual crystals didn't wait for the divine clan's enforcers to come and kill the skeletons. They felt regretful and puzzled about this. It seemed that the matter of disregarding the divine clan's rules was going to be resolved just like that. After Zi Chen had collected enough divine crystals, he turned around and walked towards the city center. He was going to look for Yi Qian. Along the way, he kept taking out pieces of divine crystals from the bag on his back to refine them. Just as he was about to reach the city center, he saw a team of divine clan members appear. The leader was a false god. He looked at Zi Chen and said coldly, "You are the one who broke the divine clan's rules? And you even killed the enforcers?" Zi Chen raised his head and looked at the other party. His soul didn't fluctuate. This place was under Yi Qian's control. He believed that this matter should have spread out in a short period of time. There shouldn't be any divine clan members who would make things difficult for him. But now, looking at this team, many thoughts flashed through Zi Chen's mind. Seeing that the skeletons didn't speak, the false god leader said indifferently again, "Since you broke the rules, according to the divine clan's rules, you must be locked up in the divine prison." The divine prison. His master, Wuji, was there. Zi Chen could see that the other party wasn't joking. He meant it. Beside him, the 4 enforcers all had cold expressions. But it was worth mentioning that the 5 of them were false gods. Where did they get the courage to stop him? Was it a conspiracy? Zi Chen didn't know, and he didn't want to know. Along the way, he had seen too many conspiracies. He also knew that the most direct way to resolve a conspiracy was to kill. He would kill until all the conspiracies disappeared. So, he raised his stone saber and slashed down. With a slash, saber light flashed, and a false god fell. "Damn it, you really don't take the divine clan's rules seriously. Are you challenging the dignity of the divine clan?" Seeing his companion fall, the false god's face changed, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he said sternly. A trace of energy flowed out from the heart. This energy flowed through the skeletal arm and entered the blade. Zi Chen slashed again. Puff, puff. This time, he killed 2 false gods with a single slash. The remaining 2 false gods kept retreating. As they retreated, they released energy signals into the sky. This was the signal of an enemy attack. Since the last time Wuji caused trouble in this world, no one dared to violate the rules set by the divine clan. This signal hadn't appeared for many years. But this time, because Skeleton violated the rules, the signal soared into the sky again. The meaning of this signal was that the enemy had invaded, and all the divine clan in the city had to be mobilized. Puff, puff. Saber light flashed again, and the last 2 false gods died. Chen put away the false god crystal. As he moved forward, he began to refine it. When he saw the signal that soared into the sky, he knew that they had come here to die. Next, he would have a great battle. When the signal appeared, the Divine Lady had already returned to her residence. When Shilian heard the news, she quickly went to find the Divine Lady and told her everything. Divine Lady, what should we do now? He has angered everyone, and he will be besieged by all the Divine Clan. Shilian said somewhat anxiously. Notify Toby and tell everyone not to act rashly. Listen to my orders, Yi Chen said in a low voice. But if we don't do anything and word gets out, won't the Divine Clan's dignity? Shilian said hesitantly. Someone is clearly doing this on purpose. Let's wait and see, Yi Chen said. At the same time, Ji Wei and Sina also saw the signal soaring into the sky. A smug smile appeared on Ji Wei's face. That's right. That's how it should be. His severed arm had already grown back. Beside him, Sina said hesitantly, is this really okay? Ji Wei turned his head and said, Young Master Sina, don't worry. Although Goddess Yi Chen's personality is unyielding, no matter how strong she is still a woman. As long as you push her too far and force her into a corner, she will naturally reveal her weak side. As for you, young master, in such a short time, you were able to make people obey your orders. That's quite surprising. Sina said smugly, what's wrong with that? People walk to higher places while water flows to lower places. This is a principle that has never changed since ancient times. Ji Wei nodded and said, that's right. Now, let's wait patiently. Wait until this world is turned upside down, until the situation is unsalvageable. Sina and Ji Wei's laughter came from the room. In the divine city, a few false gods were quickly gathering. Aoli, what are you doing? Did you not hear the goddess's order? Shilian quickly walked out and said to a false god who was gathering everyone. The false god male turned around and said to Shilian, of course I will obey the goddess's order. But now, someone has violated the rules of the divine clan. As servants of the divine clan, how can we turn a blind eye? The false god turned around and said to the people behind him, the dignity of the divine clan cannot be violated. Now that someone has broken the rules of the divine clan and trampled on our dignity, how can we just sit and wait for death? In response to Aoli were impassioned voices. Kill. 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 Shilian coldly snorted and said, the dignity of the divine clan will naturally be protected by the divine clan. This matter will be handled by the goddess herself. If you rashly go out, you will be disobeying the goddess's order. In order to protect the dignity of the divine clan, I will go even if I have to disobey the order. If I can come back alive, I will naturally apologize to the goddess in person, Aoli said in a deep voice. Apologize in person? Who do you think you are? Do you think the goddess is someone you can meet whenever you want? Seeing that the other party did not listen to her advice, Shilian was furious. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, Shilian, you don't have to worry about this matter. When the time comes, I will personally explain it to the goddess. We will absolutely not tolerate things that trample on the dignity of the god race. At this moment, a divine clan member walked out. Divine Envoy Bolton. Shilian hurriedly bowed when she saw the person who came. The other party waved his hand and Shilian immediately retreated. Clearly, she was going to report to the goddess. Bolton looked at the gathered false gods and said, go. The time to protect the dignity of the divine clan has come. Kill the existence that ignores the rules. The one with the greatest contribution will be granted the divine blood awakening. Once the divine blood awakened, they would become a divine clan member. For the false gods, this was the greatest opportunity. The group of false gods roared and rushed out. Looking at the false gods leaving, Bolton revealed a cold smile on his face. For the sake of the divine clan's honor, it was all empty talk. What really made them willing to die was the opportunity to become a divine clan member. Even though they knew that the chances of success were slim, they still wanted to try. He would not care about this matter. His original intention was to let this matter blow up even more. These false gods had all rushed out, but just as they reached the divine city, they encountered the skeleton that was said to be very powerful. But it was one thing to hear about it and another to see it with their own eyes. When the skeleton raised the stone sword, they did not think that it was that scary. But as the stone sword fell, they truly felt the terror of the stone sword. One sword, one kill. Instant kill. The fire of life, the divine aura, and the divine flame of life were all useless in front of this stone sword. All the attacks were split into two by the stone sword. All the powerful attacks were easily destroyed by the stone sword. These attacks were nothing at all. This was not a battle, but more like a massacre. Therefore, after more than half of the false gods died in an instant, the other false gods retreated in horror. Zichen walked forward. He carried the stone sword and stood at the gate of the inner city. Chapter 2577. The gate Zichen was blocking was the place where he and Lei Ming had stopped to check their credentials when they first met their master, Wuji. However, the guards from back then had long since disappeared, and the place was now occupied by false gods. Still, they stood within the gate, terrified, not daring to take a single step out. This was because all the existences who tried to come out had died to his stone knife. He stood with his knife in hand, staring coldly in front of him. When the false gods met the soul fire in his eye sockets, fear appeared on their faces, and they no longer dared to rashly approach. While blocking the gate, Zichen continued to refine the false god crystal. Perhaps a series of battles would break out soon, so he had to ensure that the energy was supplied in time. Fortunately, he'd killed quite a few false gods and obtained quite a few false god crystals, enough to sustain a large-scale battle. Many cultivators came from afar. They'd all heard the commotion and came to watch the battle. When they saw so many dead false gods, they were shocked and horrified. Now that things had developed like this, it was clear that the gods would fight to the death with this skeleton. They didn't believe that a mere skeleton who couldn't even fly would be able to fight against the gods in the divine city. The false god's goal was to make a big deal out of this, the bigger the better. It'd be best if the situation couldn't be resolved. As a result, the false gods, who were too scared to go out, stood at the gate and shouted loudly. For example, someone had disregarded the rules of the gods, challenged their dignity, and so on. In short, their voices were very loud. Their voices quickly spread throughout the divine city. When they heard this, Yang Wei and Sina exchanged a glance and laughed. This was the result they'd wanted. At the same time, they wanted to see how Yi Qian would deal with this. When Shi Lian heard this, she couldn't help but stomp her foot and say unhappily, "This skeleton, can't you see that this is their scheme? Even if you're captured and thrown into the divine prison, the divine lady can get you out. But now that you've made such a big deal out of this, even the divine lady can't save you." Not resisting and being thrown into the divine prison, then having Yi Qian bail him out, was indeed a solution. However, this wasn't the method Zichen wanted. Yang Wei thought that he understood Yi Qian very well, but how could he not understand Yang Wei? Just like when they were on the Lifestar, if you didn't push him to a dead end, he would always play tricks in the dark. But as long as you force him into a dead end and beat him until he has nowhere to hide, then he can only run. Holding the stone dagger in his hand, he stood outside the gate of the city and coldly stared at these fake gods, who were yelling and shouting as if they wanted the whole world to be in chaos. Now that he was guarding the door, as long as they dared to come out, he would kill without mercy. However, if the other party continued to shout from inside, even he couldn't do anything about it. He could kill people, but that was only within the divine cities. It did not include the cities within the city ahead. Not to mention him, even the powerful craftsman ancestor had fallen for Wavering's trick and didn't dare to start a massacre inside. "Shut up. All of you are making a ruckus here. What a scandal." At that moment, a majestic voice was heard, and a god clan member shrouded in divine light appeared. When the fake gods heard the voice, they immediately turned around and bowed to the god clan member. "Greetings, Sir Messenger. It is this person who started a massacre here, ignoring the rules of the God clan. The crowd parted, and the God clan member walked forward. He glanced at Zi Chen, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Zi Chen also looked at the other party and recognized him. He was the God clan member who had sat next to Yi Chen, so he should be one of Yi Chen's people. The God clan member only glanced at Zi Chen, then his gaze fell on the fake god. He looked at the bowing fake god and said, "You are Ao Li, right?" Ao Li greets Sir Toby. The fake god cupped his fists and bowed again. "You still know that I am Sir? Why didn't you listen to the orders of the goddess and me?" God clan messenger Toby asked indifferently. Ao Li turned his head and looked at the skeletons outside. He gritted his teeth and said, "This person violated the rules of the God clan and trampled on our dignity. How can we just sit and wait for death? We must fight to protect the dignity of the God clan. We must not let anyone trample on our dignity, even if it means death." When he said that, the expressions of the other fake gods who had survived also became solemn and resolute. "So that's how it is," Toby said indifferently. "It's rare for you to be so considerate. I believe that neither the goddess nor I will treat you unfairly. I don't dare, I just..." Ao Li's face showed a touch of joy. Toby interrupted him and said indifferently, "What do you not dare to do? Since you speak so righteously, now is the time for you to reclaim the dignity of the God clan." "Ah!" Ao Li was stunned. Toby said, "Didn't you swear to protect the dignity of the God clan with your life? Is your so-called vow to protect the dignity of the God clan by shouting here? If you don't dare to fight directly, are you protecting the dignity of the God clan or discrediting the dignity of the God clan?" Ao Li's expression changed, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had seen skeletons combat strength with his own eyes. If he went out now, he would be throwing his life away. How could he dare to go out? Toby turned his head and looked at the others. "You ignored the goddess's orders and insisted on reclaiming the dignity of the God clan, but I see you standing here shouting without caring about your image, affecting the reputation of the God clan. Is this disobeying orders and swearing to protect the dignity of the God clan? Now, I suspect that you have ulterior motives." The faces of the fake gods changed dramatically, and fear appeared on their faces. Toby said coldly, "If you don't have ulterior motives, then it proves your sincerity." Meeting Toby's cold and stern gaze, Ao Li's eyes showed a touch of fear. At this moment, he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. "What, you can't prove it? Then it seems that you really do have ulterior motives. Tell me, who ordered you to discredit the dignity of the God clan?" Toby questioned coldly. He did not suppress his voice at all, and it spread out in all directions. Zi Chen remained silent as he listened to the conversation. This was Yi Chen's support for him. And when the people farther away heard this, their expressions became interesting. Knowing how powerful Skeleton was, who would dare to charge forward? This kind of display of loyalty was an act of suicide. Obviously, no one was foolish enough to throw their lives away. There are many ways to show one's sincerity, but I believe that one of them is definitely not throwing one's life away. Just as Ao Li and the others were at a loss, a faint voice sounded. Another God clan member walked out. Seeing this God clan member walk out, the eyes of Ao Li and the others immediately lit up as if they had seen their savior. They all came over and stood behind the God clan member. I was wondering why they were so bold to disobey the goddess's orders. It turns out that it was you, Bolton, who supported them, Toby said coldly. Bolton stepped forward and looked at Toby. "Toby, you can't speak carelessly. The person I respect the most is the goddess. How could I disobey her orders? I have nothing to do with them. I just heard that someone disobeyed the rules of the God clan, so I rushed over. But I didn't expect to see you forcing them to commit suicide to show your sincerity." "Committing suicide to show your sincerity? What do you mean? You knew that Skeleton was very powerful, but you still sent them to their deaths. Isn't this a way of showing your sincerity by committing suicide? Or are you sending them to their deaths to show your sincerity?" Toby smiled faintly and said, "The goddess has ordered that she will deal with this matter personally. But these people disobeyed her orders and came out. I thought they had some kind of extraordinary means." Ao Lee and the others had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to say anything. Since the Bolton God clan was here, there was nothing for them to do. Is that so? If that's the case. Before Bolton could finish his words, he was interrupted by a hoarse voice. I say, you blabbermouth. Did you come here to spout nonsense or to fight? If you're talking nonsense, please don't block the way. If you're going to fight, please come out. Of course, the one who spoke was Zi Chen. The conversation between Toby and Bolton was like pestering endlessly and would never end. Instead of having a war of words, it was better to end it all with a fight. Bolton turned around and looked at Zi Chen. He said indifferently, "How dare you?" Zi Chen said calmly, "Come out and say that." Bolton's expression changed. He didn't dare to go out like that. He looked back at Toby and said, "Toby, this skeleton is too arrogant. He completely disregards the dignity of the God clan. You and I will attack together and kill him." Toby shook his head lightly. Bolton said with a cold expression, "What? Are you going to cover for him?" Toby said, "The goddess has her own plans for this matter. I'll listen to the goddess, so I won't do anything." You. Bolton was furious. Toby said again, "I'll say it again. Whoever dares to act rashly is disobeying the goddess order." Bolton's expression changed several times. Then, he said with a cold face, "If disobeying orders is disobeying the goddess order, then I will disobey the goddess order. Today, for the sake of the God clan's dignity, I will disobey the goddess order." He turned around and stared at Skeleton. "Skeleton, you must die today. No one can look down on the dignity of the God clan." Zi Chen said, "Before you say anything, please walk out of there first." Bolton's expression became more and more unsightly. However, at this moment, the arrow was already narked on the bowstring. He roared and rushed out of the door, rushing toward Zi Chen. The stone saber in Zi Chen's hand lit up with a bright light, and a suffocating aura appeared. The stone saber instantly swept forward, and a flash of saber light shot toward Oracle Bolton. Fart! The saber light swept past, and god blood splattered. A severed arm flew high into the sky. Bolton, who had just rushed forward, had already returned to the door. He had lost an arm in the instant of the exchange. And this was because he had shown his decisive side in an instant. Otherwise, the loss would have been even greater. Those false gods who were lucky enough to survive were shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect the skeleton's combat strength to be so terrifying. Even Oracle Toby's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. The enemy has invaded. Is there any God clan member who will defend the dignity of the God clan with me, Bolton? Chapter 2578. The fact that Bolton was forced to retreat in an instant was shocking. However, the sudden shout that followed caught everyone off guard. Compared to the shouts of the fake gods, Bolton's shout had a greater impact. In an instant, rays of light appeared in the divine city one after another. Powerful auras emerged one after another. Among them, there were fake gods and divine race members. Although the goddess had ordered them to ignore this matter, she would deal with it herself. However, it was one thing to ignore it, and another to come here. The voice spread to the Craftsman Manor, the outside world, and even the mines further away. For a time, the people who heard this sentence also showed a surprised expression on their faces, and then quickly rushed to the place where the voice came from. The aristocratic families that Zi Chen had visited earlier had also arrived. After losing so many god crystals for no reason, they naturally hoped that the skeleton would be punished. Moreover, this matter had become so big that it attracted so many divine race members. They believed that the skeleton would definitely die this time. It's really the skeleton. This is going to be troublesome. When Devouring Wolf and the others arrived and saw the skeleton blocking the door, they were all worried. The craftsman ancestor stood in front and looked at the skeleton. Looking at the divine race members and fake gods, they did not dare to take a step forward. In everyone's eyes, this was a magnificent feat, one man guarding the door and forcing all the gods to retreat. The skeleton had done what Wuji had failed to do back then. However, this was a huge conspiracy. If things went wrong, the skeleton would die on the spot today. Although he had protected Wuji before, That was under the premise that Wuji had not killed any fake gods. However, this skeleton had already killed countless fake gods. The situation had become so big that both sides would not rest until one of them was dead. Most of the fake gods who arrived were at the door. Some stood on top of the buildings and looked at everything indifferently. As for the divine race members who arrived, they all flew into the sky with indifferent expressions. Bolton's severed arm fell in front of Zi Chen. He did not use his divine energy to form a new arm. Instead, he hugged his arm and let the god blood drip down. It was a tragic sight. Who dares to cause trouble in the divine city? As the cold voice sounded, the main characters finally arrived. The crowd parted as Sina and Yang Wei walked out side by side. Looking at the two of them, Zi Chen's soul flame flickered slightly. These two damnable fellows were indeed colluding with each other. "Sir, it's him." Bolton stepped forward and pointed at Zi Chen. Sina stared ahead and saw Skeleton. His face was cold as he said, "It's you damned thing. Didn't I just let you go? I didn't expect that you would dare to come here and behave so atrociously. This time, you can't be forgiven." Afterwards, Sina called out, "Men, here." More than 20 voices rang out. Some of them were from the celestial race while the rest were all false gods. There were many gods and false gods present, but most of them chose to remain silent. They were the goddess men. After hearing these few replies, Sina's expression became somewhat unsightly. He raised his head, looked around, and coldly said, "What, are you not members of the god race? Isn't it everyone's responsibility to protect the dignity of the god race?" The surroundings remained silent. Sina said, "Now, as the Son of God, I have come to punish this person who dares to blaspheme the dignity of the god race. Does anyone want to come with me?" As he spoke, even more false gods echoed his words. As for the other celestial race members, they were also moved, but they remained silent. "Enough, Sina." At this moment, Yi Chen's voice rang out. She walked over with Shi Lian. And with her arrival, the previously silent celestial race members all bowed. "Yi Chen, you've finally come out. If you had come any later, the last shred of dignity of the god race would have been gone," Sina said upon seeing Yi Chen. This guy ignored the rules of the god race and wantonly killed divine servants. Divine emissary Bolton tried to stop him, but in the end, he also lost an arm. The silent Yang Wei also said upon seeing Yi Chen, "This matter has already caused an uproar. The entire city knows about it. If we can't kill this skeleton and restore the dignity of the god race, then who will be willing to abide by the rules of the god race in the future?" Yi Chen, who had just arrived, glanced at the two and said, "Is that so?" "Of course, there are witnesses and evidence." Yang Wei stared at Yi Chen and said, "Look, divine emissary Bolton's arm is still there. There are many corpses of divine servants there. I believe many people can bear witness to this matter. Goddess, how do you think we should execute him next?" "Execute him? Why?" Yi Chen didn't look at Yang Wei and asked again. Yang Wei said, "Because he broke the rules of the god race and started a massacre in the god city. For this kind of violation of the rules and trampling on the dignity of the god race, only death can atone for his sins. I don't think he's a sinner. Moreover, I don't think he violated the rules of the god race," Yi Chen said again. There was an uproar in the surroundings. If this wasn't a violation of the rules, then what was? "Goddess Yi Chen, you must remember your status. Don't act on impulse," Yang Wei said in a deep voice. "What, are you threatening me?" "He. For thousand is my guard and has always been following my orders. If killing some traitors is considered breaking the rules, then why don't you say that I broke the rules of the god race and insulted the dignity of the god race?" Yi Chen said coldly. Moreover, for the first time, she looked directly at Yang Wei without flinching. "Guard? This skeleton is Goddess's guard. Goddess said that those people were traitors. What's going on?" Yi Chen's words caused the surrounding to become even louder. Yang Wei laughed loudly and gradually suppressed the surrounding discussions. "Goddess Yi Chen is really bold. You casually met a person and said that he's a guard. Moreover, you described those who wholeheartedly protected the dignity of the god race as traitors. This will make people's hearts turn cold. If I say he's my guard, then he's my guard. Yi Qian said coldly, don't tell me I don't have the qualifications to have a guard. Yang Wei shook his head and said, everyone knows that goddess only has one guard. Moreover, you and I both know that your guard died a long time ago and why he died. Now, why do you have to protect a person of unknown origin and disappoint those who support you? When Zi Chen was mentioned again, Yi Qian's cold expression changed. However, this was not the time for her to be sad. She turned to Toby and said, Toby, you should tell everyone the ins and outs of this matter. Yes. Toby nodded and said, when Goddess returned, she clearly told us that no matter what happens in the God City, no one should act rashly. Everything that happens will be handled by Goddess herself. However, after my order was passed down, there were people who did not listen, including those divine servants who have already died. Not only did they disobey Goddess's order, but before they died, they deliberately stirred up emotions and created an atmosphere of panic. The Bolton God race also took the opportunity to condone their actions. HMPH, what condone? I'm protecting the dignity of the God race. Bolton snorted coldly. He then turned to Sina and Yang Wei and said in a wronged tone, I hope you two can help me. Toby shook his head and said, Bolton, don't put on an act here. There is no such thing as the dignity of the God race being trampled on. Skeleton's actions this time were arranged by Goddess. His main purpose was to capture some traitors with ulterior motives who took the opportunity to create public opinion. Toby looked around and said, this time, someone took the opportunity to attack the craftsman's mine while Goddess was in seclusion. Skeleton was instructed by Goddess to resolve this crisis. In order to find out the truth, Skeleton personally went to the Mars family to investigate. However, he was unexpectedly attacked by some radicals. Skeleton intended to stop them, but unexpectedly, they relied on the fact that they had some backing and were very vicious. Hence, Skeleton decided to kill him. After that, he met with the rank 9 of the Mars family and asked about what happened. After that, he went to other forces to investigate this matter. However, on his way back, he was ambushed by those divine servants who disobeyed Goddess's orders. These divine servants, in the name of protecting the dignity of the God race, wanted to assassinate Skeleton. Skeleton, who wanted to go back to report, had no choice but to draw his sword. Therefore, Skeleton is not guilty at all. The guilty ones are those traitors who disobeyed Goddess's orders and tried to assassinate Goddess's guards in the name of protecting the dignity of the God race. Among these people, I have only found Bolton and these divine servants. As for whether there are others, I have yet to find out. Toby finished his words, but the surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned. In other words, everyone was stunned. Even Zi Chen was dumbfounded by this. After hearing what had happened from Toby's mouth, he felt that he had become the embodiment of justice. In his opinion, Toby's words were full of nonsense and inverting right and wrong. However, Toby's words were so righteous. Even Sina and Yang Wei did not expect that Yi Qian would choose to retaliate in such a way. Moreover, it was so sharp that she directly said that they were traitors. Those who were watching from afar were also at a loss when they heard Toby's words. They did not know the truth of this matter, but perhaps it was just as Toby had said. This was a trap set up to target the traitors. The only ones who knew were the forces that Zi Chen had patronized. However, at this moment, they did not dare to stand out and refute. If they had anything to do with the traitors, they would all die. Moreover, they were very clear that they had indeed betrayed Goddess. Or rather, they wanted to take over the mines that belonged to Goddess in name. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was silent. Toby was indeed spouting nonsense, but it was also a fact that Bolton and the others disobeyed Goddess's orders. Therefore, this matter was problematic for both sides. There were many reasons to argue. However, it had to be said that this counterattack was very sharp. In other words, this nonsense was very sharp. Chapter 2579. Jiao Wei thought that he understood Yi Qian very well and felt that he could use this matter to force Yi Qian. Then, step by step, he would force Yi Qian to suffer again and again. But he never would have thought that the Yi Qian he knew so well would actually learn to talk nonsense. Moreover, in front of so many people, she spoke so boldly and confidently. But it had to be said that this counterattack was very sharp, so sharp that he was speechless. However, thinking about it carefully, there was a loophole. And he had already found the most fatal loophole. Just as everyone fell into silence, he shook his head and said, "Since Goddess said that this skeleton of unknown origin is your guard, do you have any proof?" Yi Qian said, "Do I need proof that is my guard?" "Of course. Otherwise, who can be sure that Goddess is telling the truth? What if Goddess made up the identity of this guard? What if Goddess is purely trying to get him off the hook?" This was the loophole, and Jiao Wei had found it in a timely manner. Yi Qian frowned. How could she take out proof? She had already said very clearly that it was the skeleton who first resolved the danger of the mine, so when the guard appeared in the mine, he had already become her guard. So after Jiao Wei and the others were beaten away, saying that he was her guard was useless. So whether it was Shi Lian or the craftsman ancestor, they could not testify at this moment. Looking at Yi Qian's frown, Sina said indifferently, "Yi Qian, don't quibble. This skeleton has indeed violated the rules of the god race and trampled on the dignity of the god race. Now, we must punish him. Even if you cherish talent, you should not cover up for him when it comes to the dignity of the god race. You should also not call those who have sworn to protect the dignity of the god race traitors. This is a matter of position. If you do this, you will make too many people sad." Yi Qian shook her head and said, "I am not covering up for him. He is indeed my guard. Whether you believe it or not, he is still my guard." Yi Qian, who had once been able to win over many heaven-defying experts, was actually very intelligent. She was very clear on the specific reason why the two were targeting the skeleton. They wanted to use the skeleton as a breakthrough point and then target her step by step. If they killed the skeleton today, then perhaps something else would happen tomorrow, and then they would continue to deal with her step by step. The reason why Yang Wei was able to survive until now was because he was filled with hatred for her. And for Sina to come here, everyone understood what he was thinking. Therefore, Yi Qian could not back down, not even a single step. "Goddess, your words are indeed meaningless. Whether or not he is your guard, I believe you know better than anyone else. If this matter were to spread to the higher-ups, I believe it would not only affect the reputation of the goddess, but also your father, the god of heaven," said Qi Wei. At this moment, Goddess Yi Qian couldn't produce any proof, so naturally, no one believed her. Moreover, openly shielding skeletons who violated the rules was unacceptable to all the Protoss. What's more, the goddess even called the others traitors. If the goddess insisted like this, no one would be able to do anything to her. However, if this was the case, it would be hard for everyone not to mind. This would still have a huge impact on Yi Qian in the future. Zi Chen, who had been silent all this time, looked at the two sides who were at each other's throats and said, "Hey, can you let me say something?" Everyone turned to look at him. It seemed that he was the one involved. "What's your name? Can you come out and talk?" Zi Chen looked at Qi Wei and said, "Me. Is it different to talk about anything? It's not like I can't hear you." Qi Wei coldly snorted and glanced at the stone saber with fear. "What about you? I just heard you say that you are some son of heaven. Can you come out and talk?" Zi Chen looked at Sina. Sina was ignoring him. Everyone knew how powerful he was. No one would be stupid enough to walk out like this. That would be a great loss of face, because this skeleton was someone who would pull out his saber at the slightest disagreement. "Fine, since you all don't want to come out, then just stay here and listen to me. I am the goddess's guard, and I have always been. This time, you colluded with the other families and caused a ruckus. I know all about it." Zi Chen looked at Qi Wei and said, "You suddenly came here because you wanted to steal the ore vein. Moreover, you clearly know that the ore vein is under the goddess's name. But you had some misgivings, so you let the other families do it for you. During that time, you tricked the craftsman ancestor from the craftsman manor into coming to the city. If the goddess hadn't seen through you and sent me to deal with this matter, your plan would have succeeded." Qi Wei stared at Zi Chen and coldly said, "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know?" Zi Chen said, "It doesn't matter if I know or not. Let me finish first. If you really want to stop me, then come out and talk. Chi Wei clearly couldn't go out. He expressed his current mood with a cold snort. After that, I came to the divine city to ask about what happened. In the end, you clearly knew my strength, but you still arranged for some false gods to die. Your goal was to frame me for trampling on the dignity of the divine race. But you didn't know that this was the goddess's plan. The goddess's original intention was to find the traitors in the divine city. She had already given the order. Only those traitors would disobey the order. He looked at Bolten and said, "Now, the traitor has been found. It's this guy. He's just a divine race, but he has the guts to disobey the goddess's order. I guess there must be someone else behind him. And that person's status shouldn't be lower than the goddess's." When this sentence was said, many things were made clear. Chen had only spoken about the things that had happened in the dark. Everyone understood that this was a game between the divine race. This had nothing to do with the dignity of the divine race. Chi Wei looked at Chen and said, "You don't have to talk nonsense in front of me or sow discord. It's meaningless. Now, I just want to know your identity. I want to know if you're the goddess's guard. If you are, then show me proof. If you don't, then you're deliberately framing me and trampling on the dignity of the divine race. You must be punished. Do I need proof to become the goddess's guard?" Chen looked at Chi Wei and asked. "Of course." Chi Wei said, "You need proof to prove that what you say is true. Only then can you prove that these people are true traitors." Chen turned his head to look at Sina and said, "Do you think so as well?" "That's right. Show me proof and I'll believe you," Sina said. At this moment, everyone knew that the skeleton didn't have proof. Therefore, he was obviously bluffing when he said that. Because Yi Qian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. However, in the next instant, a flash of light appeared in the skeleton's hand. Within the flash of light was a title plate. He grabbed the token in his hand and said, "Open your eyes and take a look." "What is this?" "It's a token. It's the goddess's token. He has the goddess's token. He really is the goddess's guard." Gasps of shock could be heard from the surrounding false gods. Every divine race member had a token. Perhaps the size of the token was the same, but the aura on it was completely different. At this moment, they could sense the goddess's aura from the token in the skeleton's hand. Attendant Lotus looked at the token, confusion in her eyes. She really couldn't figure out when the goddess had given this token to the skeleton. She turned to look at the goddess and saw that her expression had changed greatly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. But this change in expression quickly disappeared. She stood there, her expression calm, but in her heart, it was as if great waves had been set off, unable to calm down for a long time. She had only ever given a token to one person, and that person was Chen. Moreover, she recognized at a glance that this was the token she had given to Chen. But why was this token in the skeleton's hand? Where was Chen? She didn't believe that the skeleton was Chen, because their auras were completely different. They weren't the same person. With the token in hand, Chen looked at the astonished Jiao Wei and Sina and said, "If the two of you still don't believe me, then please step forward and let us have a good discussion." With the token in hand, he looked at the others and said, "Everyone, the goddess secretly arranged for me to find the traitors. Everything was carried out according to the goddess's arrangements. These people disobeyed the goddess's orders and wanted to assassinate me in the name of violating the divine race's rules and trampling on the divine race. I believe there must be some unspeakable secret behind this. Next, I hope you will investigate carefully." Ori and the others were completely dumbfounded. They didn't expect this skeleton to really be the goddess's guard. With this, their so-called crimes no longer existed. Next, it was time to investigate the matter of them disobeying the goddess's orders and their motives. "Men, take them all away." Toby calmed down from his shock and said indifferently. Immediately, some false god stepped forward to restrain Ori and the others. "Your Excellency, save me. Your Excellency, save me." These false gods panicked and looked at Bolton for help. At this moment, Bolton couldn't even protect himself, so how could he help them? Even now, he didn't understand what was going on. Take Bolton away and interrogate him properly, Toby said in a low voice. Sina and Wei looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Even they couldn't tell if this had been arranged long ago. Could it be that they had been waiting for them to take the bait? Wei's expression quickly relaxed and he said, "It seems this is a misunderstanding. We made a mistake." Yi Qian said coldly, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I believe we will know soon. Everyone, follow me." Then, Yi Qian looked at the skeleton and said, "Your mission has been completed. Come with me." With that, she turned and walked toward the divine city. At this moment, waves were surging in her heart. She urgently wanted to verify one thing. Chapter 2580. Could it be that the skeleton was Zi Chen? As she walked back to her residence, Yi Qian's heart was full of such speculations. This was the scene she hoped to see the most. Because the skeleton's fighting strength was strong enough, not even weaker than the former Zi Chen. He was obviously not a god, but he could deal with one. This kind of incredible thing had only happened to Zi Chen. But this kind of hope, after perceiving the skeleton's aura over and over again, she found that the aura of the two was very different, and this difference was essential. But she could be sure that the token in the skeleton's hand was the one she had personally handed to Zi Chen. He was Zi Chen. But he wasn't. Because Yi Qian thought of the god's bone in Zi Chen's body. This was something she knew. Zi Chen had extraordinary fighting strength because of the god's bone. Yi Qian had learned this from the Jiatu family. In addition, when she saw the skeleton for the first time, the familiarity and kindness in her heart made Yi Qian speculate that he was indeed Zi Chen. But his aura was completely different. This could only mean that the skeleton's god's bone was Zi Chen's, and as for the soul, it belonged to him. Or it could be said that it was a soul derived from the god's bone. This was not impossible. After all, gods were extremely powerful existences. It was understandable that the god's bone took thousands of years to develop intelligence. Judging from the skeleton's performance, this conclusion was very likely. Because all of the skeleton's attacks were brute force, which was completely different from Zi Chen, who used to know many techniques. He was not Zi Chen, but he occupied Zi Chen's body. At this moment, Yi Qian even had killing intent in her heart. But on second thought, what if this soul was Zi Chen's? It just hadn't woken up yet. Perhaps one day in the future, the memories belonging to Zi Chen in this soul would awaken. When returning to her residence, Yi Qian thought a lot. She even figured out the ins and outs of the whole thing. Her turbulent mood gradually calmed down. During this time, the skeleton followed her without saying a word. Although Shalian's heart was full of doubts, she could only obediently follow behind. She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to ask. When they finally returned to their residence, Shalian tactfully excused herself and left first. "Come with me." Yi Qian opened the door and signaled Skeleton to follow her. The skeleton walked in. Yi Qian closed the door again. She then formed a divine barrier and said, "Who are you?" 4,000 Skeleton. Zi Chen said. "Where are you from?" Yi Qian asked again. "Life Star." "Where's the Life Star?" Zi Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Yi Qian had more or less guessed all of this. After Zi Chen fell into the abyss, perhaps only the heavenly god's bones were left. After that, the heavenly god skeleton developed sentience for several thousand years. As for why he had walked out of the abyss, perhaps he had triggered some sort of restriction, or perhaps he had accidentally passed through some sort of spacetime wormhole. Finally, Yi Qian asked, "Where did you get your token from?" Zi Chen had come to this conclusion long ago. He said, "I don't know. It felt somewhat familiar, so I took it out." His current aura was completely different from before. Not even the craftsman ancestor could sense anything, let alone Yi Qian. The reason he did not reveal his identity now was because he still had some misgivings. Moreover, if Yi Qian knew his true identity, her attitude toward him would change. This was not something Zi Chen wanted to see. Today, he had no choice but to take out the token. Perhaps it would draw some unnecessary trouble. Zi Chen spent 5 days in the middle of the city. Nothing else happened during this time. During this time, Sina came once. This time, not only did he not see Yi Qian, he didn't even get to enter the door. Zi Chen blocked him outside. Perhaps because of his noble status, or perhaps because of his fear of the skeleton, Sina did not pester him and left. In the next several days, Sina did not come. This was the greatest use of the skeleton guard. Neither Sina nor Ji Wei dared to come here and humiliate themselves. During this time, Zi Chen would stroll around the middle of the city and see if he could make any other gains. But there was none. When the false gods saw him, they were like mice seeing a cat. They didn't even have time to avoid him, nor did they talk to him. To all the false gods in the middle of the city, the one they feared the most was not the divine maiden or the son of God, Sina, but the divine maiden skeleton guard. Everyone knew that this fellow would draw his blade at the slightest provocation. Although they also knew that he wouldn't dare to do anything in the middle of the city, what about outside? Who could guarantee that they wouldn't go outside? If they went outside and were beheaded by this fellow and accused of treason, they would be completely finished. Those existences who had disobeyed the divine maiden's orders had yet to appear. In addition, the greatest reason why everyone avoided the skeleton was because no matter where he went, he would hold a divine essence crystal in his hand. Then, he would stare at his opponents with the soul fire in his eye sockets. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like he was staring at a divine essence crystal. Moreover, everyone knew that he had refined all the false gods he had killed into divine essence crystals. He refined them every day. Zi Chen needed a lot of divine essence crystals. Even though he had killed so many false gods, he still didn't have enough divine essence crystals. He wanted to fill up the heart of the god, then let the energy naturally give birth to a physical body. However, the consumption of this would require an enormous amount of resources. This cost was so enormous that every time Zi Chen saw a false god or member of the god race, he would subconsciously measure them in terms of divine essence crystals. Sina didn't come looking for Yi Qian again. Apparently, he was with Yang Wei recently. Yang Wei was a huge problem. If he couldn't be killed, it would be best to drive him out of this place. But the rules of the formations in the middle of the city made it clear that anyone who dared to make a move here would die. Unless they were so strong that they could ignore the rules. Thus, Zi Chen felt very helpless. During this time, Yi Qian had given him a considerable amount of divine essence crystals, as well as a divine ring. Thus, he didn't have to carry his stone blade around all day. Occasionally, he would leave the city and take a look around the mines. Originally, Zi Chen just wanted to take a look, and even wanted to find a mine. But everywhere he went, there would be some people in charge of the mines who would stuff dozens or even hundreds of divine essence crystals into his hands. Regarding this, Zi Chen could only accept it helplessly. Because if he didn't accept it, he would appear too cold and arrogant, which was in line with his humble personality. Thus, every once in a while, Zi Chen would go outside and take a look. Thus, he obtained a very good result. That was, the number of battles against the mines in the periphery had greatly decreased. Even if it happened, as long as Zi Chen came, it would immediately end. There were even some factions that couldn't protect the mines, and they even decided to give a certain portion to Zi Chen, just for the sake of safety. With Skeleton protecting them, who would dare to snatch the mines? After all, Skeleton was an existence that could even cut off the arm of a member of the god race. Thus, as time passed, the battles over the mines completely disappeared. Those factions that didn't obtain the mines no longer focused on fighting over them, but began to focus on finding new mines. The entire periphery of the mines was quiet for a long time. However, this silence lasted for nearly a month before it was broken by a sudden powerful aura. It was a powerful aura similar to the false god realm, but it wasn't the aura of a god. Half ancestor. The moment he sensed this aura, Zi Chen's soul fluctuated. He, who happened to be in the periphery of the mines, turned around and ran toward the source of the aura. Wherever he passed, thick smoke and dust would appear between heaven and earth. This aura came from the mines of the Life Star. Zi Chen was very familiar with that place. When he arrived outside the mines, he found that Sky-Devouring Wolf and the others had all arrived. Skeleton. Seeing Zi Chen's arrival, they all greeted Skeleton in a familiar manner. Zi Chen nodded, looking at the mine from which the aura came, and said, "This is the half-ancestor." Sky-devouring wolf nodded, saying proudly, "Yes, this is the half-ancestor. This is the realm that belongs to our life star. We strive to break the shackles and climb to a new realm. This realm is similar to the false god realm, but it's different. We need to change our bloodline. The half-ancestor bloodline belongs to us. Only by changing our bloodline can we become stronger." The fire Chelene also nodded and said, "Yes, the half-ancestor is equivalent to the false god realm, but it's stronger than the false god realm. The half-ancestor realm is equivalent to the god envoys, but it's stronger than the god envoys. On the path of cultivation techniques, fighting skills, and weapons can be abandoned, but the bloodline can't be abandoned. This is the foundation of our life star's strength, and also the foundation of our existence." The words of the two powerful existences enlightened Zichen and enlightened him. Originally, he wanted to use the heavenly god bone to create a physical body and even transform into a god clan member. However, with these words, he dispelled the idea. If he really relied on this thing to become a god clan member, then he wouldn't be a heaven-defying expert of the life star. He would be Zichen of the god clan, and he would have nothing to do with the life star. At the same time, he was a little scared. If he hadn't seen someone really become a half-ancestor, he wouldn't have realized that he had such a big hidden danger. After a while, the powerful aura dispersed, and a tall man walked out of the mine. After coming out, he looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." He was the world's first Longhu sovereign, the ancestor of the Longhu clan. He was also the first existence to break through to the half-ancestor realm. Judging from the aura lingering on his body, he was indeed stronger than the false god realm. "How is it?" Devouring Sky Wolf and the others looked at him curiously. Longhu sovereign, or half-ancestor Longhu, clenched his fists and said, "My bloodline is still stronger, and it's more convenient." The others nodded, their faces were also full of excitement. At this moment, the craftsman ancestor appeared. After seeing Longhu sovereign's breakthrough, he also seemed very satisfied. In addition to the powerful craftsman ancestor, the life star finally had a powerful half-ancestor. And because of Longhu sovereign's breakthrough, the originally stable mineral vein became even more stable. Chapter 2581. As the skeleton spoke, the others all turned around and looked at him in surprise. This was the first time they heard the skeleton talk about this place. The craftsman ancestor asked, "Who are they?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't know. It seems to be a group of powerful existences, but they are all hiding. Perhaps they are healing. However, the laws there are suppressed by heaven and earth, so there is no possibility of a breakthrough." The craftsman ancestor said, "Of course, there is no problem with bringing them here. However, our world is sealed. Once they enter, they cannot leave." Zichen thought for a moment and said, "I can think of a way. Perhaps I can go out with the goddess." The craftsman ancestor's eyes lit up. "If that is the case, then there is no problem. The mine here is very big. It does not matter if more experts come." The craftsman ancestor suddenly thought of something and said, "Right, there is one more thing that I hope you can help me with." "Please speak, craftsman ancestor," Zichen said. "I would like to trouble you to go to the prison of God and help us bring some things in," the craftsman ancestor said. Zichen said, "That is not a problem. I can go in there at any time." The things the craftsman ancestor was talking about were God's spiritual crystals. This time, he gave Zichen more than 1,000 pieces. After Zichen took the God spiritual crystals, he went straight to the prison of God. These God spiritual crystals were for the existences imprisoned on the 3rd floor. Not only Wuji, but also the powerful 9th level existences there. Clearly, the craftsman ancestor wanted them to break through. After showing the token, the door of the prison opened. Zichen walked in. The first time he came here with Lei Ming, he could feel the pressure. However, when he came here again, he could not feel anything. He walked forward and saw the powerful existences that had been turned into materials for holy weapons. He walked all the way to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was still dark. Zichen's body lit up, illuminating the surroundings. The powerful existences that he had sent food to were still alive. They all poked their heads out and seemed to want to say something. However, when they saw that it was a skeleton, their eyes were filled with shock. Although they could not leave, they knew what was happening outside. Lei Yiming had told them when he came to deliver food. A skeleton that dared to attack an oracle and had the ability to fight an oracle was indeed terrifying. These powerful existences used to be arrogant and unruly, but after Zichen's arrival, they didn't say a word. They just silently and curiously sized up the skeleton. The dark passageway was gradually illuminated. Zichen, who was walking forward, saw a huge object in the first room and threw in dozens of god crystals. Pa! Pa! The divine spirit crystal fell to the ground, letting out a crisp sound as it bounced on the floor. The skeleton didn't say a word and continued to move forward. Then, popping sounds could be heard as it threw god spirit crystals into the other cells. What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe us? Lei Yiming came here frequently. Therefore, these existences naturally knew about the god spirit crystals. When they saw the skeleton tossing out so many god spirit crystals, one of the powerful existences said. Zichen didn't say anything. He just kept going deeper and deeper. Hey, I'm talking to you. Although we're locked up, every one of us has a backbone. What do you mean by this? A voice came from the depths. It was the voice of a hellhound. There were dozens of god spirit crystals scattered around it. Zichen walked to the cell where Wuji was. Inside, Wuji and Qing Enyu, who were sitting cross-legged, opened their eyes. When they looked at the skeleton, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Zichen bent down and took out the remaining 200+ god spirit crystals, then placed them in front of the two. Skeleton, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on us? The hellhound's dissatisfied voice came. This is from the craftsman ancestor. He hopes that you can break through to half-ancestor. Then, he stood up and looked at the hellhound, saying, remember, half-ancestor, not false god. Bullshit, I hate the god race to death. How can I become a false god? The hellhound said angrily. Zichen looked back at the two and nodded slightly, then turned and left. He does look familiar. After Zichen left, Wuji said indifferently. Yes, I seem to have seen him somewhere. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. It's like an illusion, said Qing Enyu. What do you mean? Wuji, Qing Enyu, little girl, do you know that skeleton? Asked the hellhound. He looks familiar, but I don't know where I've seen him. However, I'm sure he's from the Lifestar, said Wuji in a low voice. Mph, so what? He still doesn't look like a human or a ghost. The hellhound said disdainfully. Then, he began to refine the god spirit crystals. Dozens of god spirit crystals. If he refined them sparingly, he could refine them for a long time. After leaving the prison of God, Zichen entered the city center and went directly to the goddess's residence. No one stopped him during this time. When he came to the goddess's room, the door was still closed. He had learned about Yi Qian's situation from Shi Lian, so his mood was complicated. Standing outside the door, he cleared his complicated mood and knocked on the door. Without waiting for a reply, he said, I want to go out. The door opened. The goddess looked at Zichen and said in surprise, Go out? Yes, I want to go back to the Lifestar and bring some experts here. The rules there are suppressed. They can't advance. It's not good. Zichen said, but I can't get out. That's why I want you to take me out. Yi Qian assessed Zichen and said, but can you get out? Zichen said, I don't know. But I can try. If I can't get out, I'll have to trouble you to go there. He directly asked the goddess to do something. Did he not know how high the sky was or how thick the earth was? Yi Qian's eyes brightened. She looked at the skeleton and said with anticipation, Do you remember something? Zichen asked, What should I remember? Looking at the unresponsive skeleton, Yi Qian said, Okay, when do you want to leave? Zichen said, I don't know if I can get out. If I want to, I can leave at any time. Yi Qian thought for a while and then said, Then we'll leave now. In this city center, there was Sina and Rocky. She didn't want to see either of them. Now that she could leave, she was naturally very happy. Moreover, she was with the skeleton. It was very likely that he was Zi Chen, or that he had awakened Zi Chen's soul. Let's go. Yi Chen closed the door and stood outside, forming a hand seal with her hands. Strands of divine power converged in front of her. Zi Chen sensed that this divine power was connected to the entire world, and then it touched upon the core laws. Afterward, the space in front of Yi Chen twisted, and a spatial passage appeared. Looking at this spatial passage, Yi Chen said, "Give it a try." Zi Chen nodded and stepped forward. The moment he entered the passage, he sensed a strand of law energy enter his body and circulate through it. This was a kind of investigation, just like when he chose to enter the divine city to investigate. Zi Chen walked in unimpeded and disappeared into the passage. This confirmed Yi Chen's conjecture about the skeleton. When Yi Chen opened the passage, Sina and Rocky both sensed it. Sina said somewhat nervously, "Yi Chen left. We have to follow her." Rocky said indifferently, "If we follow her, do you think we'll be a match for the skeleton?" Sina was startled. Only then did he remember that the skeleton had also gone in. But soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Why did the skeleton go out as well? Only members of the divine race can leave this world. Not even divine servants can. Rocky said, "Thus, I suspect that the skeleton was once a member of the divine race. But I don't know what he encountered to have become like this. Perhaps he was arranged by the pagoda battle Empyrean god in front of Yi Chen." "You're talking about that guard medallion?" Sina said, "But I've never heard Kai Meng talk about it. Perhaps even young Master Kai Meng doesn't know about the pagoda battle Empyrean god's arrangement. After all, you targeted Zi Chen in front of Yi Chen." When Zi Chen was mentioned again, Sina's expression changed. He recalled how he had almost been beaten into the abyss by Zi Chen. If not for his father's timely appearance, he would have died long ago. But from beginning to end, neither Sina nor Rocky had been able to connect the skeleton to Zi Chen. Because the heavenly Tao was the cycle of reincarnation, all heaven-defying people who entered the abyss would die. This was the cycle of reincarnation of the heavenly Tao, and it was impossible to resist. Moreover, even Empyrean gods would undoubtedly die in that abyss, let alone a mere saint king like Zi Chen. Therefore, the smart Yang Wei didn't link it to Zi Chen through the clues. After walking out of the passage, the first thing Zi Chen saw was a sea of flowers. It was like a sea of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there were flowers of every color. A rich floral fragrance assaulted his senses. Even without breathing, Zi Chen could still feel the feeling of Kuangyi in his mind. In the center of this sea of flowers was a room. Zi Chen recognized this place. This was Yi Chen's hometown, her mother's residence. Many of the flowers and plants here came from the Life Star, and many of them were brought here by him. However, after so many years, the flowers from back then had now evolved into a sea of flowers. "This is my home. Do you want to come and see?" Yi Chen's voice woke Zi Chen from his memories. Zi Chen glanced at the room and then shook his head. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Then you stay here. I will go and see Mother. Later, we will go to the Life Star." It could be seen that after coming here, she was much happier. "Mother," she shouted. A sweet-looking woman appeared, and Yi Chen ran forward. Zi Chen calmly watched this scene. About 2 hours later, Yi Chen walked out of the room. "Chen believe in yourself." The sweet-looking woman looked at Yi Chen and then raised her head to look at the skeleton in the distance. She nodded at him, a kind smile on her face. Zi Chen nodded in response and bowed. "Let's go." Yi Chen came in front of Zi Chen and made another hand seal. "Where do you want to go to the Life Star?"